Throw Gang. We are joined by Lawrence Schlossman and myself, James Harris. Ciao, tutti.
Ciao, Jimmy.
We are live in Firenze at Pitti Uomo.
The 106th Pitti Uomo.
Damn. So 53 years of peacocks, legends,
Fire
goats,
John.
Fitz. The overstimulation of Fitz has been fucking... My brain's fried, bro.
Though we have been locked in a room today to do the fucking job we were sent here to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is crush fucking podcasts.
All right, we've been literally locked in all day podcasting, doing another compilation ep as we are wont to do when we touch down in Italia. Today, we potted with, yesterday and today, we potted with Sir Paul Smith, Mordechai Rubinstein, woke me up better than a doppio espresso, Robert Spangle, Jian DeLeon, Nick Wooster, always a pleasure, Sam Trotman, a.k.a. Samutaro, Adam Katz, Sinding, our new best homie.
The best.
Jacob Gallagher, Sam Hine, and Matthieu, Morge, Zucconi.
That is 10 ragazzi.
Is
10
it 10?
boys. That's 10. I
Plus
counted.
this. I guess this counts, right?
No.
So this is probably going to clock into like 3 hours.
Bro. The Maniacs in Milano pod did such dumb numbies that I have no doubt this is going to be a fucking Billboard chart topping pod.
That was 2 hours, 20 minutes with a similar amount of fellas. But
Yeah.
like with AKS, we went like 40 minutes. So anyway, a lot
Feature
of legends
length.
pulling up
Zuvi.
for the Pitti Papis.
Yeah, strap in.
yeah.
We're going to like arrange them in a very palatable order so that they fucking all hit. And yeah, dude, I'm just excited for everyone to get to hear from 10 fucking handsome geniuses.
9 citizens and a knight. All right, enough from us. Enjoy the episode.
Peace.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Sir Paul Smith, welcome to Throwing Fits. My goodness.
Oh my God.
What if that's how we started? Just
If
giving
we
you a heart
killed
attack?
you?
yeah. I just need a glass of water
Yeah.
immediately.
We banned from the UK, I think, right?
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah,
when you-
hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you, Paul?
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
Wait, do we have to address you as Sir Paul? How does that work?
Absolutely, and bow as well,
Right.
and salute. You
Right,
know.
right.
Yeah.
No,
It's,
Paul's fine.
it's the royal way. I
What-
thought your name
yeah.
was Saul or Small Pith, you were saying.
Yeah, small pith is good. Yeah, yeah.
What happens when you run into Paul McCartney? Who gets to be Sir Paul?
Yeah, we were in the same restaurant the other night, and it was Sir Paul and Sir Paul, so and we know each other, so that was
That's cool.
yeah. So the maitre d' of the restaurant was getting very excited. Sir Paul, Sir Paul. Yeah.
Wow,
Don't mix
two
up.
nights.
Don't
Yeah,
mix
yeah.
up the dishes.
Yeah.
Sir Paul, thank
Yeah.
you for coming on to Throwing Fits. The first question we want to ask you here at Pitti Uomo in Bar Paul itself.
Yeah.
What is happening in menswear right now that's really exciting to you?
Well, I mean, the point about men's is more relaxed now, more relaxed. But still, in my case, we love clothing, we love tailoring, So, but it's made as softer. It's got a softer shoulder. We call it modern working wardrobe because basically, way back, if you wore a suit, it was a funeral or a job interview or the bank. You know.
A bar mitzvah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
We saw one of the looks when we were waiting to get set up, and even like the inseam is long on the pants. Nice little pooling of the trousers.
Yeah, I mean, it's modern clothes basically, which is I still like clothes that are dressed up and you have to think about it. But I of course, I realize that people want to be relaxed and be able to move, and especially after 2 years of COVID, where people started wearing, hoodies every day and sweats and,
A plague of athleisure.
I wore a suit every day.
Of course.
I did.
Really?
I did.
For all of COVID, you wore a suit every day?
On my own, in my building, where there was normally 180 people. I was there every day wearing my suit.
Were you on Zoom meetings with no pants on, though, and just the tie and shirt and jacket?
I wasn't really Zooming at the beginning either, but I was still wearing a suit.
Wow.
Yeah, and
That's
swimwear.
dedication.
I had swimwear. Yeah,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Damn.
What do you cycle in?
Pardon?
What do you cycle in?
Cycle in a suit.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've got photographs of me cycling in a suit.
So it better be relaxed and have some movement.
Yeah.
Because we do a suit which is called suit to travel in, which is means that you can move in it, but also it doesn't crease as well. So
Just packable.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good. And it's real wool, not made out of...
Okay, don't start bragging. Okay,
none of that
relax.
nasty stuff. Yeah, none of that fake nasty stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think that's where men's tailoring is headed for the near future? Is just like more relaxation, more easiness?
Yeah, I think personally, I still think it's nice to make the effort to look good. I think especially it depends on your job really, but I understand completely that people want to relax a bit more. So
Dress for the job you want. That's what they say. Put a suit on, boys.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, everybody used to wear suits, everybody used to wear suits,
right?
Like talking in the 50s. So, it's come a long way, since then.
We've regressed as a society is what you're saying.
Yeah, we've really gone.
Unless you're a podcast and you show up in...
like downhill.
Yeah. I wore a suit today because, I took the jacket off, but we're potting with royalty.
He's dressing for he's trying to get a job with Paul Smith.
Yeah.
It's over.
I'm available, dude. This is all I got going on right now. Not much.
Paul, as a man who's seen and done it all, where does Sir Paul Smith draw inspiration from these days? And don't say everything because we're already familiar with your book. You can find inspiration in everything. What specifically is catching your eye these days and inspiring, like Lawrence was saying, kind of this like modern, almost like modern mod look?
I mean, everything's inspiring.
But that's what we told you couldn't say.
Yeah, that was
but I'm not taking any notice of you two.
Jesus, okay. Tell us how you really feel.
I'm Sir Paul Smith.
You are.
I mean, well, I think... Inspiration is all around you. That's all I can say.
Okay.
What about from like traveling? Because I know you're a globetrotter yourself.
Well,
you're in Thailand, Sawadee Kap.
Yeah, I mean, traveling is great because you take photos. Now we all take photographs. We're all photographers. So shadows. There was one. I don't know whether you saw it. There was a shirt I did last season. It was just a diagonal print of shadows, and that was sitting in bed with the Venetian blind and the sun coming through and just going, snap, shirt.
So it's that easy to be a designer, really.
Shirt. Just sit in bed.
Just text the photo to the textile maker and then boom, you're done.
That's it. Done.
Besides dressing us down as you did about 2 minutes ago, what's the worst trend in fashion right now in your opinion? Okay, all right. Okay.
Here's your chance.
Podcasters.
Here's your chance, Paul. Go off.
Yeah. Tell us how you really feel. Come on.
No, I mean, I think not the worst trend, but, it would just be nice, I think, if people were interested in, just looking a bit more interesting every day because it's so easy just to put on, sweatpants or a chino pair. It doesn't matter at all. But personally, I think it's quite interesting that you can say a lot with clothes. I always think about, when you were coming here, when you got onto the plane, if the captain was waiting at the door when you went, and he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and
this guy likes to party,
and
dude.
his cap back to front.
Turn around.
I'm okay, actually. I won't go.
That guy was at the airport bar.
I'll take the train.
I'll walk.
Yeah. So clothes do something.
Yeah.
That's why people have uniforms because it's a way of saying, I know how to drive this thing.
Sure. Fly this plane.
At its most base level, it's announcing that you're qualified to do your profession or occupation, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
What about because yes, people should care a little bit more. They should put the effort in.
Not should, because it's up to you. But I just think it's nice. You could say a lot. I mean, one of the most fantastic things a man can wear, or a woman, is a tuxedo. Because
I did bring a tuxedo to this trip.
You just look good in one. You just look good in one. So, wouldn't that spark something off in your mind, thinking, well, if I can look good then maybe if I wore this or that, I'd look more important. Maybe it would be more special for my work. I'd get more work because I look like I know the business,
Yeah. So next time you take a flight, wear a tuxedo, and then maybe they'll let you fly the plane.
You'll get upgraded to first class.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
They'll let you take the wheel for a few hundred miles. Do you believe in uniform dressing?
This we call that ASMR in
for
the
those
podcast.
listening and not watching. That was
You're doing too many bits, dude.
Do you believe in like uniform dressing or like consistency? Because I feel like the blue shirt with the white tee underneath is kind of like has become your thing, your personal.
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, there's a lot of I think they call them essentials. You know, like things that just work.
Yeah.
Why change it? You know,
Yeah.
we love a white tee, we love chino pants, we love blue jeans, we love a navy blue suit because they work. You know.
Yeah.
So especially if you're a busy person, you know, or in my case, I travel a lot, so you know, get up at 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning. I just did Thailand. You know, I had to go to Bangkok for the day. You know, so you know, so
Damn,
you know,
traveling
when
is a sport for
when
this
you
guy.
wake up in the morning, you don't go, will that floral shirt work with that pinstripe? I'm not really sure.
Right.
You go, navy blue shirt, suit,
Right. Yeah.
white shirt, I'm out of here.
Who's doing your scheduling? You need to maybe Lawrence that could be his new job.
Yeah. You need
Yeah.
a personal assistant?
Yeah.
Travel planner.
Thailand for the day.
Yeah.
Get
Here's
two at least.
And then I was in Switzerland the next day. So, I
Jeez.
mean,
Okay. Big
it
fucking
is-
flexer.
It is mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you. Yes to this being an essential or no? Pink socks. Are you mocking me right now?
I like pink, actually.
Yeah.
I like pink. I think pink shirts really work well.
Like a pale pink.
Yeah. Because, you know, makes you look like you're almost healthy. Yeah. Not quite, but almost. Of course, as a cycling fan, which I am, you know, the Giro d'Italia, which is the Italian race, the leader's jersey is pink.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, the Italians definitely like that color.
Like a pop
Speaks
color.
for itself for sure.
Paul, you've been in this game for a minute. You started with a shop that was 9 square meters, and now we're in a palazzo.
Chateau Smith.
Looking back, though, what was a personal style phase that you went through that, again, with hindsight, you now cringe at?
I got stopped in the street in probably 1970 by a gentleman that would probably was in his 90s. You look like a girl.
Damn.
But was this swing in London with like, you know?
And I thought, he was absolutely right. I did.
That's a compliment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was velvet trousers,
Right.
floral shirt, long hair.
Yeah.
But then, you know, at that time, I was dressing Led Zeppelin.
Sure.
Yeah.
Swing in
Pink
London,
Floyd,
baby.
Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, baby.
Eric Clapton,
Yeah.
you know. So, you know, he didn't know that gentleman.
Right. What was your response to that fucking geezer?
I just said, you're absolutely right.
Oh,
sir.
you know?
Yeah.
You
Killed him with kindness.
I was very polite because he was polite. He just said, you look like a girl. And he was absolutely right.
Yeah.
I said, you do. He said, you do. And I said, I do. Or something like that. Anyway.
That's the highest
I
compliment
agreed
one-
with him.
Yeah,
I
that's the
agreed
highest
with him.
compliment one
What
could
a
give.
British interaction.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that man didn't know that he was speaking to a future sir.
Yeah.
We got to know, as Americans, because we're ignorant to this, what are the benefits of being a knight? Like, do you get discounts at the movies?
You get a very big sore on your shoulder. Oh, yeah? Where she puts the sword down. Yeah. And then you have to, you know, deal with that for the rest of your life.
It's a
I'm
heavy
wearing a Band-Aid right now.
no, I see,
on the
yeah.
shoulder.
Damn, you were attacked by the Queen Mother.
Yeah.
Assaulted.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, because I asked about her hip. I did in real life.
Really?
Yeah.
And how was her hip?
She said, my dear, thank you so much for asking. That's very kind of you. It's a lot better, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a class
In
act.
the meantime, all the line of people were all crashing into each other and going, because you're not supposed to stop and chat. You know?
Right.
So because all the queue were just backing up.
And everyone was getting, knighted or whatever.
Yeah, and they're all backing up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all
So
bruised.
what I'm hearing is it's not that special to be a knight then.
That wasn't. I was already a knight.
Oh,
then.
okay.
Was it a good
That
class?
was with the Emperor of Japan. I was having dinner with the Emperor of Japan at
Okay, that's cool.
at a banquet at Buckingham Palace.
What was
so?
how's the food?
So, pardon?
How was the food?
Food was. There was a lot of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, like the knives and forks started, like half a meter out.
Did they serve traditional British fare?
Mushy peas.
Spotted dick?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm not sure the Emperor of Japan was that keen on spotted
He's like,
tit.
what the hell is this shit?
What is this brown
The lady
mush?
sitting next to me was she wore a tiara, in her hair. You know
To
those?
Buckingham Palace, she wore like a crown.
Yeah, like a crown.
Isn't that like
seems like
wearing
it-
white to a wedding? Like, you
Well,
shouldn't
it's
do
called
that,
a tiara, so it's acceptable.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
acceptable.
it is.
So I said to her, because in these situations, I always get a bit camp.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're
don't say.
nervous.
Yeah.
You're surrounded. You're completely out of your depth.
we get that in our line of work too. You overcompensate a little bit.
So I go, I love your tiara. I said to her, and she said, do you? I hate it. It's his grandmother's. And pointed across the table. And there was a man there with sashes and medals and everything. And I said, who is that, your husband? She said, yes. I said, what does he do? Head of the Navy.
She sunk your fucking battleship, bro.
Yes, that was it. Yeah.
Should have asked to try it on.
Yeah, anyway, that was the sort of company I was in that night.
So these royal dinners sound like they're just a cast of characters.
Yeah, they are.
Like the satire almost like sounds true.
I mean, they're just all. I mean, yeah, I've done some like the boss of France and things like that.
Were you? And what do you do?
What's your
Tuxedos? Is
What's
that what
your job? I'm the boss of France. Yeah,
Boss. I'm the boss, baby.
I am the boss. And what do? You do tuxedos every time you go to these like fancy ass dinners?
yeah. You can. It always states
Oh, they let you know. There's a dress code.
medals must be worn. Medals not worn. White tie, black tie.
Right.
So lounge suit. So they're all a different set of very British rules.
Yeah. And do you adhere to the dress codes, or do you maybe like cheekily kind of like
Tweak
Pink,
it.
break a
pink
rule?
socks.
Yeah, pink socks.
Pink socks.
Yeah,
pink
obviously.
socks.
Yeah.
Final question about being a knight. In your email signature, does it say Sir Paul Smith?
No.
No.
No, I don't really use it, to be honest. On a
Email?
serious note,
Email or the sir?
I don't have an email.
Really? That's awesome.
That's
Yeah.
when you know you fucking made it, bro.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah.
answering an email.
Yeah. No.
God bless
What's
you.
your most used app on your phone? Is it Instagram? I feel like you're a
What's
big,
an app?
like Instagram, Twitter,
An application.
Tinder.
No, I don't use those.
What? How do you post on Instagram?
I've got a member of staff that's
So
very
you take the photo, you text the photo, they post the photo.
yeah, because they know what button to press.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
We talked about how you are constantly traveling. What are some necessities that you always pack that might actually surprise people? When
A
you're-
rubber chicken.
Really?
Yeah.
Just for shits and gigs?
For bits, for
No,
doing bits.
just normally a good, conversation starter. I always find.
Where's it right now?
Yeah,
that
it's
the
in
whole-
my rubber chicken bag.
Do you check that or is that a carry-on?
Let's carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the rubber chicken in a tuxedo?
Yeah. He's like,
Socks.
Is it like a squawking kind?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah.
yeah. One of
Nice.
those loud ones.
no, the reason I have a strong business in Japan is because of the chicken. Yeah.
Wait,
Of course.
Yeah.
they love that.
That's the only reason I've done well in Japan.
Huh.
Is Japan what's
Largest.
your top?
Largest, yeah.
That's your number one market?
Yeah,
Wow.
over 200 shops in Japan.
Wow.
Holy shit.
All because of the chicken.
Damn.
They revere the
So,
chicken.
you go to a serious meeting and then it was,
Right.
Right.
Sour
and then
menu.
suddenly,
That'll wake up the room.
yeah. And
Do I
then,
smell yakitori?
Jesus Christ, dude. So from a rubber chicken to 200 stores, that's how you won over the Japanese.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got any listeners or viewers that want to know how to enter the Japanese market, go and get yourself a rubber chicken.
Yeah, they love
immediately.
props.
Yeah, immediately.
They're huge fans of prop comedy
Yeah.
culturally.
Yeah. Speaking of culture, I feel like your list of collaborations looks like a CVS receipt, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's too many to even name them, but one that stuck out to us as a cinephile over here to my left, your work with Men in Black International. How easy was it doing some of the costume design work on Men in Black since they just wear black suits?
Well, the good thing was it was all in black. So
Yeah,
that was, so I had a lot of black fabric left over. So I say, what about black? And they went, yeah, well, that's the name of the film. I said, oh, cool. Okay.
perfect.
Well, that's even better.
Funny how that worked
And
out.
I was in it.
There's a cameo of you in the movie. How was that?
Oh,
Life on set.
I mean, I'm just waiting for the Oscar.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hello, Academy, pick up the phone.
Best alien in a supporting role.
Correct.
Sir Paul Smith.
He brought his own rubber chicken.
I got a caravan.
Oh yeah, like
My
your own
own-
trailer. Yeah.
Oh, you call it trailer, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You're
I'm
British.
It's like a lift elevator situation.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
So you got a caravan.
With one name on it.
Nice.
Yeah, and Portsmouth.
They misspelled it.
Portsmouth? Paul Smith.
Oh, right.
So and then I realized that they'd made a mistake. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's Hollywood for you. Last question, Sir Paul, and honestly, one that I think we are both super interested in hearing your answer to. If you could shop the closet of any single person in history, who would it be?
One.
Jimmy Page.
Yeah. You're a big Zeppelin guy, clearly.
Yeah, because he's a mate of mine, but also I've been to his closet.
Oh, yeah?
And there's a lot
Crazy.
of Paul Smith in there.
Oh, wait, so you want to switch with Jimmy Page because you can then just have more Paul Smith?
Correct. It's the only reason.
How much Paul Smith do you wear? Are you 100% Paul Smith head to toe every day?
Absolutely, because I steal it.
Right.
Yeah.
They actually, I think they're going to have a word with you about that out front.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this was all a ruse to expose you
Security.
to
I noticed.
accounting.
Did you notice the security's here? They've just
I thought it
arrived.
was the Men in Black.
We actually had some trouble getting in the security guard because our names were combined in one line and it didn't compute with the security guard's brain.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
But we're here.
Yeah.
We made it. Sir Paul, thank you for coming on to the only podcast that matters. What any final words about Pitti Uomo? It's been 31 years.
You're back, dude. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, yes. First time. I was the first designer ever to be invited here in 1850.
Right.
Yeah.
And you blew it so hard it took him 31 years to invite you back.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Paul Smith.
Yeah,
That
you're
was
a living
nice.
legend. We
Yeah,
appreciate you, man.
cheers. Thanks a lot. Well done, you guys.
Oh, thank you. You
Yeah.
had a good time?
Yeah.
Great.
I like your, what is it?
Throwing Fits.
Yeah.
Podcast.
Is it magazine or something?
Yes,
No,
yes.
a podcast.
A popular cast.
Yes, a podcast.
Do you have the power to knight other people as a
Yeah.
Would you knight us?
Pardon?
Do you have the power to knight other people?
No. I work days.
Okay. We'll keep.
Thanks for coming on our
lobbying.
radio show, Sir Paul Smith.
Oh, radio.
Sure.
Marvelous.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, man.
See
Appreciate
ya.
you.
Bye.
Robert Spangle, aka 1,000 Yard Style, thank you for joining the only podcast that matters today, taking time from your position outside Pitti Uomo.
Salute.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. It's good
How
to
many
be in the air conditioning.
How many fits are you missing outside right now, do you think?
I think one every 15 seconds.
That's the clip we're at.
Can I ask a actual serviceable question? What is it that for real catches your eye for a great photo when you're shooting street style?
I think it always starts with silhouette, and then everything has to be kind of validated from there. Especially in Florence, in the mornings, everything's backlit. So like at a distance, you're kind of like squinting. It's like a Sergio Leone moment, right? And it's like, what's the silhouette, right? Silhouette's good. Okay, cool. You're gonna like position a shot, and then it's like, oh, do the colors and textures come together or not?
And this is all racing through your mind in the single microsecond it takes to like shoot a photo.
Yeah, this is like
Jesus.
the cyclic rate of my goldfish brain.
I love that,
Yeah,
dude.
this is lizard brain.
Your reaction time is elite, bro.
Well, we got to ask you, what is more tragic, the front lines of the war in Ukraine, where you've posted up and shot photos, or men desperately dressing up to try and get street styled by you and your colleagues?
Morally or ethically?
Let's do both. Morally first.
Yeah, morally.
Wait, morally and ethically are kind of the same thing, no?
If you have to ask.
I think the lower echelons of street style have probably been doing it a little bit longer, so maybe that's like more depressing.
I love that we got that on the record. Thank you, Robert.
Like when you do see a guy in full peacock regalia, like what, and he's walking back and forth in front of you, like what goes through your head?
I want to know what he does when he's not here. Like
I want to know too, dude.
I want to get on that Ryanair flight and go back to that village and see if this is just something he does on weekends or if this is like a full-on persona. Like that should be a documentary.
Oh, like if he is a full-time clown or just a part-time clown.
Do you have like a favorite dude in menswear that you love to photograph that you see season after season?
Oh man. I think about that way too much.
Okay, where are we at right now?
And I've
number
never, I don't think I've ever gotten that down to like a
It's got to be shortlist,
top
right?
one. One is a guy that I've never seen at Pitti, only in New York, John Morge.
Okay.
He's just like,
What's his vibe?
he is Ralph Lauren, right? Like he's the guy, he always nails it. Not a big fashion week guy. At Pitti, Squartzy, like
Oh, yeah.
that's
Come on,
like
dude.
that's like I remember seeing photos of him before I even knew that Pitti Uomo was a trade show, not a small city in Italy. And he's still consistently just like so inspiring and always doing something a little bit different. The next
Classics
category
with
is
the
just
twist.
like the Japanese guys that come out here.
Yeah.
And it's like whether it's like Beams guys, United Arrows guys,
Kamoshita-san?
Kamashita-san is like
Goat.
For sure.
I don't even think you can't rank him 1 through 10, right?
He's
There's
zero.
some-
He's zero. He's
Top
yeah,
two.
like
He's not
Zen,
two,
Zen
dude.
zero.
He's
Yeah.
Sigma.
Yeah.
That's Sigma.
Patient zero.
Yeah.
And credit to their name. It's like a very organized and commercial thing. But the Suit Supply kids, they actually nail it.
Really?
Shut the fuck
Yeah.
up. For real?
Yeah.
But are they
Yeah,
not
like-
wearing their?
No, it's like an organized thing. Like it's planned months in
it's a
advance.
coordinated gang activity.
Yeah, but they are like young and they all do their own. They all put their own twist on
Are they
it.
Italian? Or are
No,
they from
like,
all
it's
over?
like that's kind of the interesting thing. Like they send out a pack of like 20 kids, and they're all their top sales guys from all around the world.
Oh, it's like a reward.
So like every single person is from a different country. It's like the
got it.
Suit Supply
Right.
Olympics.
You
Yeah.
sold the most polyester suits in Dallas this year,
Yeah.
so you get to go to Pitti
Yeah.
Uomo.
Yeah, the most pre-tied bow ties in your fucking region.
Hey, let's not,
his ass
let's
out
not
like a
knock
thought.
pre-tied bow ties. Those shits are hard to do.
Damn.
Well, I
Okay.
do want to say you do kind of have a Japanesey fit on yourself.
Okay.
Right? Do you ever want to like be in front of the camera as someone that gets fits off?
You are hot, bro.
For
be real.
someone who does not like being in front of the camera, it does happen sometimes. But I can't say I really enjoy it.
Really?
I like observing. I don't like being in front of the thing. Yeah, it just makes
Is that
me
like
awkward.
an ego thing or a self-confidence thing? Because you are a handsome man and
Yeah.
you get huge fits off, and people need to know this about
What
you.
trauma does this stem from?
Yeah.
The world must know, right? I think it's just a preference, right? Like I like observing and I like learning rather than being the object.
Cerebral.
Right?
You're a brainiac. I want to ask you this. As a brainiac, as someone that's in the mud, in the trenches, quite
I'm
literally,
about to
With
let
the
you down.
gas.
as a war photographer,
Yeah.
which is like, first of all, salute.
Yeah, thank you for your service.
What goes through your head when you see men in fashion take inspiration from military aesthetics and dress up as if they are themselves going to war, but instead of going to war, they're just going to a trade show?
Yeah.
It can be like anything. It can be done well and badly, and I think it's really interesting that this is like always a huge vein in menswear and men's fashion. Like it's
Stolen
never-
valor.
Yeah, it's never going away. I've only seen that once. Like I saw a kid wearing a Purple Heart once, and university, and I was like,
Trying to get street styled?
no. This is like when I was in fashion school, and I was like, yeah, don't do that.
You wore Purple Heart to
it's like,
class?
It's like a class. It's just like it's a part of what masculinity is like martialism.
Yeah.
So I'm never really I'm never offended by like the stolen valor thing. I'm more interested in seeing guys like co-opting like multicam and cryo precision stuff that's from the military than I am like dogging guys down because they never were in the military.
Right.
Like, I get it. It's a masculine thing. And if you go on the front lines of Ukraine, like those guys are also into fashion. And they like care about the latest, coolest helmet and the sickest body armor setup and like the coolest new
the loadout.
accessory.
Dude, what's your energy drink of choice? Because apparently that's a huge thing in Ukraine, right? Is like energy drinks for the soldiers.
I got to go with the Marine Corps Classic, which is a white monster.
Oh, yeah,
We
dude.
call that cracking a UAV.
A
Yeah.
white monster.
Dudes drink white monster till they become one. Shout out Alex, all-time tweet.
I feel like that comes as like a package set with like chewing tobacco. But yeah.
Wait, so these dudes, like their loadout, like their gear heads for actual gear. I mean, that's such like a man, like under the hood mentality, right? Cars, watches,
Yeah.
weapons,
But
Johns.
but it's like it's the same as fashion brands, right? Like they'll know who makes it, they know the niche stuff, right? The last unit I embedded with showed up to jump in the back of the truck to go to their frontline position, right? And I had a acronym J18 Gore-Tex jacket on right underneath my body armor.
Lit.
And the first thing, like none of these guys really speak English. The first thing one of them said was like, he points at me and he's like, Gore-Tex, sick. And I was like, okay, cool. I guess we're in. That's our
Hell
in.
yeah.
Like they know, Gore-Tex from like
That's
the utilitarian.
camaraderie.
Yeah. Shit's about to be
standpoint.
illegal, dude.
What's your
Yeah.
what's your call name? Your call sign?
Are
you allowed to say
it? So I had two. Broadsword 3-0 and
Broadsword 3-0. Fire.
Yeah.
Fire.
And then Stingray 3-0.
Why 3-0? Is that
Within, so this is inside of Force Recon in the Marine Corps. You've got call signs inside of your team.
okay?
So 3-1 would be your team leader, 3-2 would be your assistant team leader, and then 3-0 is like your communicator.
Got
And
it.
I was the communicator, so that was my
You are a good communicator, so that kind of tracks. What was it again? What was it? The call sign?
It was Stingray and Broadsword.
Broadsword, dude.
How long would the average menswear guy last in war?
Oh,
Like minutes or
Hours?
A few days?
Yeah,
like probably microseconds. But actually, like I think it really just comes down to personality, and there's different personalities like within the fashion world, right?
Yeah.
And like some people, at the end of the day, it's actually like a high stress, high performance job, and
Honestly,
some people would
dude.
be super good at it.
Get your steps in.
The best fixer I've ever worked with is a fashion producer who was doing like videos and huge production photo
Get it
shoots
right.
for like
They
Vogue.
get it done.
And like I did not expect this girl to like perform under pressure, and she just like 100%.
The female Winston Wolf, dude.
Yeah.
Bring her in, clean up the mess.
So you've been entrenched in a different type of battle, which is just the scrum of photographers outside Pitti Uomo for a day and a half now. What's been the best fit that you've seen so far at Pitti Uomo?
Oh man. I never know until I've like done my edit and look back on it, because it's just like so much information overload.
So you don't check at the end of the day.
I do like to make sure like all the photos there and everything's imported, but it's just like it's so much mentally to download. I don't feel like that's settled until a few days later.
How many photos did you take yesterday, roughly?
1,400.
Wow.
I think.
Which
Jesus Christ.
you're fully in shooter mode before you, like it doesn't even clock in your brain.
Yeah.
Like nothing's stuck with you yet?
No, like the little details will like stand out, but you
Okay.
need to like reflect a little bit to let that sort
Sure,
of
yeah, of course.
settle and
Yeah.
like get like a clear, like something clear that, stands out.
If you could take the fit pic of anyone in history, who would it be? I know you
This
thought-
is like a low ball and it's right on the nose, but it's what I want to say.
Oh, Hitler, for sure, right?
T. Lawrence
Lawrence
of Arabia.
Yeah.
There's like there's very few photos of the guy, and they're always like in his sort of native costume or like military uniform. There's nothing of like what the guy wore,
Like his
day to
personal
day.
style.
I think I actually wanted to say Hemingway to that, but there's like thousands of photos of the guy.
Yeah, that's been well documented, done
Yeah.
and dusted. We're
Right.
going Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah.
In his real shit, not in like the costume regalia.
I think like literally anything the guy would wear would be really interesting.
What do you think he wore, if you had to guesstimate?
I have like a sort of like British like lounge suits, but with a lot of like Klimt influence, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's a weird guy. It was probably nuts.
yeah, definitely.
Damn, dude.
I want to ask you a very brave question. Did Instagram save street style or did Instagram ruin street style?
I think it's safe.
As a street style photographer.
Yeah, like as something that's always going to go in cycles. It definitely saved it and then made it commercially viable for a period of time, and then it just exponentially increased the rate of its own destruction. So it's like Kali, it's like
catch-22.
the creator and the destroyer all in one.
The snake sucking its own dick.
Yeah. And now it's kind of like, well, everyone can do this with an iPhone. So like, why do I need this?
But also, do people now dress up crazier because they're constantly potentially being street style because everyone has a camera in their pocket?
Yeah, that's true. Like it's a more known thing, but like all those people from my perspective, like they're on their own fashion journey, and like this is just going to push them through it to something real faster. It's kind of like a shot Korean Fashion Week like 6 or 7 times, and it's one of the few places I've gone that I've like never published photos from.
Oh,
It's
really?
just nothing there.
Just for you.
No. I did it for British GQ. Just nothing there excited me.
Oh, okay.
And it was like everyone was doing this as a performance, and they didn't really know like the brands that they were wearing.
Oh, shit.
And it was very like everyone was doing it, but it was like copy and paste. So there's a lot of that now because like street style is so much in people's comprehension. But those guys are either going to lose interest faster and like just not do it anymore, or they're going to get educated to the point of finding something real that'll be interesting.
The style journey that you're talking about, right, that some people are stumbling through, are you like, when you're taking photos, right, and obviously there's people who you're not going to shoot, how judgmental are you in that moment when you, or do they not even like register? They're not even people to you? Like, or are you like,
As you know, as a guy who thinks that like beauty is a moral good, I try to like tone that back really, really, really hard because it just like puts you mentally in a negative place.
Sure.
I'm just remembering like this is
stop hating, Lawrence.
This is the weird thing that I like obsess over, and I'm not really in a place to like judge every other person
That's your job.
into it. Yeah, no, it's like it's my job and I've been doing it for a long time. No, but like my internal mental dialogue is like pretty cruel.
good for you, man.
Yeah.
Did the ubiquity of the camera, aka the iPhone, did that almost like weed out street style photographers that are just like the whack ones are like, well, now you just are shooting what everyone can shoot and you have to actually be skilled and have the eye to actually stand out and have this as a viable career?
Yeah, I mean, every time in photography, there's new mass access to technology, right? It always brings a ton of fresh faces on. And then everyone has to like work harder to differentiate.
Right.
So at the end of the day, I think it's really great. And if like the iPhone 15 is actually fantastic for photos. And if you go out and just want to use that, you're going to do absolutely fine.
Do you ever shoot street style with your phone?
For myself, yeah, absolutely. And I'll do like little like fit videos and stuff like that. It's also one of my all-time favorite photos was off like an iPhone 8.
Damn.
Because I was in a bazaar in Istanbul and it was like so pressed with people that you were just getting pushed with the crowd.
Yeah.
And there was this girl with this amazing fit who kept looking back at me and I like literally couldn't get my camera up. So I like slid my phone out of my pocket and just like randomly
Not creepy at all,
shots.
by the way. Totally
Yeah,
normal.
no, not at all.
So you don't always just have the bazooka on you, right, is what you're saying?
No, normally I'm using like a smaller Leica actually. Did
you get a number?
This is for the Olympics.
Did you get the Turkish girl's number?
No Habibi numbers. Okay. No. Habibti, sorry.
What's the favorite photograph of yours that you've ever taken?
Oh man. There was a older guy sitting on the edge of the Kabul River in Kabul. I photographed him twice. I met him a few times, and like that guy will always be my personal definition of what style is and what also like being chic is.
Interesting.
Do you like to have a personal relationship with your subjects, or does that sometimes ruin the mystique? Like this guy, like you're obviously like, you know, enraptured clearly, but like if you had to choose, this is like I'd rather not spoil the.
I think most of the time I'd rather not.
Mystery.
I'd rather not know because it is kind of about that initial interaction.
That is the interaction, right? The acknowledgement of the camera.
But like positionally, like you're gonna have to talk to people after you take a photo, especially like in Afghanistan. I had to learn how to handle it. I had to learn a little bit of the language. Like that's not a place where you can just like bang out a photo and then like run off. That's
unless she's a hot girl in Istanbul, in case I don't want to. That's girls are scary.
Yeah.
Men would rather go to the front lines of a war than get a number from a cute little Habibti.
Women are terrifying. Yeah, that's a whole different level of adrenaline rush.
Well, Robert, we want to thank you for coming on to the only podcast that matters and taking time off from your actual job.
Thank you.
We're going to get you back there so that you can flick up all the crazy, absurd, amazing fits that are parading through Pitti Uomo. Thank you for coming on to the only podcast that matters.
Appreciate
thank
man.
you for having me out there, and I hope you guys get to break away and
so that you can take our photo, right? Obviously.
Exactly.
Thanks.
I would have dressed up
not
better
and make you feel bad.
Thank you, Robert.
Appreciate you, man.
Jacob Gallagher, live from Pitti Uomo with the motherfucking boys on the only podcast that matters. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
We're so fucking back, baby.
You're wearing the same shirt that you wore last night. Interesting.
We've now recorded in 3 different cities, I guess.
2 continents.
Oh, Milano.
2 continents, 3 different cities.
Yeah.
All right. First question.
I'm not wearing the same shirt as I was wearing.
Is this a
last
question that you're about to ask? Yeah, it is. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Great
I know how to
podcasting.
do this. Jacob, did you bring my apology gift for being a bad podcaster and even worse of a friend to you?
I did not bring it, but I still appreciate the gift.
Have
very
you worn
much.
the auto hat? I got
I've
you.
never
So we have
worn
matching
it.
hats.
Never worn it.
I think you wore it the night I gave it to you just to make me feel good.
I did.
Thank you, dude. Okay. Just wanted to clear the air.
Are you not wearing it because you don't like the hat or because it represents like a terrible 3 hours of your life?
if I may, the hat shape is more your tastes
for
than my
pea-brain.
tastes. I like it closer to my dome, and this is a little poofy.
Very
at the
tall,
front.
very tall.
It's a pseudo trucker, I would say, in a way. Am I supposed to be looking at the camera?
No, you're
Where am
talking
I
to
supposed-
us.
And by the way, I want the hat back.
You can have the hat back. That's fine.
All right, my question.
Yes, please.
Let's talk menswear tennis rankings. Who are the top 5 right now? Because there's a is that group DM still happening? What's going
I
on?
love that you're asking me this because you know that I've said that you are the best of the menswear people that I've played against.
All right,
I
thank
don't,
you,
I don't know if
Jacob.
that's true. I don't know if that's true.
done.
Well, okay, so you are. I will say who I've played against.
Okay.
I think it goes probably you.
I'm Sinner.
I guess yeah. You're as we speak. You're Yannick Sinner within the menswear universe. You then probably Noah. Though Noah claims that the day that I played with him, he was having a really off day.
Okay, yeah, sure. My shoulder hurts.
dude.
And then, so probably you, Noah, and Nathan are all in a certain cluster. I would say
We're like the
being
big three?
very similar.
We're like Novak, Rafa, Fed. And then who's number 4? Let's do 4. Who's 4 and 5?
And you're Andy Roddick.
And then I think that but this is
He's
just
Andy Murray. Sorry.
That's what I meant.
Keep going.
Do you
4
want
and
me
5.
to answer?
Yeah.
But then this is just who I've played against. So then
Right.
I would say like I'm better than Bijan.
Okay.
I beat Bijan more often than I lose.
Damn.
Way more often than I lose to Bijan.
Oh, way more often.
Yeah,
bro.
at this point, yeah. I'm
Bijan
beating
has a
him
much
more
cooler
often.
head on the court.
I'm fine on the court
Dude.
of late.
How many times you're like Lawrence at a restaurant? You've been asked to keep it down.
Okay, that was not fair though. Because, like,
Wait, were you having a bad day?
I was actually not even having a bad day. The guy this passerby told me that I was being too loud when I hit the ball.
Like you're grunting?
Like that?
Like I was in an intense rally
Oh.
and this, I got a couple in there.
You're
and-
grunting.
You're on your
Anyway.
Carlito shit. All right, let's talk fashion. This is our first time on the men's fashion circuit in Europe, doing like the whole shebang,
Okay.
the whole sheboing boing. What advice do you have for 2 doe-eyed rookies?
I'll go to bed as early as you possibly can every
Okay,
day.
what other advice do you have?
No, actually, like applicable to us.
Don't drink a lot.
I mean, it's a marathon, right? Like you gotta pace yourself.
I think it's important to stay well hydrated and to get as much sleep as possible. To check your email. I think I always forget to check my email while I'm over here.
Is that why your boss called you in the middle of happy hour last night?
That was actually not my boss. That was a coworker, and it
Got
was.
You're forgetting the most important thing, the fuel that keeps all of us going. Gossip.
Yeah, I mean, the gossip hasn't hit that hard yet here.
Y'all were yapping last night, dude. We were like, what are these guys even on right now?
Yeah, but that's just par for the course. You put us all together, and all we're going to do is
That's true.
discuss who's going to
next up.
design Givenchy and what's coming.
Yeah.
Next up, for real, for real.
Yeah.
Yo, is Streetwear dead?
My man's wearing a Stussy shirt. Okay, while we're here though, we were talking about the inconvenience of the gigantic conference table. What are your pet peeves about Europe? I know you're a big pet peeve guy.
The basic, I think it's the same one I said when we spoke in Milan.
Which was what? Remind us.
That they don't give you enough water here.
Yeah.
That getting water is a real difficult endeavor. when
no
you're at
one
a
on this
restaurant.
continent is hydrated. It's bizarre.
But bottled water's cheap.
Other pet peeves. I don't. I mean, the traffic is truly terrible here. Not in Florence, but
Right, we were
like
walking
it's
here.
bad, and I've already been warned that it's very bad in Paris.
Paris, it's fucking. Well, what about congestion pricing? Did that not work?
Well, I believe in congestion pricing, but
Well, you have
personally,
Ethically, morally.
not. I mean, I don't know if ethically or morally, but I think that congestion pricing is a good solve for public transportation funding problems.
Do you have a personal driver while you're here?
Not while I'm here.
Where do you have one?
But when we leave here. Yeah.
Would you say personal?
Will you have one in Paris?
I will have one in Paris.
So you're part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
How,
Take a
how,
bike, bro.
how well are you tipping?
It's actually to be totally honest, I don't deal with it. It's my
That was
coworker
a trick
from
question.
the
They don't tip in
magazine.
Europe, so you don't have to worry about it, bro.
Okay, anyway.
All right. Something we've kind of noticed.
nice to me. We're hanging out, dude.
Yeah. Something we've noticed this year,
Yes.
right? We're halfway through 2024. There haven't really been dominant trends or even that many like micro trends, right? Are we living in a post-trend world?
Okay, so
And you guys should start thinking your answer too, because I'm asking the same question.
Okay, so I think that I wrote this article recently about shorts.
Yes, I was in it.
That we spoke with, and
You're welcome.
our conversation, and then what a few other people said, I think kind of has rung out in my head, and I've been thinking about it a lot. Where it's like we're heading back intensely toward the like everything is on the table moment. And if you look around at Pitti, one, I think walking the fair for the past couple of days, things have really stagnated trend-wise. Like nothing new seems to be arising. Nothing new is breaking through. But you look at the pants and people are wearing a pretty large swath, let's say, of pant shapes out here. And, when I would come here in the early years, so I've been coming to Pitti for 8 years or so, 8 or 9 years. So in those early years, everything was really slim. Like you could very clearly tell like that was what was.
I could see your calf through your trousers.
That was what people were really
Like
being
skinny
told.
jeans or like Euro cut or both?
No, like that slim, tailoring. I mean, here it's very, very slim tailoring. And now we've really seen, I think, a broadening of that. And so I think that really illuminates how we are back in this moment of like anything is possible, anything's on the table. Now, what I will say is it's been on my mind that like, and Lawrence and I have disagreed about, I think that Lawrence is actually right that this was not a very good fit particularly, but like the Drake pants photo and everyone being obsessed with it, I think is interesting, if only in terms of like, it shows how hungry we are for like someone to do something.
Champagne Poppy, not Drake's Diary.
For
a second, I was like, wait, what Drake pants are you talking about?
Not the brand,
Drake's,
the
rapper's
Drake.
pants. Yeah.
And it was, the thing that clicked to me was not necessarily us bozos talking about it in our group chat, but it was like all my coworkers on Slack who don't really look at menswear that often.
Yeah.
They were all like, I'm into these pants. And I was like, why are you so obsessed with this?
Yo, walk on with the pant size
I think
ting.
part of it is just that they looked very cartoonish in a way.
Yes.
But part of it is
Well,
that
he was
he's-
like Captain Hepburn.
but part of it is that this is a famous person doing something. And so we're able to say, hey, this is a famous person doing something, as opposed to like the way most celebrities look on the red carpet.
Sure.
Or when we see them in daily life, which is not a way that like is interesting or saying something about like how we might dress. That one clicked for some reason. And because basically what's really lacking right now in terms of trend is someone to tell us
An authority.
We are really
It's not
in a
Drizzy
moment.
Drake.
Well, it might be.
He's like fucking,
At
broadcasting
least in this
something with those
situation,
pants.
he was making people think and assess pant width and pant
I
size.
saw a guy wearing straight up pantaloons, like actual white pantaloons yesterday.
He looked like a World War I pilot.
Yeah, but you have to bear in mind, people come here and they basically just Halloween. Like
Right.
this is the Met Gala for dudes that like all they do all year is sit at their computer thinking about tailoring and pick stitching.
Lawrence doesn't dress like a ska band member 365 days a year.
Dude, this is the Met Gala for dudes rocking, and I happen to be in the pit, dude. I'm fucking going hard.
Will your listeners know what Lawrence actually has looked like?
Why don't you tell the listeners at home what Lawrence...
I have pictures.
how
They're
the
all getting dumped, bro. Don't worry. And by that, I mean post
I think my first read was the best, which was, did you get that suit at the Paramus Goodwill?
Yeah, you did say that. I want to go back to not shitting on me.
Let's
And I want
rip
to
this
talk.
out. Let's rip this
I
out.
want to talk about your everything on the table metaphor, right?
Yeah.
Are you glass half full in that? Okay, because boom, everything is on the table. People will have, and there's no one leading the pack or whatever the way that you said it, where it's like, okay, I got to figure this out myself. I actually got to fucking try. I can't just copy and paste somebody else. Or is it like now this is a gluttonous thing and there's just too many options?
Oh,
because the whole table's set.
I think we need more arbiters. I think that there needs to be, God, that's, all your listeners are going to be like, of course, Jacob Gallagher said we need more arbiters.
We need more paywalls.
I think that it's good when people are, there is a little bit more direction in it's not so much the tail wagging the dog. Like I think that right now what brands are responding to is basically, we don't know what the consumer wants. The consumer seems all over the place. We're going to give them everything. And that's not, that basically begs the question, why should brands exist then? Like, why should these companies be making clothes then if they're not giving a point of view? True. If they're not offering something that says like, this is where we're standing. This is what we specialize in. And you really see that with brands right now where it's like, they're kind of proud to offer everything. And I don't love that. I'm like, I think you should try to limit what you're putting out there so that people understand what they should be buying a little bit better, if that's what they want to do. If they're keen on buying.
You're telling me that the brand Virgil Abloh Vision Always is not pushing people in the right direction?
Bravo.
I don't know if I consider that that's not a brand. That's that's just Drake.
That's a guy
making clothes for. That seems to be a guy making clothes for Drake.
That is a Nepo homie.
It's interesting that Drake didn't think that those pants were on the market because like those pants definitely he could have found something like that.
Yeah,
So
they would have been hemmed
they would've-
properly.
Yeah.
they would have been head mainer probably, which is what I thought they were initially.
They
addition
need to be hemmed majorly.
In addition to brands just like putting everything out there, do you think there's also a sense of, like you said, there's no one necessarily like offering direction or guidance? Because there used to be like celebrities, right? Were kind of like the arbiters of like trends and taste, but now everyone's a celebrity. Or maybe even it's like people are taking style direction from a 19-year-old fucking idiot on TikTok that their brain has not fully developed yet, right? So it's like, oh, that's the guy that I'm gonna like. We were fucking sitting at dinner last night with one of these guys. And I was like, this guy?
No, that guy's a skateboarder.
Well, also,
You had very bad tattoos.
I would say I think that not to seize on the TikTok thing, but I think I've been thinking a little bit more about like why people turn to those TikTok folks and like what they're kind of getting out of that. Because
they're hot.
But what and we've talked about this before is those guys are all kind of offering very, very similar advice. Like everyone is very high on this like newsletter moment, this TikTok moment, but a lot of the advice is coming across the same because the advice is kind of the most palatable version of an upgrade that exists. So like the TikTok guys,
vintage Levi's,
like-
holy shit.
like
so it's aspirational?
not to just cite my own, but like I wrote this article about kind of the unbutton, the good boy polo,
The split neck.
the Johnny collar, the split neck polo, and that the moment I started looking at them and trying to find out like, oh, like what brands make them, and then you'd go to the tag photos, and it was just like a million TikTokers like all recommending the same polo like over and over again.
Is it payola?
And I think what it is just like it's an easy upgrade where it's like you can kind of say to people, hey, move off this thing, and it feels revolutionary to some people. So then they start following, and you're able to grab an audience quicker with that stuff than you are with a radical proposition. And so I think that we are seeing a homogeneity across the recommendation sphere where like, yeah, I think it's more like, and I'm not saying everyone on TikTok or everyone that's like in the newsletter world, the recommendation world is like that, but I think we're seeing a lot of copycatting just by nature of what those things can do and because they want to build an audience.
Hear me out. It's a polo, but no button. It's a tweak on
it's a
some
classic with a twist.
Wait, did you come
classic
up
with a twist?
You came up with the phrase "good boy" shirt.
did, yeah.
So is the trend dressing like a good boy? Is that like this menswear revival thing that's happening?
I think it is. I think it's like it's kind of almost a new, as much as this term is really vilified, it's a new metrosexual moment with a different skinning on it where it's, it's clothes that are like, I think in that article, I use the term like kind of showing like a PG level amount of skin. Like it's like you're doing something, but you're not doing too much.
Right.
And people are very conscious of that and conscientious of that. But I think that there is something, certainly a lot of these things are taken from gay culture and then repackaged to be palatable to straight men. And I think a lot of these trends we've seen that happen with, that term feels so retrograde, but it's interesting that to me, a lot of the steps that have made these things trendy, like you said, like the vintage Levi's thing and like certain, like, these kind of pseudo revealing shirts, these things are kind of, it is a little bit metrosexual to me.
It's like meet the girlfriend's parents type.
It's total meet the parents. It's total
fit,
like,
dude.
So
like-
so if a lot of these trends come from obviously a lot of culture originates in like gay culture and then is ruined by the straights, the heteros. Explain boat shoes then, because the gays do not fuck with boat shoes.
well, boat
even on Fire Island.
boat shoes, I think is again very similar to what I was saying about brands feeling like they need to offer every option. I think that for brands that offer a wide variety of shoes, let's say, like let's set aside the Sperry's of the world and the what's the other brand? Sabagos of the world for a second.
Sebago?
But like I think you look at a brand like, let's say Prada or you look at, even Our Legacy, like they offer the boot, the loafer, the funk, the weird running sneaker, the mule. They offer all these things, and so it's almost like, okay, we've now arrived at boat shoe. Like
it's the last one.
We've iterated on so many things, and now here's this other thing.
I think
can
that's why
iterate
the
on
road
now.
probably also dropped boat shoes because like what else is there to fucking make?
I think that's true. I think like we just arrived at that point, and then I think brands like Sperry, like when I spoke to Sperry, Sperry was in a very bad moment in terms of just their business. Like they basically, it had gone completely, it had tanked, and they're trying to work their way back.
Was this after they got bought?
And they did get bought by ABG, I believe. So this was prior to them getting bought. Their sales were way down. They got bought by ABG. And so now you can see people working to make this thing happen again, and they are getting it on the right people. They're getting it in front of people, and it's making people think like, oh, boat shoes are out there, when I think really they're not really. I mean, I can tell you, like, I've seen a lot more, pantaloons, as you said, or whatever.
No,
the
guy was literally wearing pantaloons. I'm not kidding. They're pantaloons. Like they had like fucking bunched at the ankle.
Like you guys
He
walked
looks like
around,
a World War I Indian
but
soldier.
you guys walked around the fair. Like, did you see mad people in boat shoes?
Hell no.
Like,
You know why? 'Cause
that's
boat shoes
it's not a real
I
trend.
saw more Hogans than boat shoes, brother.
It's. I still stand by that this hasn't really clicked.
So
in.
is that not the media's fault? And I'm not saying that you are part of the problem, but like, so you're saying it's a fake trend that was created.
In my defense, the article I wrote was basically saying that it was a fake trend.
You're questioning the validity
It
of this
effectively
moment.
was questioning the validity of it.
Moment.
So the
in
trend is
quotes.
really just like, okay, what hasn't popped recently? Let's just do that.
I mean, you look around at what brands offer, and these larger luxury brands, these larger brands, they offer almost every version of like of a shoe, of a short, of a pant. Like they're offering everything now, and you have to do that in a way if you want to be a brand at a certain scale. Like it was interesting to me looking at like Loro Piana, because I hadn't seen a Loro Piana boat shoe, but in my mind I was like, they must offer a boat shoe.
Right.
Summer walks, open
if they've
walks
gone from
are
the open walks, and like they know the open walk guy might have bought 17 different colors of open walks, and now what are they going to buy next? And so they're like, here's a boat shoe. Of course, Loro Piana offered a boat shoe in like every color
do they
they do
call
the
it?
open walk in. They
Water walk.
Bought the
It's
shoe.
not the boardwalk, but it was something along those lines. It was something along
the
those.
dock walk?
It might have been the summer walk or something like that.
Summer
But-
Walker?
Yeah, summer walker. But yeah,
Shout out Summer Walker.
no summer walk. Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, Lawrence showed us, he flashed some boat shoeage that he's wearing right now, the fake trend. And I think he packed 3 pairs of boat shoes for this trip.
Do it. And one
Well,
our Salmon almost city
Well,
moccasins.
we know that Lawrence is so easily swayed by free product. I mean, if you give Lawrence something for free, he's
Ding, ding,
going
ding,
to
ding,
wear
ding.
it. He's going to endorse it.
Listen.
He's going to be quoted in multiple publications saying it rocks.
No one could be mean to,
He is the compromat payola.
I
pathway.
am for sale.
yeah. No one can be mean to Lawrence on this podcast except for me, okay?
No,
off
are you
mic,
kidding me? He is allowed to be so.
Oh,
mean
you're
to
right.
me,
You're right.
'cause
He has carte blanche.
I have compromat.
But so if
What'd you
Lawrence,
just call me?
I called you white map. If Lawrence is going to be wearing, whatever fucking micro trend is of the moment, what is the one piece of clothing you packed for Fashion Month that you're going to wear the most? I already see that you've got 2 wears out of this Stussy mountain wear.
I
t-shirt.
wasn't
That's
wearing.
fake news, bro.
I
He
wasn't
didn't-
wearing this.
He wasn't wearing it
yesterday.
last night. It
You weren't?
was
No.
a different T-shirt.
It was a
Okay.
different T-shirt.
Okay, so what are you going to be wearing the most?
My T-shirt last night was gray. I will probably actually be wearing that T-shirt the most. It's a gray linen old Comme des Garçons T-shirt.
I know you get a lot of run out of that Supreme suit.
The Supreme suit, yeah, I will probably wear that again in Paris, but I don't like to. I don't like to wear clothes without washing them. I wash my clothes probably too much. I find it. I don't like.
Yeah,
the-
this guy wear-
I don't
this
like
guy-
the feeling of re-wearing.
Dude,
like,
same. I'm
pants.
I'm
I
right
don't
there
like
with you.
it.
Except for like the morning bummy fit. I'll throw on the shirt from like
yeah,
3
of
days
course,
ago.
of course.
Yeah.
The one trend I'm seeing actually that I think all 3 of you guys were doing last night is like a t-shirt or a knit underneath a blazer.
Yeah.
A lot of that at Cucinelli. But
Yeah.
like that's kind of what I'm seeing is like the one fucking
Is
trend.
that a trend or is that just like how to style a suit?
I mean, that's just how I feel most comfortable in a suit right now.
It's like extreme relaxed tailoring though.
Like
a t-shirt under a
that's,
blazer.
that Supreme pinstripe suit that I have. Like I the first time I wore it to a wedding with a proper button up and a tie, and I really looked like Lawrence does today. Like I looked like I would be
Like a fucking
like
hobo.
trying to- I looked very zoot
Where you got to
suity.
roast a can of beans over an open fire.
He told me the first thing he said to me when he saw me yesterday is, "You look like a Depression era hobo."
Just hop in the rails.
Which I was like, thank you for placing this hobo in a time and place.
This land is my land.
You're doing your thing. Yeah, that's just how I like to wear a suit. I mean, I think Sam is to my right, and Sam, I think, pulls off the tie, the button up, like for me right now, I just don't feel super comfortable in it. It feels like I'm trying a little too much, but because it's not what I've been wearing for the past little bit. So,
but the t-shirt under the blazer,
big fan.
I'm into it.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Take that one and put it in your pipe and smoke it, kids.
Put that in your pocket square. What's been the best fit you've seen in Florence so far?
Ooh. Not limited to Pitti, just like anything.
Because you love photographing old people without their consent and posting them on the internet.
He really does. You need to let people know. Dude.
Yeah, you know, people are posting on Instagram like, Instagram, you don't have my permission to use my photographs for AI.
Bro,
old people should be like, Jacob Gallagher, you don't have permission to post my fit.
It's fucking elder abuse, dude.
We were talking, and I did see this guy walk by, and I'm looking at the photo I took.
Let's
right now,
see.
and I did like panic to take this photo, and he's wearing like what looks like a bootleg Italian football track jacket that for some reason had like a skull on the front, and then
it's not Kappa, it's Bappa.
These like yellow, blue, navy, and red kind of like ski pants that almost look like they would be like Tommy Hilfiger, but they say ski dope across the legs. And then he was wearing, and it's quite hot here today, and he was wearing a beanie. Like this was really
God. This is in Pitti.
This was in Pitti.
This dude is a,
and he has
this is a lord. This is a lord. That's amazing.
He has an
amazing.
Apple Watch with a gigantic gold bracelet.
Yeah,
ski
gold
dope.
strap.
That sounds like a different type of snow, brother.
Yeah, he's wearing like.
I wouldn't know anything about that. But
that's a fit, dude.
What are the
this was really good. But then
what was that Italian sneaker brand that was really hot in like 2012?
Are you thinking of Hogan?
Oh,
No.
they look like Creative Rex, kind of.
Yeah.
He's wearing
Or Supras.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But then, like, I don't know. We just talked to Gautier. Gautier looked great.
Oh, always.
Always. And, I saw Nick Wooster. He was wearing some insane, like, mesh shirt with
He looked
a
great.
That
blazer
blazer
had-
is capital.
That blazer was amazing. It had
had
instead of elbow patches, it just had no elbows.
Yeah, and just a very
incredible
loose gauge mesh tank top.
Yeah, he always can do something just
he's
perfect.
earned that, right?
I love it. It's great.
Yeah, that's the only piece of capital
But then,
I've ever seen. that doesn't
everyone,
have bones
it's
on
funny.
it.
Like we saw Gautier, and then everyone's just a Gautier clone. I don't understand this thing with the Italian guys. This pant fit that's like the pleats, and then I guess the carrot fit. They are hanging on to this carrot fit, and I
What is
can't
the
stand.
carrot fit?
It's like when it's
carrot,
pleated,
carrot.
when
Yeah,
it's
carrot.
pleated, and then it tapers,
Right.
and this looks awful. And it's varying degrees of drop crotch. This seems to really exist here centrally, and I don't
Just
get
at
it.
the fortress.
I think maybe just at the, honestly, I don't really see it otherwise, but these
And we're going
guys
to talk
love
other
it.
European cities with Matthieu. Okay, but going back to you for a second.
Yeah.
If you could swap suitcases with anyone for the rest of Fashion Month and sizing is not a factor, who's it going to be?
Ooh, sizing's not a factor.
Yeah, this is a good question. I wrote it.
Whose shit you want?
Did you just? Oh,
He knows who.
Matthieu was like me. Me.
Probably Matthieu. He's
Really?
Yeah. We have similar
All
style.
right, pretend he's not in the room. Pretend we're not potting with an audience.
Okay.
Lawrence?
No, what was it? My shit actually fit you properly.
Yeah, if I could get everything Lawrence has tailored so it actually fits.
So you're not a Gap commercial from 1990?
How many pairs of boat shoes do you need?
Well, no, the obvious answer is Jian because Jian just has the most
Every piece of
shit.
clothing.
1/3 of his shit got stolen, so.
But then he immediately went to the Prada outlet and bought all this stuff.
No, he went to the mall, not the.
He went to the
he's
mall.
staying at Prada
He went to
outlet
the
for-
other
for-
outlet.
Yeah.
He went to the mall and it was going down.
No, that's
Word
the-
to young
that-
jock.
That's the obvious answer because he just
Jian?
has the
He has
most
everything.
stuff. He's got everything.
You could get the Throwing Fits Friends and Family Gazelles.
I get, yeah, sure.
Oh, fuck you, bitch.
That's, yeah, no.
You know
Oh,
you
wow.
want it.
All right, you're out of here, dude. You're done.
You know you
You're
want
done.
it. Yeah,
I
we're
love
done
you
here.
guys.
All right.
We're done here.
What
Who's
a
next?
pleasure.
Who's next? Is it Sam or is it Matthieu?
All right.
Thank you, Jacob.
Later,
A
Jacob.
pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Nicholson Wooster. How the hell are you?
Old.
Old, horny. How many handshakes, how many dabs have you given while in Pitti Uomo?
As few as possible.
But you must be the most popular man here.
I don't think so.
You walked in complaining about your popularity immediately.
Oh, come on.
I think it's just people who think like, oh, there's that short old faggot. Like, let's get a picture of him.
Who's more popular, you or Brunello Cucinelli? Come on.
100% Brunello.
Come on.
Are you a billionaire like Brunello?
Nick, first question
I'm
I
a
want to ask you.
thousandaire.
Nice.
Old money thousandaire.
First question I want to ask you, how many pieces of luggage did you bring?
So shockingly, to Pitti, to Florence, I brought one.
You're lying.
One. I have a second bag in Milan that will be for those days.
How big is this one suitcase, though?
They're the biggest size trunk that
There it is. You're a size queen.
I am. Size matters,
And how
I am a
many-
huge size queen.
What percentage of the clothing that you brought do you think you'll actually wear?
I mean, of the underwear, socks, and t-shirts, 100.
Right.
Because it's schwitzy.
Yeah.
Of the rest, 50.
50%.
Yeah.
So
So I
you're
like
an
having
you
choices.
overpack by double.
Yeah.
Do you plan your fits ahead of time?
100% no. I just bring shit and hope it all goes together.
That's the gym
That's the way to
method.
do it. That's the way to do it. Yeah, that's what I do.
I mean, having to plan an outfit is like the most ridiculous thing in the world. I do not
Agreed.
know how I'm going to feel.
Yeah.
And of course, I've made mistakes along the way because you bring something and you're like, oh, fuck, I wish I had blank to go with that.
What's the worst fit you've ever worn at Pitti Uomo? Or looking back, you're like, oh, fuck, why did I do that?
I mean, there's so many. The thing is, what I've learned now with sort of like 12 years, 14 years under my belt of doing this continuously, if you skew classic, it will stand the test of time way better than if you skew trendy.
Yeah.
So mesh tank top, cut the elbows out of your sport coat, and wear a handkerchief.
But it's a navy jacket
No,
and
I know.
chino
You look
bottom.
fantastic.
Yeah. Is it, how much calm are you wearing? Is this calm?
Yeah.
So it's 0% comb.
Really?
It's capital,
Ooh.
unused, Charvet, color, Brenson.
A lot of Japanese brands. But it's I see. We didn't know it's capital because there were no bones or bandana print on it.
I was looking for more bone embroidery.
But it's the capital that no one would buy.
Exactly.
And that's just why.
No one but
And that's
A
the Nick.
genius.
That's the Nick Wooster difference, right?
Well, the thing is, like, I just gravitate to weird shit. Actually,
It's a bit queer.
it's very they them.
he's a non-binary dresser, folks.
100%. So Mr. Carino from United Arrows asked me about the jacket too, because he was like, oh, what is that? And I'm like, it's capital. And even he was like, oh, because I like things that are based in something classic,
Right.
but turned on their head, which is why for me, Comme des Garçons is the most important designer in menswear, because she uses English fabric. It's always based in something classic, and then it's twisted.
Right.
And
Love that.
For me, that's
Twisted for real.
Twisted.
What percentage of your wardrobe is Japanese and what percentage would be Italian?
it's overwhelmingly Japanese, but it's not because I love Japan.
And you're a short
and
king.
it's built right. It's built for my frame.
Yeah.
And that's, listen, people ask about like dressing and, whatever. And if you, once you can figure out your body type, and in my case, it's vertically challenged and a little bit thick.
Yeah.
Jacked.
Yeah.
You do have cakes. You're caked up.
Yeah, dude.
You
Yeah,
know,
you get a BBL, dude?
excuse me?
Did you get a Brazilian butt lift?
Like Drake.
No, it's called Barry's Boot Camp.
BBL Nikki.
BBC.
Seriously.
Wait, so you're
And Ozempic.
you're built for Japanese clothing, built for pleasure and speed.
Exactly.
Are you more popular? We were talking about your popularity. Are you, because like you're the most popular guy here, Pitti Uomo, are you more popular in Italy or in Japan and Asia?
Well, in Italy, I would be most popular at Pitti, but
Right.
nowhere else.
Okay.
I mean, fucking Prada won't invite me to their show, but
Call them out, damn.
but like,
You got a week. Muccia, you got a week.
You know
You're on
what?
notice.
Bona Fortuna. Like, it gives me more time to like jerk off.
True.
Or hook up.
This is true. Although the Italian Wi-Fi with porn,
Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
You have to do cellular. Like,
do you jerk off to GIFs, or do you pre-download all your porn like onto the iPad ahead of time, like movies on a flight?
I have a lot downloaded.
Really?
A GIF isn't long enough for me. I
No,
need a
that's
little
fair.
exposition and
Exactly.
Right. You needed some narrative,
some plot,
some build up.
some storyline, some character development.
Yeah, exactly.
How's Grindr in Florence?
I mean, it's fine. Sniffies is where it's at.
That's what I heard. Sniffies is the new one, right?
Yeah.
The hot shit.
Fuck Grindr, fuck Scruffies. It's Sniffies.
Sniffies.
What are you sniffing out here in Florence?
Well,
Butthole.
I want to ask you this.
mostly Americans.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the statue of David's shrimp dick an accurate representation of Florentine hogs?
No.
Really?
No.
We're hung over here.
Yeah.
Uncut too,
Yeah. Which
as
you
is
know,
culturally
it's all
the
good.
norm.
It's all good for me.
Might get some smegma on the omegma.
That's why you need to wear Gore-Tex, dude.
Yeah.
Smegma just rolls right off.
Nick, what is the workout routine? How do you stay so buff while you're on the road?
Barry's Boot Camp, Milan.
Oh yeah.
Via
What about in
Sonato.
Florence though?
I don't. You know what? So I'm a big believer in you take it when you can get it. So like I don't work out here. There's no gyms here.
You're walking a lot here
You
too.
walk here.
Yeah.
And, you know, I eat one meal a day, maybe. So, yeah.
You're an OMAD lifestylist such as myself.
I am.
I love that.
Do you
dude.
indulge when you dine, or do you
Fuck
keep
yeah.
it strict?
Like I am not going to deprive myself. If I'm going to have one meal a day, it's going to be whatever the fuck I want.
Dude, we should talk about this off mic, but this is the way.
you doing lunch or dinner?
So it depends. Like yesterday, Tuesday night, I had a dinner and it was late, but I didn't have lunch. I mean, I had some nuts.
Right.
Well,
Just
I
energy.
always try to have as many nuts as I can get.
Yeah, shrimp and nuts. Or I guess hog and
Nuts and cream.
Nuts and some meats.
Yeah. Is it like you don't like dodge carbs when you're eating and shit?
Fuck no.
Okay, good.
No,
Well, he's not
listen,
drinking, so that helps.
Yeah, I don't drink. I mean, but the thing is, like, how can you? Okay, I don't eat pasta anywhere except here.
And where else would you do it besides Mecca?
Why would you deprive yourself of pasta and pizza in Italy?
Why would you go to a whorehouse and jerk off? Right.
Right. I mean,
unless that's what you're into. And You're like a corner boy.
We're not kink shaming over here. Yeah. Real cuck, stand up.
What's your favorite restaurant in Florence? Do you have one?
you know, the problem with me is I never remember the names of places, but I like Camilo and I like Tradici Gobi.
Bro, we tried to go to Camilo's reservations only because like TikTok or some shit.
Right.
Or you probably putting it on Instagram.
No. I think you can thank Scott Schumann for that because he actually had a party there like years ago. And that's how, I mean, I had been there before, but I didn't remember it.
Or vertically challenged king.
Yeah. You know, but hey.
Is Scott even here?
He is.
Oh, he is?
He
Okay.
is.
I saw him.
I saw him
He was,
literally on my way over here.
He was not photographing us. I'll tell you that. What shopping do you have planned while you're in Florence and while you're in Europe? Because
Now-
you're a shopaholic.
I am a shopaholic, but I'm on a clothing diet. I'm like,
Really?
it's bad. Like,
Yeah. Are you purging, or are you just like no more purchases?
no more purchases. I mean, the best thing to do here is to go to the outlets 45 minutes away.
We're going tomorrow.
It really is good.
We're going tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's a trip worth the effort.
Yeah. Are you going to do it?
What?
You
No,
want to go with
not
us tomorrow?
this time.
Come on,
No.
Nick. Come on, let's have a little boys trip
Boys trip.
tomorrow. Let's go.
What time?
Whenever you want.
Whenever you're free. We're free all day.
Are you seeing anything out there in Pitti Uomo that's like inspiring your future fittage? Or are you the source for everyone else?
Ooh,
No,
great point.
I know, but the thing is, here's my deal, which is probably doesn't speak well of my skills as a buyer, but like I do better in stores than I do in showrooms because it's like once I see stuff in context of like that makes me want it more.
Right.
I've made many mistakes pre-ordering stuff or doing personals in a showroom.
You need to see some shit merchandised.
Yeah, it's like it's weird. But with that said, I mean, you can't beat Florence, Italy in general for the best knitwear, best tailoring.
Leather.
Leather.
Especially
I saw some nice belts from this Swedish, actually Copenhagen-based brand. can't remember the name.
It's
Whatever,
okay.
it
Just
doesn't-
pretend
it
you're
doesn't
gatekeeping.
Yeah.
And then
But the guys were really cute. But also,
Can I check
they're
out your
really
belt?
good. Yeah, exactly.
How well does it come undone? Do looks matter when you're like perusing the fair? Because like we were talking about how the Cuccinelli boys are all like fucking
come on.
strikingly
Fuck
handsome.
yeah,
Yeah.
if that shit's a meat market, bro.
it is, and I don't have a problem with that.
No,
Not at all. We are out here objectifying the fellas.
Yeah.
Exactly.
As a shopaholic, as someone that has only brought 2 gigantic Removas to Italy, if, let's say the worst case scenario happens, you lose your suitcase. If you could swap suitcases with anyone during Fashion Month, who's it going to be? And sizing, for once, does not matter.
Yeah. Who do you respect? That's what we're asking. I can
No
see him
one?
buff.
Is
He's,
it no
he's
one?
buffering.
Is it
oh,
no
do
one?
you think you think you're the guy that everyone would answer this question? You'd be the answer to this question.
Absolutely.
Well, here's the thing. In the same way, I would hope that I wouldn't be anyone's answer to that question.
But you would be.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Style is such an individual thing. Here's what I do believe. It's what I believe about every brand. I can always find something, even if it's the most hideous thing out there. Like I can always find something.
Right.
So I would be able to find something out of anybody's bag.
And make it look good.
So it almost
difference
doesn't-
between me and you, I make this shit look good.
So it almost doesn't matter? Like it could be anyone?
Well, no, okay.
Dude, there's
So-
some fucking bozos out here, dude. It couldn't be anybody.
No,
You want to wear an Indian
Yeah.
headdress or a Native American headdress, rather? Excuse me. My apologies to the audience at home.
To the indigenous peoples at home?
Yo, can I just do a land acknowledgement real quick while you think of an answer?
Okay, so I'm going to give. So the thing is, they're actually not. They're.
There's also so many Nick Wooster
Tom
clones.
or Luke from Tom Sweeney.
Okay. But they're not here.
They're not here,
Right.
but-
But that's your answer.
But yeah,
But Fashion Month.
because they actually made a suit for me. So I had my first bespoke suit made, which I didn't bring with me to Florence because I'm saving it for.
Wait, you had,
Milan.
you had your first bespoke suit made as a 35-year-old man?
As-
And you're saving
Seriously.
you're saving it for the Prada show. Fingers
I'm
crossed.
saving it for the Prada show that I'm not going to, but I'm going to.
Wait, why did you never went bespoke ever in your life
Well,
until
no,
recently?
I just never had the occasion. I mean, there was one time I was going to do it, but that experience. So this is what I did, and I'm super grateful for them for asking me. So I said, "All right, here's what I want to do. I want you to make a suit for me." I gave them the pant that I wanted to work off of, which
Right.
they did a variation of. It was a color pant, so the shape is amazing. But I had them make shorts for me too.
Nice.
Oh, so you can switch out the bottoms with
Exactly.
the... Oh, so smart,
and it's a
dude.
double-breasted fresco in a super heavy cloth.
You
And
love
it's
switching
like-
out the bottoms.
I'm always about switching out the bottoms.
Exactly. Okay, sorry. What are the specifications of the suit?
So it's double-breasted, and it's super heavy fresco cloth, like really, like it's a little bit heavy for this kind of weather, but I don't give a
A
fuck.
3-season guy, basically, though.
Right.
It's
Nice.
going to be hot in Milano.
Yeah.
Right.
Hotter than here, probably, to be honest.
Right. And it's probably
Getting
going to
lucky.
rain too.
Ooh. Or do you see Nick Wooster clones? I think we asked you this when you were on the pod, but like, especially here, you must see people that are like copying you one for one.
You're like, I
Where
did
you're
that
I
5 years
posted
ago.
that 7 days ago, and now I'm seeing it in person.
You know, this is going to be, I'm probably going to cancel for the. No, the
No,
thing
you
that
won't. always
always kills me is when people say, "Oh, I follow your style," and I look at them, I'm like, "Really?"
Yeah, that's a bummer, dude.
Yeah, fall harder.
Yo,
Exactly.
Take it from us. You know, in the rare instance, like, you know, you can't choose all of your fans. It happens, bro.
That's true.
That's it.
Nick, what's the over/under on how many times you think you're going to get street styled at Pitti Uomo?
Well, I'll take the over on that. I mean, but nowhere else.
5,000.
But nowhere else. Like
no,
they
come
don't.
on.
No. In Paris now, I'm totally irrelevant.
You've been blacklisted
No.
because
Yeah.
you're too overexposed.
Yeah, well, I think I just am like they're like looking for the younger TikTokier version of
Do you
Gotcha.
dress for the street style photographers?
100% no.
Oh,
I
nice.
just dress for me.
Right.
Right. It just so
And
happens that
I like to wear clothes.
This is the shit you put on every single day.
Yeah, like
Do you costume it up, or is this kind of like I'm just going to bring the clothes that I typically wear daily?
okay, so. I mean, of course, I don't wear this shit in LA all the time, but if I go out, like if I
Right.
go, which is rare because I don't really go out that much. But like to go to the grocery store, no, I'm not wearing this exactly, but I might wear the top and the shorts.
Right.
And I might wear a sneaker, like a slip-on Van instead of wingtips. But sometimes I actually wear wingtips with like a bathing suit and a tank top when I'm like running out the door.
I would like to ask a question about the sockless look, right? So I was having a discussion with the guys who do Horatio loafers, and those boys are like anti-sock. And it feels like socks are so important right now. Do you go sockless with shorts like most of the time?
I'm wearing a foot panty.
You know what I mean? But like
foot thong.
a visible sock, though. I mean, do you?
So I like that too. It really depends on the length of the short.
Yes.
It depends on the actual footwear. So like I like a slightly shorter short, a boot, and a sock that you can see.
Boots.
Like
shorts.
I have these Sakai boots that are like, they're kind of like a Red Wing on a crazy sole.
Okay.
And I didn't bring them with me on this trip, but like that I like with a little bit of a sock showing. I get them at Tabio. They look like,
Yeah. Great Japanese sock brand.
they look like classic, who make Pantherella. Like they look like classic socks, but they're short. They're like, and I love those with shoes.
I brought two of those with me.
Ankle
for the month.
socks.
Yeah.
Right.
Or I guess, what do we call them? Crew sock, I guess, technically.
Well, but a crew I think of as coming more
Right.
They
to
have
the
a term
calf.
for it. It's called I think they call it like the short crew or something like that.
Maybe, but I'm
Tabio, great sock
totally
brand.
into that
Yeah.
length. The thing is, I like both, but it's kind of like, because were you guys having this? Somebody was having a discussion about short lengths and
Yes,
about
it's
how
probably us. It's
with
probably us.
Jacob or something. I don't know, it was something. But the thing is, like, because here's what I believe about shorts. It's just like women's skirts. All lengths are possible. Like
The
it
shorter,
depends-
the better.
It depends on your legs.
Yes,
like,
sure.
And it depends on the condition of your legs.
Oh. So for someone who has chicken legs, what do I want to do? Show less or show off more?
It depends on what's happening on top, and it depends on happening what the bottom, like what the shoe is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Like
Because-
everything, it's bottom dependent.
It is.
But you don't skip leg days, your point. You're working those gams
No,
out.
I've got good legs, so
Oh,
I'm
he's
like,
got great
I'm
legs.
happy to have my dick pics out in the world, and I'm happy to wear short shorts. Like,
Okay.
Are you slutting it up this summer, clothing wise? Like we see the mesh, we see the short shorts. Like, are you getting real slutty this summer?
Yeah, it's a tank top under here.
Ooh.
I'll show you.
Oh, okay. Can't wait. I love it. On video.
This man's been in his slut era for years.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm embracing it.
slut
At
right here.
64, I'm embracing it.
The OG slut right here.
Yeah.
We saw the Fire Island pics from the 70s. The shortest shorts of all time. Those were panties.
Yeah.
Those weren't even shorts.
Skivvies.
So in terms of getting street styled, like how many street style photos of yourself do you need out there that will, satisfy your ego?
I mean, listen, I'm always flattered when anyone wants to take my picture.
So then this idea of like being like blacklisted or whatever in Paris, how much of a shot does your ego take? Or have you come to terms with that? You're at peace.
You know what? At first I was like, what
the fuck?
But then like, you know what? It's perfect. I don't have to worry about it.
It's almost
And
like
also, that's the other thing. I can recycle old clothes, and no one's seen it before.
You found the silver lining. Congratulations.
What do they call you in Korea? Like swaggy grandpa? Like what,
Yeah.
what do they call you again?
No, fashion uncle.
Fashion uncle.
Fashion gunkle.
Gunkle,
The Funko.
exactly.
The Funko.
Nick, we're here for business, right? This is a trade show after all, Pitti Uomo. If you could partner up with any brand and be the face of them, a brand that's showing a Pitti Uomo, who would it be?
Prada.
Are they here?
No pity,
No,
dude.
A Pitti.
Actually, but the first time Prada did men's was here in 1993.
Were
when
you
they started
here?
showing men's? I was, because I was still a buyer at Bergdorf's in those days.
Maybe the reason Prada is keeping it at arm's length is because you're too thirsty. Have you thought about that?
I'm not TikToky enough for
Maybe
that.
you're too handsome. Or do you feel any pressure to like get TikToky?
Well, the thing is, like, sorry, Instagram, I love you, but like, I'm losing followers. My engagement sucks.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not TikToky enough, and I really don't care to be, but I suppose I should.
Get ready with me, a 64-year-old gunkle.
Whatever.
You got to do the little fat
Yeah, the little
fit
leg
leg
kick.
kick.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it's like I mean, listen. I get it. The world moves on, but there's still something nice about a picture. Like,
No one has moved on from you, to be fucking clear, dude. I don't care if we're at Pitti. I don't care if we're in Milan. I don't care if we're in New York or LA. You're the GOAT for a reason.
well,
Are
thank
your
you.
are your
You're welcome.
photos on Grindr? Are they fit pics? Or dick
No,
pics?
but I do have a couple of pictures that are like taken by a professional.
Sure.
Just because.
Where you
Do you,
look good.
do you give credit in the caption? Like
No,
photo
but
by Scott
but
Schumann.
people have recognized, is that a Ramon Christian picture? I'm like, it is.
Wow. Damn. That's the beauty of a
Respect
gay
the art.
dating app that doesn't happen on Raya, I'm sure.
No, not at all. Nick, we want to thank you for coming on to the only podcast that matters. We'll get you back to the fair, back to Pitti Uomo, and thank you for blessing us with your presence.
We appreciate your time always, buddy.
And thank you for having me.
Mordechai Rubinstein, live from Pitti Uomo. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Thanks for asking. I like how you pronounce the second part of that word.
What did I say it correctly?
I like it. We're American. You know, you can't
Yeah.
go PT or PT.
Shlomo, Mordechai
But you didn't say
Shlomo.
Uomo. You said Yomo.
How do you say croissant?
You didn't say Yomo. Oh, that's a
Womo,
whole other thing.
Shlomo,
Are you going
at
to
the
Milan
Duomo.
after? Are you going to Paris after? Shut up. I'm lucky to leave the house.
Do you hate working in fashion?
I love fashion and I love work. When you love what you do, like I do,
Never work a day in
it's
your life?
not a chore.
But you're not always leaving your new house on Weed Street, is what you're saying.
I'm not always working.
How does it feel to be doxxed by Lauren Schlossman?
Oh,
I didn't say the
good.
street.
I came here to get
Numbers.
dosed. What's doxed? Is that what dosed?
when
but online?
when your private address is publicly leaked.
Yeah.
He didn't give the address.
Someone's going to swat you in Connecticut.
One time when I was on this show, I gave my phone number.
Oh, that's right. You're
To
fucking
this
psycho.
day, and I don't know if you can find these archived online.
Yes.
But to this day, there's one fella that once in a while will FaceTime, call, and text for a blessing. Like I'm graduating college, what to wear, whatever. And I pick up. Of course. It's always the same cat. I don't want to look up on the phone, but I can show you.
You're the
when we
people's
are.
champ, bro.
Yeah,
How fucked up is he when he FaceTimes you?
My number hasn't changed.
Shout out that
Go
guy.
back to the Throwing Fits archive.
Shout out that stalker.
My streets changed. But that's the thing also. You live in New York, people I follow someone in LA and I see him going for his coffee walk. And I'm like, when I go to LA, I kind of want to
Oh, you want to run into this guy? You want to pull up on him?
No, but
John Lennon
I
his
wanna
ass.
I want to see his familiarity.
Oh, okay.
His coffee walk. I want to
Who's
walk
the
it.
guy?
But I
I
just
want
want
to
to
walk
know.
in his shoes.
Wait, did you move just so you could live on Weed Street, though? As a
that was
well-known
a happenstance.
smoker?
That was a happenstance.
Does your stalker call you baby reindeer?
He doesn't know what that is.
Okay.
He calls me Shlomo HaMelech.
Mordechai, I want to ask you this.
Yeah.
You've been coming here to Pitti Uomo for many, many years,
Not that
right?
many.
No, over 10.
Over 10.
You
Yeah.
were posting throwback photos like 2012.
Yeah, 11, 12, 13
With your
years.
shoes off.
It's
What?
like yesterday.
What are the biggest changes that you've seen take place since you first started coming?
Shorter pants. I'm not in trousers today. I'm in short pants. Bermuda 9 inchers, but I'm seeing that trend too. But anything but a 5-inch. We've gone cash.
Thank you.
We've gone cash,
Yeah.
casual.
Really?
Summer Fridays or all day. It's a sad state.
But you're in like a short sleeve button down short sport coat. You're pretty casual
Yeah,
for you
you're right
today.
about a button down. It's not a button
pop over,
There's
excuse me.
There's no placket. No,
No,
you're right.
I
It's a
know.
button down in that aspect.
Right.
But it's not a button down. The kids are idiots. They won't know unless they tune in. I try to bring dress here. I really do. I try to poke fun.
But you're in
general.
sneakers. You're in sneakers
Yeah.
and a.
I
and
am in court shoes, tennis shoes, sneakers, yes, but I'm wearing a button down, made in France, and a Tomica popover, and a hand tailored in the USA short pants, and beautiful made in Japan. Anonymous's key lime.
Ooh,
back.
those are tasty.
Can
Best
you get
soccer
that?
egg.
Can you get that? Can you get the Air Max?
very flexible.
The Air Maxes are New Balances,
I
bro.
did yoga this morning.
What's that?
Did yoga this morning.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah, so we've seen it a lot, but it's like, sure, I want to blame myself for like wearing shorts to Pitti. I'm not the first idiot to wear shorts to Pitti.
No,
Lawrence
you won't be
wore a
the
tie.
last.
I'm loving that.
Thank you.
So we change, blah, 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 whatever. The weather's changed. It's cool. We don't need to talk about changes.
Wait, can I ask you a question? What do you think of the peacocks? Do you think they're try-hardos or?
Yesterday we saw the 2 purples with the fucking giant feathers. I know you saw them. Whether you tuned into social media, you were in the streets, you know what's up.
They were dressing like Lawrence.
I don't know what that is, but yeah, but like they bring the the feather to the peacock, the true definition.
A mashy as fit.
We should ask CEO if what he thinks of the peacocks.
You met the CEO Pitti.
Raffaello! Va bene. They probably love them and probably like, oh, yeah, we got to get rid of them.
Well, they're an integral part to the
The
ecosystem.
influenzas. What differentiates an influenza from a peacock? I'm not asking the questions here. It's too much. It's too much, but they do fill the streets. I'd rather see them than fashion students, maybe.
Wow. Okay.
But-
Fashion students or fashion like industry?
Well,
Influencers.
both. No. I like the influenzas and I like the students. I don't like just people filling up space that you have to say, excuse me, because you're doing a photo shoot out there. But they're also bringing energy. They're bringing their peacocky to the game. It's
is
folliness.
energy. Cursed. It's energy, but it's cursed energy.
Yeah, it's like that corner you can't turn anymore.
It's the best freak show on earth.
But if you want to feel good about yourself too, and you can't, they come here to floss,
Yeah.
light that cigarette, tobacco stick, now hopefully a joint, kick back, they don't look like they sweat. They got 3 outfit changes. They're inspiring me. I'm not going to lie. I want to do outfit changes. I want to go back to the telly and change.
Is there anything you're seeing that's going to inspire some future Mordechai personal style?
I look too hard for that. And it's only been one day. I mean, the first day is great because you're enveloping and meshing yourself into the Firenze pit. And then Pitti Uomo, it's just been one day. So no, yet. Last season, you didn't ask. I saw a gentleman in a Casentino hat, all pilled and shit. I'm like, wow, we don't, we see it in coats, blazers, never seen a hat. Spent the whole winter trying to get that hat, didn't get it. Nothing hit me yet.
Not yet. Nothing
Nothing
yet.
hit me yet. Yeah.
Operative
I said
word.
yeah. It's only day one. I do want to leave with my pockets full in my mind, I really need some madras for next, I can't say next summer, this summer. We're cursed in a way that these trends are supposed to be what you're looking for in a year, but we're looking for them on eBay tomorrow. Or We're looking for them yesterday.
Expeditiously.
It sucks. It's great. It's I think your wife wakes you up 2 a.m, person next to you, whatever. Hey, you're going on the opposite way. You're going on a ski trip and it's 90 degrees. How quickly can you go to your closet and get your best winter gear?
So that's a nice problem to have.
I hate it. I hate it. I spend so much time. You had 6 months to prepare for this trip. There's no reason we don't have amazing outfits. I can, and yet I'm.
So you need to be able to change at a moment's notice, like Jason Bourne. You need a go bag.
Who's that?
Never mind.
A fictional character. Wait, so is there anything you're seeing in
What would
Italy?
be in your go bag? Yeah. I'm go on.
Is there anything in Italy, like a styling maneuver, whether it's a hat you love that you want to see more American guys in general try to pull off?
Yes, straw hats. And I'm thinking for myself, because I'm an American, but I'm really,
They're global
I'm
citizens.
more Euro. I'm out here, we want to come back with silk scarves and ascots. And you get home and you're like, dude, this doesn't work on the G train.
That Ecuadorian hat you were telling me about, is that what you mean by a straw hat? The shit at EG that you can get in New York?
But yes, because I bought that before the trip, so I can't lie and be like, oh, I was inspired here.
Yeah.
But they wear, I don't know how to say this, but the underlying theme of not just Firenze, Florence, everything, they wear clothes with ease here. Mm-hmm. We put on a button up and we feel dressed up. We put a tie on, we feel really good. They look like they're going to play pickleball in a fucking suit and tie. They could do anything. I don't know how, what analogy, but they look so at ease. We're
relaxed.
such sleps. Yeah, even though I live to get dressed. I love getting dressed. I feel so good getting dressed. Look at the airport. Look at our countrymen. Look at our Juicy Couture on the ass of the sweats, which is great. I want one too for men.
Juicy has
authentic brand group. ABG, bro. But
Juicy has a booth.
Juicy's got nothing.
Pitti.
I saw, dude. Some brands come to die here. I don't know. Other brands, Valabasas, they're being birthed here. It's crazy.
What are you seeing any brands that you're really excited about while you're here?
But back to the straw hats. It's just it's old sensible men in the summer. There's a guy walking by the Duomo. He could be from Kansas City or Bologna, and they're wearing the same hat. Yeah, the American maybe has a little wonky, but that's a beautiful
He has a football
straw
jersey
hat.
on.
It doesn't look like they bought it at Hatco or the one by the 6th Street on Bleecker.
But it's matching his Patrick Mahomes jersey.
And it's instead of a baseball hat, because you see the American tourists here, what are they wearing? Long, sensible back fucking flaps.
The do-rags to prevent the neck from getting sunburned.
The Corby do-rag.
You're going to Europe. You don't need the expedition, arty shit. You need fucking straw. Anyway, what were you saying?
What is the single best fit that you've seen at Pitti so far? Because you're a known hater, but you're a known lover.
No, this man was heckling so many people at the fair,
I don't
bro.
have a dog. I'm not an animal parent. So
you have a daughter.
But no. What I'm getting at is dog people. I've noticed, and I got to be careful here. They compare my kid. I'm like, yeah, have a fucking child, and then you can talk about comparing to a dog. But whatever. But my point is that is a dog get dressed because there's the most beautiful dog in the world that comes to Pitti. And
menswear dog?
I saw, it's not dressed though, but it's fur.
Oh.
It's so beautiful. I swear this dog's got a better hair shampoo regime than anyone I
And you want to
know.
kill this dog and turn it into a hat
No,
like
I
Cruella
want to
de Vil?
be with this dog all day at Pitti. I want
the
that
best
dog next to
outfit,
me.
the best
Security.
outfit you've seen in Pitti Uomo belongs to an animal.
I mean, but it's still early. But what'd you say? What did I see yesterday? Jog my memory. What were you going to say?
No, you were just heckling people like the guy in the Dodgers hat who's clearly like an Italian guy who doesn't know the rules of baseball.
All right, positive. What did I see? What did I see?
Positano.
What did I see?
All right, let's. Well,
I mean, I've seen a lot of ties for no reason. And when I say that, I like it. What I mean is like, I don't want to see a tie in a crew neck. I don't want to see a tie in a polo. I want to see a tie on an actual collar. Even if it's a pop over and you don't see the placket, fine. Shout out Odeon. I think the busboys still wear ties over polos. But, I've seen them like wearing them untucked with a tie. It's kind of cool, boys and girls.
Really?
It's wrong. Lawrence shaking his head. And I'm with you. But I also like it because it's like, who wears ties?
Right.
Like
Me.
I wore a tie last year, Pitti, every day. I think there was 2. There was no Raffaello and myself. Like no one's wearing ties.
So are ties back in a big way?
No, let's be honest. I want to say yes around here, but how much of this translates to like
real life?
Our metropolitan streets?
Yeah.
It's like,
but like this is how you dress every day. This is not how he dresses every day.
Right. I'm in a costume.
I talk to close friends that haven't been to Pitti. What do I wear? What do I wear? And I talk to friends that have been. Oh, I just wear the same things I wear in LA. Well, you look like a douchebag in LA. So like, I don't want to see you wearing the same things you wear here. But I do dream of an everyday uniform that I don't own yet. I try to wear
what's that
true
uniform?
tried. Okay, I try to wear true tried and tested because you don't want to come out here like, this is my new dress. I never wore it before. And then you're like, it doesn't fit right. You're not walking right. But at the same time, I always want newness for the trip.
Oh, the funniest thing, I have to tell the story is yesterday I'm with this guy having an espresso and he sees a guy across the way. He walks up. The guy had a polo, from a Ralph Lauren polo shirt on. It still had the size large tag and he pulled it off the guy's fucking
Which
shirt.
guy? Oh, I did that.
Yeah, you pulled the fucking tag
rag
off.
and boner.
He literally went.
You don't think he wanted that?
Straight from the outlet. He might have lost his luggage like Jian, like a lot of people.
Well, Gene was robbed.
Dude, you're right.
We're going to talk about that with Gian. Wait, so what is the dream uniform you have in your head that you dream all day? You dream of uniform.
There's a couple things. Warhol, I believe, wore the OCBD Oxford cloth button down every day, and it's such a beautiful like wherewithal. A blue or white Oxford. Unfortunately, it's gone to that like Rich Styles asshole. But I still love the Made in USA aspect, and it's like a shirt you can wear with anything, almost any occasion.
So it's that.
And there was a stylist, one of these famous stylists, like one of the top 3-4 stylists. He wears every day like black 501s and a white Oxford. And
Okay.
like, that's his shtick. He did a Gap campaign I worked on. And I was like, oh, he's English. And I was pretty impressed that he wasn't wearing Turnbull, that he was wearing like, And I dream of like, I love you, a while ago I wanted to wear head to toe USPS, 9/11 happened. You can't get a lot of that shit on eBay. Like FedEx uniforms became hard to get.
Yeah, that's the worst part about 9/11
Yeah, they started
dude.
putting like codes in for employees. But I love like merch before you can get it. And if I did have a uniform, I don't know. Like it's like,
But could you?
a yarmulke and tzitzis. No, but like I would love to wear the same thing every day.
But could you stick to that? I feel like you couldn't.
The angel just appeared.
Yeah, I'm
Not
going
the
to get the
angel
coffees for us.
Angel
Keep going.
from
Keep going.
Firenze. What were you going to say?
Could you stick to a uniform every day and like?
No,
yeah, exactly.
No,
You
not
would
to
have
play
to
off
like.
James, but like, no, I want it so bad. But friends have challenged me, like, and I'd like to really be challenged out there, fellas, people. If you think you've got a uniform for me,
scary.
give me the uniform. I want it. I want it.
uniform.
Whatever you think it is. Because like, oh, head to toe purple. Even my daughter knows. Tomorrow purple, today pink, next day
Motherfucker
yellow.
said uniform.
Wait,
Bob Chan wants to see me in black.
Mordechai,
Talk to me silly.
a lot of the fancy
Talk to
soirees.
me nice. Don't talk at all.
I'm gonna ask you nice.
Shout out Pop Smoke.
RIP. A lot of the fancy soirees that we were attending all week, all
Why
month.
does he say Mike Amiri twice? Does he pay for that? Did he pay for that?
No,
Well,
but
it cost
that
him
is
his
how he
life.
got
He
murdered.
said
yeah.
twice, right? Mike Amiri, Mike Amiri.
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 Oh, Amiri. Go on.
Do you wear a Miri?
I have.
Really? No,
Yeah.
for real?
Yeah.
Jeans?
Love my Jew. I never had his jeans. I wanted the Grateful Dead ones.
Mike Amiri's
even though
Jewish?
they looked fake. He is, yeah.
Is his real name Mike Amiri?
Probably Mikhail, but, you know. But I believe so. Amiri.
Amiri's
Dude,
theme?
Pop Smoke. Can we get back to Pop Smoke?
You want?
I'm up in all the stores.
Do you know how he died? How he was murdered?
On a Supreme shoot?
So he posted an IG story flexing all the Mike Amiri free stuff that got sent to him, and his address is on the bag. And so the people that robbed him saw that address.
Yep.
Oh, influenzas, beware. Bro, I get mail sometimes from randoms, you know, eBay, IG, whatever. People, thank you. I love shit. We moved. Most of you publicists out there, even if you do look at me once in a while, I don't get your mail anymore. Maybe you wrote me off. Maybe you lost my address. But I'm always quick with the package because I like to how to come, you know, how to. But like sometimes the address is in the corner and I'm like, no one will see that. If it happened to Pop Smoke, it can happen to you.
Mordechai.
Poppy.
Again, back to the fancy
Pop
soirees
Smoke,
that we're
please.
attending all week, all month. There's dress codes, right, that are like on the invitation.
They're fake.
Do you break dress codes or do
Rules
you
are meant
respect
to be
them?
broken. I'm really turning a new edge. You know, the Horatio kids, I saw in their lookbook or online, they put like, no free ads. They put like a brown belt. Oh no, it wasn't Horatio, it was Mordechai Joss shoes. And they put like a brown belt with cream shoes or a cream shoes with brown belt. Wrong. I loved it. I fucking loved it. You know why? It looked eased. It
Who
didn't
owns
look
a cream
modeled.
belt, though? What are you
That's
supposed
the
to
other
do?
thing. You know, I'm wearing white tennies. You know, shout out Air Max.
They're New Balances.
Yeah, but they look like an Air Max. I don't know what it is.
Shout out ALD.
Do they not look like an Air Max?
No, they do, dude, but it's the New Balance 1000.
Yeah, 1,000 with you. But even though the lace system,
That's a 95.
is an Air Max. It's not Air Max Day. But anyway,
Shout out Air Max.
what were we saying? No, I tried.
Dress codes.
I did not have footwear for today, to be complete. That's it. What's the word? Like, not faux pas, whatever. Like, I pack clothes. I didn't bring the right footwear. It hurts. It hurts.
How many
It
shoes
hurts.
did you bring? How many
like
shoes did you
5 or
bring?
6 pairs. And it hurts. Like, that's lame, dude. We're men. We're men. We should have one. Ooh, Aaron, like, I went away for 3 days. I packed only one pair of underwear. Like, okay, I did the opposite. I brought 3 steamer trunks with 6 suits for 3 blazers for 3 days. Call me an idiot, but I love getting dressed. Ranch.
Guy loves getting
Dressing.
dressed.
What's that ranch?
Call me
dressing
ranch the way I be dressing.
joke? Anyway, where were we?
I would love to know. We're nowhere.
I want to
We're
know
everywhere.
Yo, bro,
what
yo,
you're
bro.
thinking.
I want to know. You're such a tried and true blue-blooded American in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, the rules.
Well, no. I want to know, what are your pet peeves about Europe?
Oh,
Here we
okay.
go. Here we go.
Okay. The half tuck. Look, I want to say we come here to set.
Also, we don't have to talk
we
clothes,
do.
but okay.
We don't have to talk what?
We don't have to talk. I'm not talking pet peeves about clothes, but if you want to talk French tuck, let's talk French tuck.
I don't know, dude. The French English bullshit. It's not a French talk. It's J. Crew. They fucked us all, and every other designer's doing takedowns of it. Whether it's French, English, British, Bahamas, Honduras, it doesn't matter.
What's the
It's
Honduran tuck?
You're both wrong.
It's
called
the Gretzky.
It's the Gretzky tuck.
invented it.
It's the Gretzky tuck.
The
Thank
great
you.
one. We should really talk to Gretzky. And if you get him on, bring me on. Okay. You know, we should talk to Gretzky about it. You know, Sean Avery was my intern at Vogue and Men's Vogue. So we could
Really?
probably, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Sean Avery, dude. Shout the
off
Rangers.
the cuff, what he said when he walked into the Vogue closet, the Men's Vogue closet. OMG. And he also had a suit with shorts on that was so tight, like calves, like he couldn't get it on. It was hysterical. Like, but good for him. Shout
He
out to
was
get a
like
double
the
fruit.
first. No one gives him credit with all like tunnel fits in the NBA now, or like, you know, all like Travis Kelce. Dude, Sean Avery was the first fucking athlete.
Sean. You say John?
Sean.
Yeah.
John Avery.
John's Avery.
But he was
Yeah.
the first.
And
also,
you know who he's dating right now? Mary Kate Olsen. So maybe you'll start seeing him in the row.
Let's
they're
fucking
dating?
go, dude. I didn't know that.
Wait,
Yeah.
he's dating a twin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's twins.
And he's a dad? I'm going to have to talk to him. And he's a Grateful Dead fan.
oh, is he?
I'm gonna have to hit
we
him
won't
up.
hold that against him.
Yeah.
Well, I like that he's just, you know, shows his kid playing golf on the internet. You know, I like on the IG, I like when people put their lives out there, even though my wife is against it. I mean, look what happened to Pop Smoke.
Exactly.
I'm Tutti Smoke. But oh yeah, so like the half tuck shit needs to die. I don't think,
Yeah.
you know, like a tie, Lawrence called me out. Like, I don't like a tie with the shirt untucked. It's so wrong. but I'm happy they're wearing ties. Like I'm happy they're getting dressed. Like I want to see gym shorts and 17-inch inseam denim, shorts, but it's also wrong. We're at Pitti Uomo. This isn't Milan.
This ain't a game, brother.
Nah. Lawrence wear a tie, like 17 Leonards, like we're not, this is hand-rolled silk in Italy. This isn't like, other countries. Margaret Howell's making shit here. Anyway,
yes, she is.
But like, I could deal without the cheesy shit. But trends, set, burn. How does tennis? Before love, there's game, match, set.
Game, set, match.
Game, set, match. So we come to Pitti, we bring the trends, and we set them, we put them down there for the fucking folks to see. And then you know what we do in the last day? We burn them, and we try not to bring them stateside. I love that stateside. Over the pond, I love that shit, all those stuff.
You're a trip, bro.
Mordechai, you're an absolute legend. Thank you for blessing us
Whoa, wait a minute.
20 minutes of your
Cutting
time.
me off early.
No.
What?
No,
No,
dude,
dude,
bro,
fucking around,
we're 17 minutes late.
Fucking around. Happy to be here. Happy to be here.
We need to get you back into the fair so that
right.
you can continue looking, seeing, observing.
I love that James called it
absorbing.
the fair. That's important. The stands, the fair.
The trade show.
Because it's a trade show.
Yeah.
But in these terms, it's called a fair, and I love that. Not a carnival, which to us, it's a fucking circus, let's be honest.
What would you like to plug? Like, do you want to plug your Instagram? You want to plug your new address? Anything?
Send weed. I want to plug.
How does the weed in Italy compare to good old American diesel?
Well,
How many days clean are you?
mine's from Maine. I just showered. Like
No, I meant like how.
I didn't know what you meant. I even shampooed because I don't like the shampoo because I get very puffy hair. Like it looks like a wig.
Hell, it's
so I'm
great.
trying so hard not to. I shampoo every day, and then I put a hat on so no one cares. But I was like, oh, my hair's looking good.
You have great hair,
It's
dude.
looking dirty. Thanks.
Don't hide
I don't
it, bro.
use product yet, but I saw not Santa Maria Novella, the other ones, which they shouldn't have here because I think it's from France. But my hotel has Santa Maria Novella. My hotel has
That's Italian.
The boys, the candle for the boys.
Bibliothèque or
Diptyque.
Diptyque.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's the fig. I smell it. It's got the fig. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to see the boys. I'm wearing a new shorts I never wore before.
New sneakers.
Blazer, new sneakers.
And you smell great and you look great.
You don't smell it yet, but I'm going to ask you if you smell it. And anyway, I did the fig this morning.
Great
What
fig.
was my point? I don't know what the
You're
fuck-
plugging fig shampoo.
No, I'll plug Santa Maria Novella. I want to go there.
The
Right
oldest
now is
Rosewater.
Giracinamo or whatever. The first thing I do here is I come to church.
The oldest
first thing.
pharmacy in the world.
Yeah.
Since
Truly.
like 1609.
Farmacia.
Yeah. Spray your linen with rose spray, and you will have the sweetest dreams.
Mordecai, wise words from a wise man. Thank you.
Come see me at the fair.
Come see Mordecai at the fair. Mordecai, we got to kick you out for our next
Jian
guest.
DeLeon.
Oh,
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh shit. We're running. All right, we're running behind. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
come on in.
Bye, Mordecai. Jian DeLeon, live from Pitti Uomo. You literally fumbled the bag.
I literally did. I came bearing gifts, by the way.
Oh.
Because I had to replace my stuff.
How Italian of you.
And I had to, there's this like intimissimi. I had to buy underwear and socks, and they have the special where it's like you buy 4 get 1 free. So I got us matching socks.
The Simpson socks. Wow.
They did a Simpsons collaboration. Yo, those are the and then Lawrence, this is for you,
Oh wow, dude, some fucking Firenze merch.
That'll look great in Dime Square, bro.
dude. That's you're not like the other Dime Square inhabitants.
yeah, dude. Catch me in Clando in the Firenze hat. Thank you, Gian.
Homer Simpson's famous line, "Eat my pants."
Yes, dude. The thing is, those are the extendo clip socks.
Wait,
So
do these go up to like my ass?
they go up to the knee. I'm wearing them right now. They
Can
go
you,
all
can
the
you
way
show
right to the
the
knee.
Simpsons Lederhosen to our
With the-
patrons?
Wait, move that way a little bit. Move that way a little bit. I think you might be off camera.
Yo,
There you
they
go.
pair real well with the
With the
Adidas
friends
by
and-
throwing
with the friends
Fits,
and fam.
friends and family Gazelle indoors.
Is that sneaker of the year? As someone that gets and wears it all, is this the sneaker of the year?
I think it's up there.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah.
What else is up there?
High
Up there.
praise.
What else is up there? I mean, Wales, Bodie. Bodie might be one.
Not Bodie.
The
Bodie Nikes?
The Astro
Grabbers?
Yeah, the Astro Grabbers. Yeah.
The ass grabbers? Come on. With the giblets? Come on.
Yeah, dude.
the gibbets.
The gibbets.
Not
the,
pig intestines.
the metal gibbets, though. The
Oh,
cast
they're-
metal gibbets on the black ones
Those
are pretty
coffees
hard.
trash. Jesus.
Don't say that on mic.
Sorry. No, the receptionist at the Pitti Uomo office was like, it's a garbaggio.
That's what
coffee.
about the
The shoes or the
shoes
coffee?
or the coffee.
It's basura. Okay, so Jian.
I mean, honestly, you know, this is a good seed because they went straight to feet. I wore them the day they were on the timeline.
You didn't sell them on StockX. Thank you.
No, because I didn't check StockX until after I left the house.
Do you know somebody? Somebody sold them for $1,000, dude?
Jeez.
We're trying to
figure it out because of the size.
Wow.
We've narrowed it down to a few suspects.
Don't they do like the sale history where you on StockX where you can like see like
Yeah, what am I gonna hit up the CEO of StockX and be like, who bought my sneakers?
don't they say like you do like the price tracking and then it tells you like what size sold?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can see. So we know what size it is, but it's a size that was fairly common.
Oh.
Yeah.
Literally by putting them on your feet, you lost $1,000 apparently.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Well,
Which you could have
That's not the
used.
only thing I lost.
Which you could, although after StockX user fees, I'm sure that was like $400.
Yeah.
You could have used that $1,000 because let's back up for a second and give the people some context. You had a bag stolen. What's the story there?
So, you know, before you guys came here, I told you guys that the life hack was to fly into Milan, take the train to Florence, which you guys did, or you took the plane to Rome, but basically train to Milan or train to another city and then take the train in.
Yes.
So that you don't get your luggage lost because there was a high rate of that happening.
Because
with
Italians
the connection
are
flight.
lazy and bad at their
bad at
jobs.
their
Did not say that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that.
But anyway,
and
so
you know what? Their hands are so greasy. The luggage just slips out.
Yeah.
the prosciutto,
Yeah.
prosciutto fingers.
Yo, stop eating sopressata for lunch and fucking handle my bags,
I
bro.
put olive oil in my hair.
Wow. Yeah. So
Sorry for the light racism.
great. Anyway.
Yeah. They're white, so it's fine.
Right.
Well,
so yeah, I took the train
only
from
after
Milan
1945.
to Florence, and I was like, I don't know, I was so wiped because I like gotten maybe like 3 hours of sleep on the flight, and so I was like, this is a 2 hour
Did you
nap.
not fly Delta One?
I'm United Premier 1K.
But did you have the lie flat?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Of course.
But you didn't sleep. Okay.
Bro, if
I
I,
mean,
was
dude.
if I was on a flight, I would have got down differently, bro.
Here's the thing.
If I was in Delta One, it would have gone down there.
Yeah. But normally I have it down to a science because I usually take a red eye, but I usually leave at like 6 or 8. I left
Not
at like
7.
3:45.
Ooh,
And
brother,
then basically what I
rough.
normally do is like I go to the lounge, I shower, and I get ready for bed before I board the flight. And then when I get on the flight, I pass out.
Right.
You know, I don't even ask.
You pop a little perky.
No,
Perk
I
30?
do a Japanese GABA chocolate, which is like
Wait, is it weed?
no, it's like this amino acid called like GABA or whatever, but they put it in like these chocolates.
Yo, gabba gabba.
Yo,
ass.
GABA, dude. It works. It like you take a couple and
Of course, it's Japanese.
it makes you sleepy,
Right,
and that
yeah.
usually does the trick.
Nice.
Anyways, yeah. So I passed out on the train, and then I left like my carry-on, like my personal bag, on my person, or at least above me, and then I put my checked baggage because I
On the
travel.
luggage rack at the front of the train.
Yeah, and I travel with like about maybe 2 or 3 check bags depending on the season. So I left a couple of my bags
Wait,
at
depending
my
on the
Milan
season,
hotel.
Summer wear is less clothing than winter wear.
Yeah,
So how many check bags do you do in the
2.
winter?
3 in the winter.
Wow.
And you do 3 in the summer.
No,
So
no.
No,
It's
just
just-
talk about checking 3. He only checked 2.
I checked 3. I checked 2 this season.
oh,
He was traveling light, ladies and
Traveling
gentlemen.
light.
All right, yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, dude, I'm here for 3 weeks. You know,
So-
it's like even if you
Of
pack
course,
like,
of
and you
course.
got to leave room for like invites and all the ephemera and stuff you pick up.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
For context, when you travel by rail inside the country, right?
Yeah.
Like all the luggage is like at the front or back of a car. There's
yeah,
like racks
like
and
a
it's
little
just-
cargo hold. And I
there's
left
loosies.
I left my check bag with
Yeah.
my Pitti stuff in there, and then when I got to Florence, I'm like,
Where
where
is
the
it?
fuck is my suitcase?
Holy shit.
And it was like I was like, okay. I checked my AirTag, and it was in Genoa, which is
It went north?
It went north, and I'm like, how? What happened? And then I'm basically like, either somebody like accidentally took it,
No.
and I'm like,
No
nah,
chance.
this shit got jacked.
Yeah.
It's gone. And like it basically like within 5 hours of like me finding the AirTag location and then going to like the police and going to the train station and being like, can you do anything? They're like, it's impossible.
I'm on my lunch break.
yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. It's aperitivo hour.
Yeah.
I
It can't be helped.
do work.
Go fucker yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
So
So
it wasn't even a Remova, right? It was a Toomey bag. So
But
damn.
Toomey's up right now, dude. That's a good piece of luggage.
Toomey's up. I
Yeah.
mean, I've had that bag. It was actually a Kith gift. from the Kip Aspen trip. Like
That's why
years
it got
ago.
taken
That's why I
in
got
Italy.
stolen because
Yeah.
it's logoed out, bro.
But it wasn't logoed out. It's like had high snob stickers on it, and like
It's same thing, dude. Someone was like, "There's probably fucking Adidas by Throwing Fits, Friends and Family
Right,
Gazelles in
that's
this
true.
Jimmy."
Giuseppe saw this bag and said, Ronaldinho Feig.
Yeah.
Give it a bag.
yeah, how they have
Ronaldinho's
fun with
Brazilian.
like
Okay.
five Drake's woven shirts and like
Let's do
three
let's do
sport
an
coats.
inventory of what was in the bag and what you lost. What real quick.
Ralph Lauren chinos.
What do you call me?
Ralph Lauren Whitos. Stofa green basket weave 5 pockets.
Oh no!
But it's straight. I texted Egyesh. I mean, you know, he has that. They have my measurements, and that's like the beauty of getting made to measure garments. Is then you can just be like,
Sure.
we're gonna have to run it
All
again.
right, Ralph, Stofa.
Horsepower. MTM.
This is an audible that I called, and thank God I did. I had my Evan Canori khaki Sally Fox collab. Shouts to Noah Johnson and Jane. Basically, like Sally Fox is this farmer that invented this way to crossbreed seeds so that they grow.
Oh, she's a breeder.
She's a breeder. She breeds cotton.
She's a seeder and a breeder.
that like comes out colored, and so like this insane slubby cotton chino, like the perfect chino.
Oh,
Yeah.
we went to the art party.
Yeah, and I wore those. I was like, I'm gonna wear these. They're comfortable, and I ended up wearing them. Thank God I did because they'd be
Rich dad
gone.
shit.
Yeah, it was like
yeah.
1 of 50, right, or some shit.
1 of 50. Yeah, and I had our Legacy Experience Viscose twill suit in there, in the olive. Actually, all my Our Legacy shit was in that bag. So
Dude.
I had like a nylon shirt. I had like a couple of first shirts.
Now
I
your
had-
legacy is nothing.
Yeah, I had like this crazy Drake's Games jacket and like this navy check that like.
Any footwear?
Yeah, the Our Legacy Sweetheart loafers.
The Mary Janes?
The technical Mary Janes.
The little dancer boys?
Yeah, and then Tyler the Creator LV loafers.
No.
Those are gone. And the Tyler the Creator LV dog tie. All my ties. I had like a Liverano, Grenadine. I had like a couple of Drake's
Dude, there's
ties
a great
in there.
vintage store here nearby called
Ipoca.
Desi.
Desi.
Great vintage tie selection.
Epoca's fire too.
Okay.
Sam Hine put me onto that one.
Well, here's
But yeah.
my new conspiracy
Oh,
theory. Yeah,
well-
keep going.
So basically, all my underwear and socks were gone. But
Damn.
the thing that
How
then some
skidded
toiletries.
out are your drawers right now?
No, I mean, I stocked up. And then basically, like, I was like, yo, there's no Uniqlo here. So shouts to my wife, Janice, for
Shout out
for
to
that.
Shout out Jan.
So once I get to Milan, I'm going to restock up on those. But the Intimissimi Silk Modal boxers are doing me fine just right just now.
Here's my new conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I think you are straight up lying about having your bag stolen so that no one would judge you when you went immediately to the outlets and stocked up on designer.
This is true.
Or you man on fired yourself, where you set yourself up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have willed it into existence.
Right.
But honestly, it's fine. Like, the only thing I'm really pissed that I lost that I already have since like recouped is that when Louis Vuitton first launched their fragrance line, they gifted me one of their scents, Le Monsite, which I wear that and like Santa Maria Novella Tobacco Toscano. But they gave me like a fucking custom travel case that had my initials on it. And the thing is they don't paint on those normally. Like it's a special exception to have your initials painted on it because normally they do heat stamp. And that's like some heirloom shit of just like a crazy look. But now I had to buy it and it sucked.
You're handling this surprisingly well. I would be having a fucking freak out. In fact, if it wasn't for your advice, we would have been fucking, maybe waiting on our bags
Yeah.
yourself. So like props to you, dude. Seriously.
Yeah.
Even though you did clearly set yourself up. And this is a whole
but
fucking
this is
gambit.
why it's like I don't put all my eggs in one basket. So it's like I have my Paris, like my Paris fits with like La Mer and like other stuff that's in Milan.
Thank
and then
God.
like like some of my Prada stuff is like my Milan bag. So for Pitti, it's
My
like
Prada's in my Milan bag.
yeah, it's like a lot of like tailoring and like stuff I definitely will miss. But I mean, we're looking at clothes for like the next 3 weeks.
Jian,
so
great
it's
segue.
shit that I'm gonna buy.
I feel like this might have fucked up your flow a little bit. So I don't know if this question is moot or if it still stands. What is your most street style bait peacocking fuck ass fit gonna be?
I'm wearing
it in Pitti Uomo.
I'm wearing it right now, dude. It's the the street style photographer bait day
Dude,
glow
these
goalkeeper.
were the
throwing
hit of the
fits
fair.
joints.
These shoes were the hit of the fair
course.
yesterday. Sorry, apologies to Lawrence's tie, but these friends and family shoes were fucking.
I mean, they're my
Lensed
shoes
up.
too.
Yeah.
Don't apologize.
no,
to me.
but because I was wearing them yesterday. You're wearing
You have a fuck ass fit from the ankle down. So
Yeah.
it's only
Yeah,
up
you
from
know.
there, brother.
True.
green on green though. What was the impetus for that?
They're tonal.
Okay.
And then the brown really just, ties the room together.
Right. It really does. So you mentioned Janice, how
Yep.
she's going to hook you up at Uniqlo in Milano. What do you think your beautiful and lovely wife, Janice, what do you think her favorite part about you being gone for a month straight really is?
Me being gone for a month.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Jian fucking out of the country.
Out of the country, has the whole like condo to herself. That's it. And then I'm not in there pissing her off by like leaving the socks next to the hamper instead of in it.
Right.
If I come home.
Dude shit.
Yeah. Like dude shit.
Guys being
rock.
dudes, dude.
Yeah.
Just not even bothering to do the one extra easy step of
Exactly.
putting the dirty drawers in the hamper.
Right.
Yeah. Well, now
Toss
the dirty
'em.
draws are stolen.
Yeah.
We got to ask you, you're here for work, right? You're out here
I am.
schmoozing, looking, wheeling and dealing. What are some brands here at Pitti that are catching your eye that maybe one day we'll see on the racks in Nordstrom?
Well, funny thing about Pitti is that we actually picked up De Bonifacture from here.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
So
the Bone
that was
Factory.
like maybe 3 or 4 seasons ago. We saw them at Pitti. I mean, they'd been on my radar for a while, but then they were here. And then I was like, yo, let's. And Martine is another brand we picked up after they showed at Pitti. So like when Martine did her Pitti show, I was like, all right, like let's take another look
This
at
is
this.
it.
I think it's time to like really examine.
Let's do a little receipt.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of my job is about really working with we have an amazing team of like merch directors and buyers, like shouts
But-
to Ricky and Sam. it's understanding the timing of like when our customer's ready for it, right? Because it's
Interesting.
like we operate.
You can't be too ahead of the curve, but you can't
Exactly.
be late.
We operate in like, that gray area between like being cutting edge and like mainstream, depending on, who I'm looking for. And like, because I work across the entirety of our men's business, which is,
That's a lot.
Our core commercial team and then our designer team who, we carry a lot of emerging brands from like undercover. I mean, Setchu is another one we're bringing in this fall that we saw in Milan last season. And I'm like, you guys got to peep this. And we're
So what
bringing
do
them in from our one of our women's wear buyers because it's like a gender inclusive kind of
sick.
approach. So
So
It's almost
have
like
you
you're saying that timing is everything.
it is.
Have you seen
Very
and
important.
that gender's a spectrum? Have you seen anything here this season? It's only been a day, but
Yeah.
like, have you seen anything yet that's really caught the DeLeon eye?
I mean, honestly, my favorite thing about Pitti is coming to see Brunello. Like he's like the god of Pitti.
The Gucci.
And we have a good business with him. He like loves Pitti, and it's like when you think about Italian style, he's like at the peak of like the whole thing in terms of like representing it. And then Paul Smith is the feature designer too. So whoever like the feature designer is,
Sir Paul Smith.
Sir Paul.
Thank
Dare
you.
you?
Yes.
Yeah, friend of the program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
New friend of the
when you're a
program.
close and personal friend, he's like, please
So
call me Paul.
when you come to Pitti, you gotta check in with the mayor. You gotta see Brunello first and
course.
foremost.
Yeah.
Big B.
Yeah, and then Hair Nose, another brand we work with. Then then I'll meet some new brands as well and just like sort of scout.
When you're doing that, like scouting, right, and you're glad handing,
Yeah.
how much does your reputation precede you? And like people are like trying to like flag you down, like Gian, get in my booth. Like, does that happen a lot where people are fucking sucking your dick from the back?
I mean, no, they'll be like, oh, come check it out. And I try to make time for that. It's
Right.
like you guys know, it's like I'll try to like meet as many people as I can.
You're A&Ring.
I'm what?
You're A&Ring.
A&Ring.
dude.
A&Ring, yeah, exactly.
John's in
Which is
repertoire.
And I think for me
J&R.
too, it's like, we have such a big business. What really helps is like a lot of the brands that we do millions of dollars with, I get to see like, there's brands that we buy that maybe show in like Australia. And so they'll have the whole line here and I can walk through like the assortment and get like a preview of like, here's the color story, here's like the key items we're going to stand behind.
How the
and
fuck does it work with
business stuff.
Australia where it's like they must be showing, so we're looking at spring 25 right now, but they must be on fall 24? Are they behind or ahead? What's going on there?
It depends. I think they just flip it because it's of the hemispheres.
Yeah, the toilet,
Yeah.
the toilet
Yeah.
water flushes
that's
opposite.
That's what I'm asking. So like, are they like it's cold there now, right? I don't
Right. So
fucking know.
it's like
Fuck Australia.
their spring would be like our fall or whatever.
fucking
But
cunts.
You sick fucking cunts, dude.
Gian, what are some trends you see maybe bubbling, whether it's in the brands or the attendees of Pitti Uomo that you might envision hitting American shores sometime in the near future?
I mean, I think we're about to like, we're going to hit the commercial era of big pants.
Really?
Finally.
Ooh,
Yeah.
The people are ready.
I think that people are ready.
I'm seeing a lot of skinny pants out there, though.
Of course.
We are in Italy.
Yeah, we are in Italy. Like,
Yeah.
I think slim is still going to be very commercially viable, but like, I think in terms of market penetration, it's like once you see a lot of the bigger dudes doing, an 8-inch or like 17-inch hem,
I love an 8-inch penetration.
or like a 16 to 17-inch hem on a pant, you're like, all right, like this is where like something becomes commercially viable. Like,
Right.
it's not going to be like extendo, like Jinko wide, but it's more like, and when you see the marketing terms around it, like classic fit start to come back instead of like
the
relaxed.
whitewashing of fucking product names, dude.
Just call them big ass pants, bro.
It's putting it in like context, right?
Yo, big ass motherfucking pants, boy.
I got that BAP. Yeah, big ass pants. What's up with inseams? What are you seeing inseam wise? For shorts,
dude.
for shorts.
For shorts, the skate short, a little baggy, a little bit below the knee. I'd like
So
that
like
the
nine,
fashion way.
a niner?
Maybe with like a pleat. Yeah.
Ooh, pleated niner?
Yeah.
Pleats, please.
For the fashion heads. But yeah,
Hell
it's
yeah.
like, the touching or a little bit below the knee for like the average guys, definitely.
They
bad.
love touching knees in Italy, I'll tell you that
Right.
much.
Well, that's the thing. Is like as like the more mainstream customer wants to get
Berlusconi.
shorter and shorter, like 5 to 3 on like their Jeremy Allen White like full gams mode.
What are you doing?
Then-
Are you doing 3 or 9?
It depends.
Do you have thigh tattoos?
No,
Okay.
Really?
I don't.
Let's fix
Do
that.
you have any tats on your legs?
I have maybe one tat on my leg.
Okay.
Where?
Also, I don't know why I'm
Rest is
saying
arms.
tat. That's whack.
Yeah.
On your
We
butt
say
cheek?
ink.
My butt cheek is not my leg. It's on my.
Butt cheeks are legs.
No,
they're
dude,
your
Your leg
hindquarters.
goes all the way up to bro.
Your
This
ass.
is the leg shoulder.
I don't think the cheek is part of the leg. Like
Yes,
there's
it
clearly
is.
different muscles
Yes, it is.
at work.
Where does the leg end?
The leg ends where the hip bone's connected to the pelvis.
Bro,
So I would say the
okay,
pelvis.
is your cheek below your hip?
Bro, when did
Yes,
this
it
become
is.
fucking Menswear Joe Rogan podcast?
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up. Yo, can I hit you with some rapid fire shit?
Yeah.
For anyone listening at home who's coming to Florence for the first time or coming again, real quick, what is your favorite bar in Florence first?
favorite bar? Oh man, Fiddler's Elbow.
Okay. Right up the street from our hotel.
Yeah, I also like Harry's is a classic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Geely,
sure.
Geely's good, but Geely's like just it's either
Gili,
between.
everyone's saying is cooked, bro.
It's done.
Okay. Favorite restaurant in Florence?
Oh, dude, Pensavo Peggio.
Oh, yeah? Did you need to
Pensavo
make a res?
Peggio. No, you walk in. Jeremy Kirkland put me on the game, so
Ciao,
I love
Jay
Pensavo
Kirk.
Peggio. They do like a really good house wine. Chefs Antonio Liverano would just like casually eat lunch there, like old school Taylor.
Just a goat grazing.
Goat, yeah.
Favorite leg anatomy.
Oh, St. Regis bar is also good too.
Favorite leg anatomy. Shut the fuck up, Lawrence. Favorite leg anatomy in Florence. Because
Favorite
we're
leg
so rudely
anatomy?
cut off talking about this by this guy over here.
There's good calves.
Is the butt cheek below the hip?
Yeah.
So part of the leg.
Bro.
Anyway, that's where we're going to end it.
Hold on. Your
no,
favorite
come on.
place to shop in Florence?
Favorite place to shop in Florence? Epoca Vintage. There is also a great
Where is that? Sorry, what is it again?
Epoca. EPOCA.
Okay, gonna hit that.
I mean, the Margaret Howell store is also goated. Oh, but the Liverano like tailoring shop.
Liverano and Liverano.
Can I ask you a gauche question? How big of a bag do you blow at the mall, the outlets?
I spent. I mean, I was shopping for the rest of the trip, so I spent $4K before tax back.
Is that a work expense though? Because you're like, yo, my bag got stolen. Like,
No.
I need clothes to survive.
No, that's me on the phone with the credit card company being like, let's go with this travel insurance for like stuff I had to replace.
Congrats on your $40 cash back
Thank
on
you.
your bag loan.
Yeah.
Gian, thank you
You're the
for
best,
coming
bro.
on to the only podcast that matters and taking time off from Pitti Uomo. We're gonna get you back to the fair and get you out of here.
Great.
Bye.
Love you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Live from Pitti, we're with Sam Trotman, aka Sam Utaro. Sam, how the hell are you?
I'm good, enjoying the good weather out here, trying to get a tan.
You got a tan.
I got one, yeah. It's topping up from the lovely British weather.
A British tan, as we say.
So you're not in a suit or a full peacock costume. You're keeping it functional with the easy breezy sleeveless.
Yeah, that's my vibe out here. I'm constantly like running around, so
Just all
the
sheer.
suit doesn't work for me. So I'm just in some easy breezy legaci, as you guys say.
Oh, some sheer, some mesh, some legace.
Yeah, I
All the
definitely
major food
raise
groups.
a few eyebrows with it with the
Oh, yeah?
peacocks that are out
Oh,
here.
come on. You are not the most freak looking motherfucker out there. I'll tell you
No,
that.
there's definitely a lot of eclectic looks out there. I've just saw one guy who was dressed in full on. He almost looked like the last boss of like Versace. He had like a full kind of like gold chain, like jacket, gold chain boots, and that.
Was it 2 Chainz in 2016?
Yeah.
Like,
It's full on the end like that vibe.
You saw
I'd say,
Titty
but
Boy
the Italian version.
in person.
I want to ask you this. You know, without giving away any future content,
Yeah.
what are like the storylines and narratives and arcs and characters that you're seeing at Pitti Uomo that are grabbing your eye?
I think what's really interesting about Pitti, you do kind of get a lot of the same kind of stories each season. Like you have like all the steezy Japanese guys that come through. There's always like a strong like Americana kind of look. But one thing I always love like looking out for is like the caps. Like the caps, there's always like a new cap each season, whether it's like, I don't know, like the era of like the Amy Leon Dore one, there was that. I think
Sure.
like last summer, like this season, everyone's going for the kind of like motor sports ones.
Oh, shit.
That seems like a big thing. Or, like,
Motocross.
like
Fox
motocross,
racing.
like that, yeah, or like the vintage, like motorsports, or like some guy had like vintage kind of like aerospace ones. So every season we're always kind of looking out.
It's
for,
too
what
hot to
new
wear a
trend.
motocross jacket, so you gotta fucking rep with the cap, I guess.
Exactly,
The chapeau.
Yeah. Dirt bike stolen valor.
Yeah, right. None of those guys ride.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely since like 2016 as well, there's definitely been more like casualization, I say, like with Pitti. Like since I think like Ghost
yourself.
Rybczynski. Yeah, like me, myself, yeah. But
Well, it's funny because my man to my left here, he was last at Pitti Uomo in 2012.
Yeah.
And you were like, yo, everyone's wearing a suit every single day. I'm like, yeah, in 2012 they were.
Yeah.
But I was talking to other people that have been there since then, and it's like, no, you can show up in a short and t-shirts or a sleeveless sheer vest, and you won't look out of place.
Yeah, you've always got like the Americana guys. I guess they're always like the alternative for like the tailoring. But then there's a lot more of the young kids who are coming through now. And I think it's reflected in the brands that they have here as well, where it's like more contemporary kind of like menswear. There's a lot of like the young students, like they pass through and they're wearing more like designer bits as well.
All right, so here's the $1 million question. Have you seen more jorts or more ties?
I've seen some really short shorts coming
Oh,
through.
yeah?
Like, what is it, you guys? Is it a 6-inch inseam?
5 for a while.
five, yeah.
Five is standard / basic. 3 is for the sluts, and 9 is for like the cool guys.
Right, I saw a slutty Prada guy. He had the denim jorts on. That
Hell
was
yeah.
definitely low. He pulled it off though. He wear it well.
How many jorts as a denimsman yourself?
Yeah.
How many jorts did you bring to Pitti?
I didn't bring any jorts with me yet. No, I've got one pair.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah,
God.
but I wouldn't say they're jorts. They're Capris. They're our legacy. You know, they've done.
Oh,
that,
the really
that,
long
that,
boys.
that funny like twill denim that they've got.
Yeah.
I've got a pair of those.
We almost caught this man jipping, dude.
Yeah. They're called shorts for a reason. They're not called
Yeah.
longs. What do you have is there a goated pair of jorts in your mind?
There's a brand in the UK called what's it called? A Denim, I think it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
A denim?
Yeah.
Terrible
Let me-
SEO.
No, I think I'm getting it wrong. Let me start. I can't remember what he's going to kill me now because I can't think of it at the top of my head. But,
It's all
but
good,
otherwise,
bro.
Silver Tab, like Levi's, they're always
Yeah.
like classic, like go-to because it's like the vintage kind of original of like jorts. I'd say like
I think
the
like
90s.
the platonic ideal of like jorts when you close your eyes and imagine them as like Levi's silver tabs that were like maybe hacked off or hemmed into fucking jorts straight
But
up.
that's what they've been going for quite a few seasons now, haven't they? It's like probably like 3 years in the UK. At least.
3 years?
Yeah, like people have been on like the jorts like really
Well, it
early,
was
especially with
blood-
that look with like the
blood
Adidas
core.
Sambas.
Yeah. Well, also bloodcore. Was bloodcore a thing in the UK, or was that just us?
I think it was more because
objectifying-
obviously we're like British, so it's like younger kids. I guess they're like reappropriating that like football casuals look, but I guess they understand the nuance more than maybe like an American. Kind
I guess
of, like,
in
young kid
England,
doing
it's
it.
normcore.
But the football shirts, of course, like they're
Yeah.
huge.
in England, bloodcore is just core because you're all blokes.
Yeah, and they're all like caning like the pints of beers and that.
While we're talking British brands, what's your Mount Rushmore of British clothing brands?
I'd say.
Not to put you on the spot here.
Are you familiar with the concept of Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, of
Okay,
course.
all right,
But I'm
good.
just like thinking of which would be my.
What you do is
my
you
best
take,
three.
you steal a mountain from some indigenous peoples that were there for centuries, and then you put 4 white motherfuckers, just plaster them into the mountain.
Yeah, you should be familiar with this concept since you guys invented it over
Yeah.
there in the
I think I'd
United
say
Kingdom.
like Nicholas Daly. He's definitely like one of my favorite ones at the moment.
Shout out
Definitely
Nicky.
rate what he's doing. Trying to think who else.
So you're going to go contemporary and then we'll go all time, or you want to combine?
I think I'm kind of more into sort of like contemporary ones.
Let's
I'd
go off.
say.
So Nicholas Daly.
Nicholas Daly, or I could say like Alexander McQueen, like he's like iconic
R.I.P.
designer as
to the
well.
goat.
R.I.P. And then I'd
Check on
say,
your friends, people.
trying to
Yeah,
think
check
who
on
would
your
be my
chunky
last
Stan
one.
Smiths, dude.
Let me think who would be the last one. Just like got off my
That's
head
2.
Well, you need to get 2 more.
now. 2 more. What I've got? Was it 4?
You
Yeah,
got 2 so far.
We need your Teddy Roosevelt and your Abraham Lincoln.
Right. Who else would I get? I'm just going through my head now. Oh, shout out Clint.
Yeah?
Cortez.
Yo, man,
Because he's
like
killing it at the
Clint.
moment. Like he's not like I guess like designer in the context of like runway designer, but I think the way that he's impacting
energy's
fashion
crazy,
and
yeah.
everything that he's doing,
The
it's like,
post
he's
Virgil
unstoppable
Abloh
at the
concept
moment.
of designer, right?
Yeah, for
the
sure.
cult
For
of
the young,
personality.
like yeah.
Are there
nowadays in terms of
Clint
culture.
clones in the UK?
Yeah, there's quite a lot that was sort of knocking about. He even like cloned himself at one point. I think he did like a release of tees that were like a knockoff of the Cortez like brand ones.
I see a lot of 14-year-old white, pasty-ass white boys trying to look like Clint, honestly.
And
A lot
then
of white
last
boys with
one,
grills out here.
I'd say I don't know.
Last one.
Barber?
This is hard. Oh, it could go like old school like
I
that.
know,
like
that's what I was
Barber's kinda
thinking,
like
yeah.
classic or like Burberry's obviously.
Drake's,
like, iconic.
yeah.
Burberry.
Yeah.
What do you think of the new Burberry? The Daniel Lee Burberry.
I think it's nice what he's kind of done with it in terms of like Burberry's always been a difficult one, I think, for like designers to kind of like reimagine that. But I think he's doing a good job in terms of sort of bringing a contemporary context to it that doesn't rely too much on like the Burberry check and all the
How much
dressing
stuff we're
Skepta.
used to. Yeah.
How much is Burberry paying you to say this? Be
I haven't
nice.
done any work with Burberry.
Not yet,
until,
but
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, true.
When they hear someone not shitting on them, they're like, "How much do we pay this guy?"
They can invite me to the show. I'd be
Yeah.
down for that.
You're about to be feet on wood, front row, dog.
Yeah. What style-wise, fashion-wise, what's happening in the UK right now that's moving your dick?
I always like a lot of the stuff that's kind of happening with like the young, sort of like the streetwear designers. Like there's people like Always Do What You Should Do. Like they're like super dope. He's a young designer from New Zealand, and he bases a lot of his stuff off like surf culture from where he's from, but then also blending it with like skate culture. So I'm always trying to sort of like tap more into like that kind of stuff, like a kind of street level in terms of what's happening in London.
Cool.
People like, I love, who else would I say? Sloan, do you know him? He's not like a designer, but he's an artist. He's from Nigeria, and he's part of this crew called Motherland. And they're like photographers, designers, like skaters.
So it's like a collective.
But they're kind of, they're like a collective, but they kind of mixing like fashion, like art.
Yeah.
But they're just, again, like shifting the needle in terms of like culture that's happening in London. So
I feel like I'm going to know your answer here because you're such a sweet, lovely man. But like when you see Americans, and whether this is like as specific as Blowcore, but when you see like Americans go like full Anglophile, is that like flattering or is that like fucking clone, stolen valor, and you're like, these guys are corny?
Yeah.
No, I think
You
it's
didn't eat
interesting.
beans for
We do the
breakfast?
same with you guys. Like, loads of British people, like they're always kind of appropriating American style. So it's always nice to kind of see that nuance.
The
between
cultural
people.
exchange.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same with like the way that Japanese like interpret like American.
We did invent hip-hop. So you're welcome.
Happy 50 years, hip hop.
Yeah. What do the geezers over in the UK think of like, what are they excited about in terms of what's happening in America right now, fashion-wise? Like, what are the trends that you think are like
I'd say
hitting-
if you don't like more than like geezer, there's this whole kind of subculture in the UK happening at the moment that's more kind of about the Essex guys. I don't know if you've like seen any of that stuff on like TikTok.
It's like
The guys-
Jersey Shore or Love Island motherfuckers? Like
yeah, kind of like
Georgie
that
Shore?
vibe, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're called chavas, and it's like this whole
dude.
trend that's happening
Yeah.
kind of in like Essex.
Hitting
and
the
they're-
pub and wake up Charlie.
Exactly. It's like, what's happening, darling? You all right?
Yeah. Dude,
So this is more of like a thing that's kind of happening. Like the geezer's like more of like an old school, like I'd say like 80s, 90s, like early 2000s, like UK, whereas Chava's like the new era of like
The
geezer
four-
in the
the
UK.
four
They love fake
dudes.
tan, like the Turkish teeth.
the four dudes, all black kids that do
Exactly,
like that one
yeah.
song.
So they
and
kind of like emulated that look, the
with
keeping
the
it
fucking,
lemon.
"Oh, wake up, Charlie."
Yeah.
And they did a TikTok with Sench.
Yeah,
Right?
they're huge.
Yeah. Shout
I
out
love
those,
that. And also
shout out
the
those
fact that there's
chavras.
obviously young black kids that not appropriating, they're just like having that culture exchange with typically like white British culture. And it's nice that that's kind of happening.
Rev up the Bugatti.
Yeah.
What are some trends in America that right now you think are fucking trash?
Where to begin?
Trying to think what's going on there. that I
Yeah,
wouldn't
what
at
like
the
hits
moment.
your IG feed and you're like, oh my God, bro, fucking kill me.
Oh wow!
I don't know. I guess like, the whole
MoMA Yankee
Balenciaga
hat?
thing's kind of a bit played out.
Thank
isn't it? Like,
you.
I do like the whole like opium kind of movement. I feel like that's like cool in terms of like they say subculture's dead, but that's really something that's kind of grounded in music. And then there's a whole kind of thing that's sort of happening throughout fashion and young kids and what they're wearing. But then you do get people who just kind of, I guess, like copy paste that look. They don't really kind of like understand it that much. And like the Balenciaga kind of look. I guess that's a little bit kind of like played out with like rappers at the moment.
Is the copy paste thing? Is that a result of like Instagram? Do you think where you can?
I
Just
guess
like,
so. It's like that thing, like people just want to kind of like co-opt something that's happening. You have like huge people like Kanye or other kind of influential figures like that who are wearing it, and it's only natural that people want to kind of emulate that look. But I think I do like some of the Balenciaga styling, but it's when people really kind of get that kind of the undertones of what it is and the way that they style it,
Right.
rather than just wearing like the chunky boots and like a baggy jean or something like that.
Not to gas you, but is that like kind of like the reason why Instagram accounts like Sam Utaro need to exist, so that we're not just doing a surface level look, but we're actually like learning about like actual rave culture or gabber culture?
Yeah, exactly. And connecting the
taking
dots. That's
ecstasy,
always
bro.
been like my take as well. It's like connecting the dots of like where like someone like Demner, whatever his references and what's the lineage between like those kind of like the pants or the Adidas tops that he's wearing and things like that, of like where that sort of comes from in subculture. That's what really kind of inspires me and my audience love to kind of like learn about those things. And same for me, like a lot of the time, like I'm not like a cultural expert. I love just doing research, and that's where the page started from. Is that I always kind of like dug around online, like Tumblr, and like reading up or speaking to people, finding out these stories, and then the platform was just sort of like a way for me to kind of share what I was learning myself.
I think Samutaro is the only account where I will expand a caption.
Yeah, I love it when I get that a lot. But then I do get people saying, "Not reading all that."
Of course, dude.
But it's nice because
I'm
sometimes
sorry that happened.
my
What happened
audience
for
will be
you?
like, "No, you need to read it because you'll learn something nice." So it's cool that people have my back.
I like
that.
looking at pictures.
How many people are like, where do I buy this?
Yeah,
Just show me
I
where
have
to
to
buy
give
this.
a shout out to you, Lawrence, because you put me on from like the early days, back in the Grail days of
Ooh.
getting me the fellow account up back then.
And I would like to thank you for doing my job for me, Sam.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. What
got some
content?
nice checks from Grail back then.
For sure, dude. For sure.
What content on Samutaro rings off the hardest? Like, what goes crazy?
It's more the unexpected stuff. I try and sort of like have sort of certain themes of what I cover in terms of like art, like style-based things. But
Art goes off?
yeah,
No way. No.
but more like I cover like I guess like graffiti or more kind of like younger like artists and that's sort of happening, like popping off more kind of like underground ones.
Okay.
Yeah, well, art is hard, and like the fact that you can like distill it in a way where even like a layman can be like, oh, like I can learn something here. It's probably like, yeah, I mean, as a moron myself, that's a good
Yeah.
way to learn about art is
Exactly,
via
and I
Instagram
feel like
captions.
it's like art's more connected to fashion than ever, so people want to kind of like learn about that.
So
sort
on
of
your next
shit.
Hinge date, you can be like, yo, did you know Basquiat fucked Madonna? Yeah. Is that crazy? Like,
I did do a post on Mia Khalifa a couple of days ago.
Saw that.
That went off, and I know that you guys, I saw on your Reddit thread that you obviously have a lot of the incels who go off
yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
And I didn't even like kind of like look in the comments.
a lot of
people were going
Zionists
crazy.
also went off in the comments.
Yeah, I
I'll
did
say
see
that
a
as
few
well.
of those ones.
Yeah. What?
Two classes of very terrible people.
But also, yeah, just
I said
because there's
that.
so many different pages now that do like kind of similar content to what I do. So like, I'm
Do you see clones? Are people cloning you?
what's that?
Do you see clones? Like, do you see Samutaro clones?
Sometimes like people, they'll just copy and paste like what I do and they'll add a tag on it. But it's like, that's the thing that's like, I guess we try and like have a difference is like taking the time to do these stories and give the context and stuff like that. So I get it why people kind of take stuff, and I often like reference stuff from other articles and I try and sort of like cite them when I do, but it's like sometimes it's a bit, just like if you're just copying and pasting it, but as long as if they're tagging it, then people will drive to my page, or if people see that they copy it, then they'll tag me in it in the comments anyway.
Do any of these accounts have more followers than you? Because that'd be fucked.
Well, like I wouldn't say like Hidden's like copying me, but he's
Ciao,
been there from
Corey.
the start. He's been like he'll repost my stuff. And
fuck, am I not
people
supposed to say his
often
name?
say like, why'd you let him do that? And it's like he's got such a big platform, and it's nice that gets shared, and then people might come over to my page from it. So I'm not really about kind of the spiritual kind of like warfare that happens online. I just kind of take it as it is.
Like you're here, obviously, like you're a guest at Pitti, we're a guest at Pitti. Do you think that like even in just like the past year, people like give more credence to like the Instagram journalists than they did, very recently, where like maybe you would have been dismissed to some degree?
Definitely, yeah. It's taken a long time, I guess, for a lot of our pages to kind of get recognized and sort of get validation, I guess, from the industry. Just because a lot of the, I guess, older kind of generation who work in the industry, they're used to working with these big media platforms. But you can kind of see from like the audiences and the engagement of what a lot of our pages in the community get, that people really, especially the younger ones, they really resonate with what we put out there. So it's cool that we're getting recognition, like having you guys here and stuff like that. It's like,
dude, we're happy to have you, bro.
Yeah, no,
we had to go
cool
through
to
the
connect with
proper
you guys.
channels to book you, dog.
My guys get more comments than Vogue, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
What's the content that he posts about that fucking bricks?
Shit. It's usually the ones when I take the longest time to like put something together. I'm just like, I love this one. It's going to be really good. And then it'll just get, like not as much engagement. But even those ones, it's like sometimes I just do it for the heads that really care about that kind of stuff.
You got to service the heads.
You got to service, those people because they really value that kind of content. So I try not to get too caught up in insights too much. Because that's how I started. I was just posting about stuff that I love. So I still trying to keep that enthusiasm and posting about those kind of things.
Do you think of yourself as a journalist? Like, what do you like call yourself? Like,
I
you're
never
an
really sort of know.
influencer, right?
Like people sometimes say like cultural like curator or cultural commentator.
Cultural
people say.
historian?
Cultural historian I've had, but I don't know. Yeah, I'd just say that I'm like an enthusiast like myself because that's where I've always like come
And
from.
enthusiasm is contagious, and that's why.
Yeah,
we
I think
follow,
we
and that's
all
why
grew
love
up
it.
in like that, like Tumblr and blog era, and that's still the same kind of mentality that I have when I'm putting these pieces together. Is just speaking to like-minded people who really care about the stuff that I do.
Besides we've talked about the ones that just rip your shit, but like who are some of your favorite Instagram follows besides throwing fits?
Instagram followers.
Yeah.
No,
follow.
like,
Who do you follow?
Who I follow? I love like Plastic Plant. Who else is there? Like Hidden, obviously. He's this like OG one. My friend from London, he's got a page called Ulterior Reconnaissance. And he covers like 90s kind of like military style. Like I love what he's doing. He's only got like a small following at the moment, but again, he's digging in kind of different corners of the
pump those
internet to
numbers
what
up,
I'm
Thrill
used
Gang.
to. Yeah, right. Check him out. Trying to think who else is there that's good at the moment that I'm following. Shit.
Do you mostly follow, like, I mostly follow, like, thoughts.
Yeah.
Are you mostly following, like other, like, cultural curators?
Historians.
I try and keep mine quite varied, to be honest, because it's like I'm always trying to keep a finger on like the pulse of what's happening in sort of like culture. So it's not just like other pages, because it's nice to see what they're doing, and it's like I can kind of like see them. Necessarily, I don't want to repost what they're posting, but sometimes I might see what they're doing and then dig in a different kind of angle.
You don't want to be like influence, right? You want to keep your POV, keep your voice.
Exactly,
Like,
yeah.
You want to exist in the ecosystem, but not like just
and you don't want it to be like an echo chamber, because people are quite sensitive to it. I think the audiences, they don't want to see stuff that's like repeated on the feed like constantly again and again.
Yeah. I'm going through your following, the people you follow right now. Minimal Thoughtage. The man is
not digging deep enough in there.
I gotta keep scrolling.
Don't put
Call
this
me
on
out. My
Blastoise.
wife might be watching.
So real quick, so we are here
Yeah.
to do business, right? The eternal bag chase. Let me ask you this. How many Instagram followers do you need to gain on this trip for it to be seen as a success?
I try not to like focus too much on following at the moment. I'm just like focusing more on like content. I feel like if that's the way that I can sort of like value what I do. It's good to obviously to get more following, but I think some of the stuff of what I cover, it's not necessarily for a big audience. So I've kind of come to terms with like, I just want to focus on doing content.
We're in a post-follower society, and now it's about engagement.
Yeah, and there's so many good pages that necessarily they could have like 10 or 15 and they could have amazing engagement with it. I think it's really about having an audience that's really locked into what you do.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel people know and follow Semitaro for, like a source for history and news and context. But the man behind the account is a Fitzman himself.
Yeah.
Right? That's pretty plain and obvious. So how tempted are you to break that fourth wall and jump in front of the camera and post fit pics just like, it's like, yo, I got the following, might as well fucking flex.
I don't mind doing it every now and again, because I think I've worked in like the fashion industry for quite a long time, and I've always been kind of like a face that goes and I moderate panels or just sort of like being about. So people know who I am. So I've never been anonymous like a lot of the other accounts. And it's quite good for me in terms of my profile of like going out, like I don't mind doing things like this or doing panels or being sort of in front of camera and stuff. But I try and focus more obviously on like the stories that I tell. But it's always nice, I feel like, to have a face. So like sometimes if I do a campaign with a brand, then I might get myself in there. I did something
like when you
with
did the Adidas corn shit.
Exactly,
That was fire.
yeah. So I did that, and like that was like a good example of where I can like authentically put myself within the content.
Sure.
Yeah, and people do love to see that, and it's nice, I think, for them to have a face that they can connect to.
Do you have a Finsta with all your fit pics?
No, because I spend so much time on like Instagram anyway that.
What's your screen time on Instagram?
Oh, dude.
Shit, I haven't even ever looked at that, but it must be.
Would it be
like,
really
at least
depressing?
like half a day, maybe each day?
No, dude, that's so bad for your eyes, bro.
I know.
Get
I
this
try
man
not to
some
do it too
blue
much.
light lenses, dude.
But I'm constantly. It's just like I don't really work off my laptop. I work off my phone a lot. So I do my posts on my phone. I do my research on my phone. So I'm constantly kind of on it. But when I do put like a post out, I do generally put my phone down. And,
Smart.
Can we look at your screen time right now and give the
if you
people
know how
a
to do it.
taste
Dude,
of-
yo, the big reveal. Like, so, all right, right now it is 1:21 p.m.
How'd you
in
do it?
Firenze.
Go to settings. Go to where are your settings at? Just
Yo,
go to settings.
Sam Trotman getting the fucking boomer tutorial on screen time live
and
on
then
pod.
just screen time.
It might not be that bad the past few days because I haven't been on.
Well,
it
yeah,
a lot.
you've been
Out
busy.
here.
You've
Yeah,
been glad handing, dude.
yeah.
Okay, are we ready
Yeah. Drum
for
roll.
this? Oh wait, sorry, I didn't mean to limit your usage. Oh, I just locked out of Instagram. No, actually, I don't know how to.
I did get
fucking
locked
do
out of
this.
Instagram
Bro.
last summer. Actually, I got
Really?
pulled on like I did some posts for Louis Vuitton, and I ended up getting the account taken down for copyright. So I was out of it for 4 weeks, which was.
Holy shit, dude. Were you shitting bricks?
I was initially, and then it was kind of like I guess like silver lining because during Fashion Week, I just got to be a bit more present during the whole shows. I wasn't on my phone the whole time, which was nice. But then after 3
Right.
weeks, I was like, "Fuck, am I not going to?"
You talked about like posting and putting the phone away and like not getting caught up in like that refresh kind of like doom cycle.
Yeah.
But like,
But it's not so much even about the doom cycle. I think a lot of the other
find
content creators will understand that there's a lot of time that we put into like putting these post together, whether it's the research or like the writing and things like that. And it's like, it does take a lot of time to put through it. So even like the past sort of like few months, I've taken a little bit of time off from Instagram.
Smart.
I don't have to be posting every day. It's yeah.
Dude,
You've got to
you
watch your
have-
mental health with some of this stuff because it's pretty full on. And I'm sure you guys understand it even more. Like you're active every day.
Your screen time is not showing up. Maybe it's a UK thing where it's like, you know, they're not allowed to like better privacy from the big
Maybe,
tech.
dude. Yeah. Or
I'd say
was,
it's pretty high though.
it was so depressing that Tim Cook himself was like, I don't want to have this guy.
You know the guy
fucking
Samatara? Yeah, block his shit. Yeah. So you talk about how you've worked in fashion for a long time, like as a blokesman.
Yeah.
Why has London Fashion Week men's lost the fucking plot?
I know. I didn't even
What's going
realize
on
that
there?
they had like
They
Craig
folded it
Green
into,
and like
yeah.
Charles Jeffrey
Yeah.
like this week, and I didn't really know anything that was kind of like.
And the
happening.
Craig show was fucking incredible.
I know it was insane, but I think it's harder like to get into that one. But there was a point like from like sort of 2013 to like 2016 when you had
was the
people
hot
like
shit.
Astrid Anderson, you
Yeah.
had like
Yeah.
Nazir Mazhar,
Martine Rose.
like, yeah, and a lot of those young designers.
KTZ.
Yeah, Cold Wool. Yeah, KTZ was one of the OG ones. But that was such a special time, and that's kind of when I first started like working in the industry, and it was
London
such a
Fashion
buzzy
Week
time.
LNC or whatever the fuck it was
LNCC?
called. No, not
No.
the store. Like London Men's Collection, LMC or whatever.
Right, yeah.
Was like the hot shit.
Yeah, and that's where they kind of had an
happened?
incubator of like
Yeah.
supporting these young designers.
Government money, bro.
And I don't know what the point was where a lot of
was-
the designers
it's-
started moving to like Italy and
It's that
France.
British austerity measures.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
it is sad that they don't kind of incubate that because there's so many cool young designers that are based there. But obviously, there's a bigger platform maybe for them to come to Europe. But it's sad that London can't host that anymore.
Are there any young brands like because now you are the one that like you're the platform, right? So are there any young British brands that are like moving your dick, like catching your eye?
Yeah, who's good?
We mentioned a few of them, but like brand wise.
To put me on the spot here, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head who's good in terms of young designers.
You can just say
like Bianca
nope.
Saunders is really good. I've seen her, Bianca Saunders.
Yeah, of course,
you know
dude.
her?
I
She's
have some
great.
very strange loafers from her. I love
Yeah.
them. People hate them.
And then obviously like Wales Bonner's like another great one. I
yeah,
haven't
shout
mentioned her
Grace.
before, but she's like insane. I love what she's doing in terms of, yeah.
Do you eat beans for breakfast?
What's that?
Do you eat beans for breakfast?
I do. If we're having like a full English breakfast, I'm like all over like baked beans. I wish they did a baked bean sauce. There's like a ketchup almost. But
Yeah,
can't
dude,
get
that
that.
brown-
They used to do
that good
a
brown
Heinz
shit.
baked bean pizza, if that's like the most British thing that you could get.
What?
But it would be like so like scalding hot that you bite into it and the cheese would just like melt the top of your mouth. It's
Cheesy
horrible.
beans.
Yeah. Is it people into beans in America?
We're into the fact that you motherfuckers eat beans for breakfast.
Have you seen the pages on TikTok that do like the jacket potato with beans and cheese? Because
Yeah.
that's like Americans are obsessed with that at the
Yeah.
moment. Because it's
It's-
just like a foreign concept
it's a
of
food
having a baked potato.
It's a
with-
food truck, right? And like
Yeah.
people show up like at like 9 a.m.
Yeah, I
for
think
them to
he's
open them
somewhere
at noon.
in like Manchester or something, but people travel all around like the UK to go to have that.
It is the brownest, beigest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do love a jacket potato though.
It's just funny to us because these motherfuckers be eating beans for real, dude.
Which
That's all.
honestly, beans for breakfast.
Yo, they're
very
delicious.
fire.
Yo, baked
Yeah.
beans are good as fuck, dude. Let's
Yeah,
be clear.
they are good.
That's the other thing.
Usually for dinner,
Definitely
though.
get a lot of flatulence from that though.
But look, you need the protein because you're a runner, right? As a runsman.
Yeah. Don't
And
get
some
the
of
fits
that-
off, I get the fitness off as well. Yeah.
Nice. What's your running fit of choice?
Satisfy usually dripped
Yeah?
in that, yeah.
Nice.
Shout out Brees and Tommy, those guys are always sort of like plugging up. But what I love about them is because there's so many like niche kind of like running brands that are coming out now, and it really kind of like fits like the lifestyle of runners. And I love what they do in terms of like connecting music, and they've never really been about running in terms of like performance and your times. It's more about the mental state of what you
Looking
enjoy about
cool.
running. But running is not for everyone, but it's just been something that I've always loved since I was younger. And like
Yeah, I don't
that
run a
flow
shit
state
besides
that
the
you
bag.
get when you're running. Yeah, the runner's high.
Yeah, we just run our mouths. And they're satisfied in a rare class of our legacy workshop
That is true.
collaborators.
Yeah.
Alongside Throwing Fits.
I've got some of them. I actually just got a new top from Satisfy when I did the Paris Marathon recently.
Hell yeah.
They
Ooh.
do like this, they crop the tops and they do these kind of little tassel things. But I brought it with me, but I don't know whether
Sexy.
Pitty's ready for that one. I've got
So
the
you have a run
sleeveless on
club
today.
you have a run club at Pitti?
Yeah, so we've got like a big crew of people that come out for runs in the morning. Like Pitty's quite famous for like people going to like the Irish bar and like there's loads of like free pies,
yeah,
free
we were
booze. So
there
people
till
get like
3
turned
a.m.
up out here. But a lot of it's like a select group of us who kind of like turn that in and then we all just get up early and like that's our kind of like social thing. So we meet at like 7 a.m. on a bridge.
Nice.
And we'll
Yeah.
go and do like a 10K run and it's a really nice way to kind of like socialize with different people.
How many miles
that
is
are
that?
out
Yeah.
there in Pitti. It's like photographers, there's buyers and it's a really cool kind of little like
Who's the
social thing.
worst runner at Pitti Uomo?
I'm not going to put anyone on blast. There's a couple of guys. Because it's basically the first where we meet on the bridge. There's this killer hill that goes on for like maybe like half a kilometer, and it just like that's when it kind of like you can tell people who are with it or who aren't with it. Yeah,
They're just there for the
Some
clout.
people just like die on like the bridge.
I may disagree with your lifestyle choice, but I will defend with my life.
Yeah,
You're right.
like some guys will turn up in like a pair of Converse and try and like run with us, and like their feet are just like cooked by that first hill.
Yeah, don't run in Visvim FBTs, friends.
For real.
Well, AKS is coming on after you. Is he like a top runner? Because also, like, come on, you guys are. I'm sure there's like some competitive juices flowing too.
Oh yeah, he's super competitive. So like he's always the one that's trying to sort of push the line going up that hill. But
Set the
then
pace.
We sort of like just creep in behind him, and then we'll just send it
Pink
afterwards.
jersey, dude, leading the
Yeah.
pack.
Ask him
you,
about. He always wants to stop at the top of each of the hill to get his breath back. Where we usually keep going. But
Oh, he's pretending to take photos, but he's actually asking his breath back. Okay,
I like that.
But no,
Yeah, 'cause-
he's healthy, and Adam's the one who's actually kind of like the instigator of getting those runs going. He organizes all the routes, so shout out Adam.
yeah, shout out.
Florence is like well known as like a very like beautiful walkable city, and obviously like you guys are taking advantage of that to like the nth degree with the run club.
Yeah.
Is Florence your favorite city to run in? And if not, what is?
Yeah, no, Florence is definitely one of my favorite places. The city itself, it's obviously really beautiful, like to go and like look around, but it's always pretty hectic, and especially if you're in the show. Whereas when we go out and do these runs in the morning, like within 2 kilometers, you're getting up and all like the rolling hills, like
You gotta
Tuscany.
go south of the river.
Oh,
Get
south of the river.
Get
yeah,
away
that's
from
where
the
it's at,
tourists.
though. But it's honestly the best, and like that's one of the things we were running. One of my friends, Daniel, today, and he's like, "This is what I look forward to the most coming out in Pitti." It's
you
that
ever-
and the Pitti lunch as well.
Yeah, right,
It's a
the free
crazy
lunch.
buffet. Yeah,
We've heard-
And
we've
it's
heard
nice that you
rumors.
can indulge in that, and you know you've already got like 10K under your belt.
Have you ever accidentally or purposely run into a fat American tourist who's just fucking eating donuts and
Knock
drinking?
him into the river.
No, but there are so many American tourists about that you sort of see that you can definitely sort of like
You
pick
hear
them
more
out when you're there.
You hear more English on the fucking street than you do like Italian. If
Last
you're-
year, actually, when we'd stopped for a coffee after we'd been to this run, and there was this sketchy American guy that sort of came up to us, and pretty sure he'd been up partying all night, and he was just like completely out of it, and he was just like, "Oh, can we borrow your phone to like get directions?" And he sort of gave us his hands were just like all brown and like grimy. We were like, "Dude, what's wrong with this guy?" And he stunk. So
Dude.
that was a bit of a weird encounter that we had.
You don't say.
Getting feral in Firenze. Well, Sam,
Yeah, for real.
thank you for coming on to the Only Podcast Matters. We're going to get you out of here so you can go hit that lunch that we are so envious of, although we did have some fire kebabs right before he came in, which might explain our lackadaisicalness and stench on our breath.
Yeah,
but thank you again
apologies
for
for
coming
the
on to
onions.
Throwing Fits. We got to do a full episode at some point next time you're in New York.
For sure. Yeah, it's great connecting with you guys.
Please.
That's really tight of a pity that they let IG historians into the press lunch. So that's good. Good
Yeah.
on you, dude.
All right, thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Later, Sam.
Sam Hine, straight from One World Trade, live at Pitti Uomo. How the hell are you, my friend?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
The
Thanks for
lads
coming,
are
bro.
in town. Fashion Month is kicking off. First up with Pitti Uomo, but you were in Capri earlier. You're fucking hitting Milan, Paris. You're doing it all.
You're in
What
China?
I was in Shanghai,
Jeez.
first, so I'm warmed up.
Dude, what?
ready
What's
to
your
go.
Delta status?
He's heating up.
Diamond.
Oh
Wow,
my goodness,
dude.
You're talking to 2 platinum boys.
Yeah.
Okay.
We woke up to the good news earlier today.
Yeah, that's right.
Congrats.
Because we spent way too much money upgrading ourselves to Delta One.
Yeah.
It was a poor
We
business
bought
choice. But as Fashion Month kicks off, what are the shows and events that got you most excited? Because it is a slog, dude.
Yeah, it's a long journey. I think I'll be here for 2.5 weeks. So PT this season, we went to Paul Smith last night, and I actually really like
Sir Paul Smith.
Sir Paul Smith. Thank you. Yeah, just edit that out. So I thought it was actually really nice because it was a presentation, and we go to so many runway shows, and he actually did a huge, like, spectacular, enormous fashion show at PT in 1993.
Yeah.
And he and I talked a little bit yesterday before the show about how it just makes more sense to do like a more intimate, smaller scale thing, in 2024, given how crazy and big everything else is now. But yeah, I mean, once we get to Milan, it's like, the circus really begins. And Martine Rose is showing in Milan for the first time.
That'll be sick.
Which is going to be really great. She showed at PT a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And then she did like a screening film sort of guerrilla fashion show thing in Paris last season, which I missed. But it looked incredible. So I'm excited for that. And then Prada is always a highlight. I mean, it just feels like they really set the tone for like the entire next 6 months of menswear.
Is
in
it
a way.
possible to have for there to be a bad Prada show? Like, no, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Oh, really?
I mean, there's, I mean, like technically and like conceptually and production wise, like it's always going to be very well executed. The clothes are always like cut really well. The quality is super. It's like you're never looking at a Prada show and like thinking like, oh, this doesn't fit, like this, the styling is weird. But there's some because the each season is so conceptual, and they're often very different season to season. Like there's some Prada shows that I look back on and I'm like, wow, that was so inspiring and it was amazing. And then sometimes I've been to some Prada shows where I'm like, okay, not my favorite, still good, but not getting me going this season.
Can't wait to slay them in show notes.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Subscribe to show notes.
Honestly,
by the way.
must read. What about are there any, besides the big names, right, that we all know and love, and even like Martine Rose is pretty established at this point, are there any like bubbling brands, maybe in like Paris?
Yeah, well, there's one in Milan. There's actually very few really exciting young Italian brands, which is sort of a weird, I think, problem that we're at Pitti Uomo, like hopefully, there's hopefully, maybe we'll go back to the fair and we'll find something. So far, no such luck. But Magliano, who showed at PT last season, and is showing in Milan next week, is really exciting young brand run by this guy named Luca Magliano, who is the most energetic and fast talking and effusive and gestural Italian person I've ever met.
That motherfucker must be throwing hands then, because he's the most effusive and
it's intense.
Gesticulating. God damn.
You got to watch your,
Yeah, dude.
This man shadow boxing or having conversation, dude.
But it's sort of, it's like we were talking about Magliano earlier, and I described it as it's like Club Kin Armani. Okay. It's the sort of drapey, natural fabrics, and there's a lot of tailoring, but it's all like fucked up in some way. It's kinky, and it's sort of, it's like,
is it horny?
It's pretty horny.
So it's like an Italian guy, is what you're saying for the most part. Dude. Is that this? Honestly, it's so funny to have this compilation episode, and everyone is basically like a lot of times talking about what they love, and they don't want to say classic with a twist, so they're like trying to come up with like different words. But like, are we literally in classic with a twist era for menswear, like straight up?
I was interviewing, I feel like in like the past 6 months, like a couple creative directors who have, I can't remember exactly. I don't want to say that that Simon Port Jacquemus said this in Capri over the weekend, but I think he basically said like classic with a twist. And then I interviewed Demna in Shanghai, and he said something very similar to classic with a twist. So it's like
what?
It's and obviously
what classics is he talking about?
How twisted are we going here, dude?
But the Balenciaga show in Shanghai was way more formal than maybe a typical Balenciaga show that you would think of.
No mud.
There was no mud.
Running through the mud.
Yeah, no Erewhon collab. It wasn't like the sweats up. And
just an Under Armour one.
Yeah.
What was the freakiest accessory? Like, obviously we know like the trash bag, the Lay's potato bag. What was like the stunt fucking bag?
There were a couple. There was a Balenciaga shoebox. There was a leather Balenciaga shoebox clutch. And then there was a line of handbags that were all made out of other clothing. So there was like a trench coat and a shirt and a hoodie and a Under Armour hoodie and a garment bag and like a puffer jacket and a leather jacket, and they were all like, they made the items of clothing, and then the ready to wear team made the clothes and then gave them to the bag team, and then they turned them into a bag by like sewing it.
Balenciaga Under Armour is gonna go so hard in Baltimore, dude. Holy shit, bro.
Are we still seeing people dressing Balenci head to toe, or is that kind of tapered off?
Yeah, I mean, I know a half dozen, maybe more dudes who only wear Balenciaga, and I just ran into one at the fair.
Was he crushing it, or did he look like a fucking bozo?
He looked a little out of context because it's PT. Like everyone's wearing, but he looked cool because of that to me.
Oh, sure.
There's a guy, Francesco Martino, he's a GQ Italia style editor, and he exclusively wears Balenciaga. He has a great collection, yeah, it works.
Dude, what? Okay, besides, we all know and love the GQ American team, yourself, Will, Narc Dad, Gerald. What GQ team globally gets like crazy fits off as like a squadron?
Oh, yeah.
GQ China.
Yeah?
They could go John for John with anyone.
I saw them in Shanghai, and oh man.
Dude, you posted the editor-in-chief or maybe...
Yeah, Rocco Leo.
And I went to his shit. He's fucking... First of all, he has like he has like hundreds of thousands of followers, and he gets fucking huge fits off.
Yeah, the GQ China team goes in. I mean, they dress incredible. Yeah, they are incredible.
Are you seeing anything... Because everyone's always like, oh, Japan, obviously, fashion capital of East Asia. Korea, for sure, a rising power. Are we seeing anything happening in China in the menswear scene that you could see kind of like transcending and taking more of like a global, having more of a global presence?
Yeah, I hope so. I did a little. I didn't have time to do like a ton of shopping or like poking around or take meetings or anything when I was in Shanghai because I was there for I think like 72 hours. So, but I stopped by a couple. I stopped by the store Labelhood in the former French neighborhood, and it was really. They only have domestic Chinese brands, basically, I think. And there was a lot of really good stuff. I don't remember all the names off the top of my head, but a lot of it I was like, oh, I could see that, if there were, I could see it at IF or something in New York.
It's bound to happen.
It's going to happen, I think imminently. So. And I mean, I think part of the reason why it hasn't happened yet is because trade war. The market in China is really strong for fashion, and the style that I saw in Shanghai, when I was hanging out with some friends who live there, I mean, like them and their friends and the kids that I saw at the mall and on the street and stuff. I mean, it's so advanced, and a lot of it is designer and luxury. But then I think there's there's pretty good business for Chinese brands in China.
So they're keeping it domestically.
And they're probably, they sell well in Tokyo. Okay. They sell well in Korea. And they maybe don't have, maybe they're just, small enough that they're focusing on sort of building the codes and building the business and building everything.
Also, in Biden's America, he's going to hit those Chinese brands with crazy tariffs.
But the same is true of a lot of American brands. It takes a while to establish a business abroad.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's not like
unlike trade.
Supreme going to Tokyo 3 years after being founded, right? It's
took 30 years.
Yeah, a lot of brands. Well, no, Supreme did go to Tokyo very early, but that's
sorry, I'm thinking about Korea.
That's pretty rare. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, you travel so fucking often to these like destination fashion shows, Fashion Month. What do you like to do when you travel besides grinding away and filing stories and showing your beautiful jawline at these gluttonous dinners?
I try to work out like one time per week, I guess. I'll try to work out once in a week, like once in Milan and once in Paris.
Okay. What does that entail?
What do you do?
It depends where I'm staying and like what the hotel
what
gym
are you
is
doing
like.
in Florence? 1 day a week.
I don't think my hotel has a gym here, so nothing.
Yeah. I did push-ups and I was like, wait, this carpet is disgusting. Let me get off the floor.
But okay, well, that's a bad answer though, because that's not what I'm doing for fun. That's what I'm doing to like try to stay sane.
What's the Sam Hine me time like? That's the question, right?
There's very little of it.
Yeah, but if you had it, what do you do?
I don't know. I would do more shopping, I guess.
Yeah.
He
knows what he likes.
No, I mean, I'm trying not to sound like a total like I'm. Really, I don't know. What I'm saying is that like last in January when I was on the men's circuit, like I think I took like the day that I got to Paris, I took an hour and a half when I should have been writing and working on a story in my hotel to like meet up with a friend who happened to be in town. And we like went for we did like a bridge walk, and that was kind of like the only thing I did. Like,
damn, bro.
In 2 weeks, just kind of like on my own time for myself. Like the schedule's pretty rigorous, but I don't necessarily feel like I have to like get away from it,
right?
I quite enjoy it, right?
Yeah, love what you do, and you never
very
work a day in your
social.
life.
It's fun. It's occasionally grueling. Occasionally, there's a lot of waiting. Fashion Week, there's a lot of like waiting for shows to start. There's a lot of waiting in cars, in traffic, or whatever.
Sure.
And that's a lot of I spend a lot of that time working and writing. I always have my laptop in my car. But then you like after the shows, like after the last show at night, like go to dinner with the GQ team, go to dinner with these guys,
socialize,
go to stop by a party for a sec, like maybe have a drink, and then like go. So it's so stimulating that if I had time to sort of do my own thing, I would probably just like
so you're like an idle hands guy.
Just go for a walk and
go
for a walk and try to hang out.
When you travel, especially for like extended amounts of time, do you plan your fits out head to toe ahead of time, or do you kind of like throw everything in the bag when you arrive?
So I sort of changed my philosophy on this a couple years ago. I tried to lay them all out once, like plan every fit. Like I don't know why I did this, but I think the weather was kind of like unclear, and I was like, I don't know. I hadn't like had time to do a lot of shopping before this trip. I usually try to buy like a couple things that I'm like really excited about before I leave. And
and what's the example for this month? What do you buy
for this one? I managed to I stopped by the Stofa store before
beautiful place
the day before my flight, and I watched in there and there was like basically nothing on the racks. Like they've been cleared out, which is great because I love Agesh and Nick, and they had just gotten some new stuff in the back, and they went and they like pulled a few things out for me. I got a long sleeve polo
That you were wearing last night.
Yeah, that I was wearing last night at the Cucinelli dinner.
Casual tailoring.
And then I got like a lightweight sort of summery sweater.
Nice.
Like dark, little like cropped fit. So nice.
Stofa brand of the year.
Yo, honestly, with the store,
They're up there.
It's really good. I mean, and they've been doing it for 10 years. Again, this is sort of like the slow and steady thing. Like they
But I feel like it's finally broken out of like kind of a very niche. If you know,
ready
you know,
to
now,
wear, like having that available so you can walk off the street and fucking walk out of the store with something, right?
I mean,
That's
the dudes who were in that store the day that I popped in were all of them were already wearing Stofa. All of them were buying a bunch more. I mean, like, and there wasn't much left on the racks, but they were doing made to measure appointments. They were like looking at stuff that's going to drop, in a couple weeks, like, and sort of like pre-ordering. So, I mean, it was.
I went in there to help a buddy do some wedding shopping, and I was like, I'm just here to advise. Ended up copying like hundreds of dollars worth of shit.
Once you cop Stofa, you never hop off Bofa.
You can't bring a tiger to the jungle and expect him not to kill.
Yeah, I mean that stuff. It's the perfect like. It's very luxurious. It's really like high quality, but it's not, but the price also makes sense for
it's
what you're
reflective
getting.
of
Like
what you're getting.
it has there's a lot of like value and integrity in the product, and I think people recognize that.
Okay, so one time you tried to lay out fits every single day.
Oh God, it was a disaster. I mean, I think it was during women's, because now I go to women's too most seasons because there's so much co-ed.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of like really big brands do co-ed shows during women's. So so I don't know. I think I got there and the weather changed and like none of my outfits made any sense that like as I had planned them. And I think I got it together, I'm sure somehow. But now now what I do, because also like I probably spent like 4 hours packing that time. Now I just open my suitcase and I put in like all the clothes that I'm most excited about and that I'm most just the stuff that I'm wearing the most at that time.
And you're like,
it
will work.
I figure it out, right?
Yeah.
I plan my outfits like when I'm there, just based on all the stuff.
Does that also then make like waking up every day, like getting into the grind that is going to be a packed schedule, like a little fun than to like put something together? Kind of like I'm the painter. And this is my canvas.
But I think when I started coming to Fashion Week, I put a lot of pressure on myself to like show up and wear cool outfits because I was, I remember looking at Pitti street style in 2011 when I was in high school and being like, oh my God, Nick. I mean, and these guys are like Nick Wooster. Oh my God, these guys are incredible.
That guy, Lord Schlossman's really sucking on that cigarette.
Jesus fucking Christ, it's Nick Wooster.
The coolest, Lawrence, the coolest guy ever.
The coolest blogger.
Ooh, you're first, baby.
And so I sort of had this idea because PT is so performative and peacocky, and I had this idea that that's just what you did at Fashion Week. And now I kind of just wear what I wear normally.
You jaded, and you almost stand out more. You almost stand out more when you don't peacock.
Yeah, I'm not jaded. I actually appreciate the over the top energy at PT. I just think it's fun and I really like. It's the best people watching. I mean, it's so
for sure.
And I'm not taking notes anymore. Like, oh, I should really try to style my silk scarf like that or whatever. But or I should show up to PT next season on a horse like that, like this guy I saw earlier. But I, and also just when you're going to 8 fashion shows a day and writing and covering it and whatever, like you need to be comfortable and you need to. And it's also weird to like it is a little weird to like be in like the press scrum backstage trying to interview a designer and you're wearing like a crazy outfit, right? So I try to keep it simple and I end up just wearing a lot of what I normally wear.
How many pairs of boat shoes did you pack?
I didn't bring any actually.
Okay. How many pairs do you own?
I have the Bally moccasins, which I really like.
Ruigi designed Bally?
No, the new one.
The new guy. What's his name?
Yeah.
Simone.
Cool. Yeah.
Hey, here's maybe a loaded question, right? Because you talked about street style, like informing how you thought you would dress when you eventually broke into this industry. Like, how aware are you now, as a very photographed gentleman? Like, how aware are you, like, self-aware that is like happening and like that informing any type of like decisions that are put into like getting dressed or how you move?
I think because I'm aware of it, I think it like makes me want to just dress like myself even more because the second I step out of my hotel room and if I'm wearing something that feels like a little too extra,
with great power comes great responsibility, brother.
I mean, but also like I don't, at PT, I think the first time I came to PT, I was like, wow, I really need to get some fits off, need to get some flicks. Like I got to post something on Instagram or whatever. And now I'm like, what
Did you-
I
if
like.
we
I
look-
know that Philo and Tommy are going to
Right.
take some, are going to flick me up in Paris, and I'll have something, like it's. And also, if they were like, Sam looks like shit this season, I'd be like, that's fine.
If you look at a photo,
It's not about the street style, It's
Right. It's about the friends we make along the way.
of course.
It's about the fits off we get along the way.
Yeah.
If you look at a photo of yourself and you're like, you're definitely costuming it up. Do you like? I can't do that. I can't look at that photo and like feel good about myself. I'm like, what a fucking asshole. Why was I doing that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's photos from like when I start. I think I've been coming to PT since like 2018.
Is there some cringe in the tank?
I don't know. Probably like there's stuff that like I wouldn't wear today, but
Like the fit, maybe?
yeah, but I think I would look. I think I would look
how-
at it and be like, yeah, that was a time.
That's history right there. You
Menswear
understand?
has changed a lot too.
What a time to be alive, bro.
Are we? Well, sticking with the packing stuff and kind of like the pre-trip stuff. What are some necessities that you pack when you travel that might surprise people?
Ooh, I don't know. I always like throw in a couple ties. I don't know, like 3 ties. Like I basically like I'll, because you asked me if I like really dress up, I think, and I do actually bring like some tailor. I try to bring as many suits as I can fit.
Oh, really?
Because there are dinners.
Right.
The Brunello dinner last night. Like I always try to wear a suit to that.
Right.
There are some like more formal moments of Fashion Week where I do want to dress up a little bit. So yeah, I do like. So I always try to bring like ties and like some basically like I brought a tuxedo jacket this time.
Oh, word.
A Saint Laurent
Full tux?
a Saint Laurent tuxedo jacket. No, just
Nice.
the blazer. And because I know that there's going to be something in Paris that I'll probably have to
And
wear
you'll just
too.
pair that with like some type of black slack.
Yeah, I have like black. I have a couple pairs of black trousers. Yeah, because I don't want to wear. It's not. There's nothing black tie, but it's
Right.
like. But it's sort of like it's like a sort of strong shouldered like Saint Laurent blazer that you can do.
Speaks
It's
for
not like
itself.
smoking. You can wear it.
I brought a tuxedo on. I'm thinking of doing full Ralph cosplay and just wearing it over some jeans to the Ralph dinner.
Yeah.
Well, probably not. Probably not.
Good luck. Good luck pulling that off at the Ralph dinner.
Okay, so we mentioned boat shoes, right? And a similar question that we asked Gallagher is like, the lack of dominant trends is kind of jarring. Like, are we in a post-trend world? Like, does it even fucking matter anymore? Is the trend that the trends are over in a day?
I mean, it's an interesting thing to debate. But I think that trends do still exist. I mean, we're talking about boat shoes, right? Mm-hmm. I think that the trend cycle moves faster than it used to. But I think when it comes to menswear, a lot of men are still at a stage in their like personal style evolutions or whatever you want to call it, where they need to like look to things for inspiration. They need to look to, they read GQ, they read Jacob's columns at the Journal, they follow you guys. Like everyone wants, like we're in a recommendations culture right now, right?
That's
like,
the economy, bro.
and
Straight
they subscribe to the newsletters like shopping newsletters, right? Magazine and I think that those, all of these resources are really valuable to someone who is, they're valuable to me and they're valuable especially to someone who's, maybe moving to the city, graduating from college and trying to figure out how to dress as like a quote unquote adult for the first time, right? Like, and maybe has some money and like wants to buy some clothes. So, like those men in particular, I think, need to be shown a path, at least a little bit, right? To say, okay, you can come over here. It's all good.
The water's nice.
Yeah. Just because we have lived in a culture for so long where like men weren't really allowed to, express themselves through clothing in some way or whatever. So I do think that because of that dynamic exists there for a certain type of person, like trends are very real. And, I think that there is like but you can look at like, if you look at the broad scope of menswear, there's like so many different trends operating at different levels at the same time. And I think that's just sort of always how it's been.
I hadn't thought about this, but you made a great point where it's like, just because like everyone in this room is aware of a thing, there is a guy who is seeing something for the first time. And while that's not like a trend across the board, that is something that he's going to try that kind of like fits the bill for like, it's like a specific thing for him, right? And it's going to be like maybe something that he's going to try in his own life. And it's a trend for him. It's like so personalized because there's always someone that's growing up that's looking to like take that step or that leap.
And there's so many like tiers of this shit, right? Like you go out to Pitti Uomo and it's like you forget that this entire fucking market and entire like sub industries exist in worlds that like we wouldn't necessarily be aware of or like wear ourselves. And then you talk to like Jian and he's talking about like what really moves, and we're like, oh shit, like that's what the trend is what people are buying, right?
And I think trends have always been like regional, local, hyper local. They've been generational. They've been they're like trends are like connected to like space and time and social dynamics and things like that. And now a lot of that has been obviously flattened by the internet, by social media, by TikTok. But like, watching TikToks of where people are also recommending, participating in recommends culture, recommending things for you to wear. That's also participating in a trend cycle. It's just digital, but it's that might be a small group of people who are watching these things, and so it's still creating like a style, like a tribe or a trend or whatever you want to call it.
The trend is shopping. It's buying. It's capitalism.
The trend is recommending. Some of these motherfuckers.
That you should have a license to have a newsletter that recommends products. Honestly, dude, you should be certified, board certified by this room. But that's a whole different story.
Yeah, by this council. Let's get on the record right now. What is a trend you see bubbling that's fucking ass that we can maybe help nip in the bud? Right now?
Yeah, talk some shit, dog. What's bad?
Besides boat shoes.
Riding your horse at Pitti.
Was that an attendee or was that part of like a brand activation?
I think I have no idea, but I don't think
Did he have a weapon?
I don't think that they let him in with the horse.
You know why? Because the horse didn't have a fucking press pass.
The horse is not an influencer.
I didn't see the horse at the press lunch buffet.
Going to ham
Grazing
on the
on-
carrot pants.
yeah.
Well, you take that horse down to Pullier, they're going to eat his ass.
Yeah, dude.
That's the culture.
They're taking him to the fucking loafer factory as we speak, bro.
All right, let's get posy. As we head into the back half of the year, what's happening in American menswear that has you excited? We talked Stofa, right? That's obviously tickling everyone's pickle.
Stove is great. What is happening in American menswear? And I'm thinking so much about European menswear right now that.
True. Well, you're a big husbands guy. Just to shout out.
I mean,
like.
So this is a personal
Very
highlight of
dialed
every fashion trip to Paris for me is going to the husband store and just going crazy. Yeah.
Is that MTM only currently?
No, they do MTM is sort of in the back, but then they have tailoring on the racks. Usually they don't have a ton of sizing because like Stofa, it's like it's really blown up and they're just they're selling everything that they get pretty quickly. But usually I go and like I buy a couple shirts and like a tie or some jeans or whatever.
So you intentionally leave room in your suitcase when you come over here?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, I try to. And if I don't, I just cram it in. But the reason why I like going to the husband store is because most of the time almost every single time except for once I go in there and they look at me and they like just kind of like they're very French, sort of apathetic. Like,
oh yeah,
they look at me and they're like, all right, like, and then I'm sort of like, hey, do you have a size in this? They're like, kind of shrug, like, I don't know,
so it's
maybe.
The old Supreme method of retail, and
it's so sick because I mean I've like written about this brand in GQ, like, and I don't expect like extra good service at retail stores,
right? But
typically, like, I know a lot of people who work in retail. I know a lot of people who do brands in New York, especially like, I think Jacob, this probably happens to him too. We walk into a store, someone's like, oh, what's up, man? Like,
you're a glutton for punishment, low key.
But then the husbands, they're just like, meh. And one time this kid who was working there was cool. And he like, I don't know, he was like, I hadn't seen him before. And he, I think he was like, oh, Sam, what's up? Like, and then the founder of the brand came down from the office upstairs. We talked for like an hour about like suits and
then he fired that kid for being too polite.
And then I went back and I bought like a bunch of stuff. I bought like a couple pairs of shirts and a pair of trousers. And then I went back like a couple days later, maybe just to like see one more thing. And they just like treated me like shit again. And I was like, it's great. And it's, I don't know. It's a weird, fun, very French experience for me. And I'll go in like wearing husbands, and they look at me, and then just like immediately look away.
You're a fucking fan, dog.
Yeah,
he a fan.
You've written about husbands in GQ in show notes, the newsletter people got to subscribe to. Mm-hmm. Who is the most famous show notes to subscribe?
Yeah, give it up.
I don't actually know. I don't know. I don't have like a list of.
But is there someone that you heard like Reddit or like maybe they even told you or anecdotally whatever, and you were like, oh fuck, dude, that's sick.
I mean, maybe Gwyneth now, yeah.
Yeah?
Well, her son must subscribe, right?
Maybe he does now, yeah. I know that there are some, someone has told me, like, oh, I subscribed to show notes, and it was someone sort of famous, and I just can't remember who it is.
So they're not that famous, I guess.
I think Maggie Rogers reads it. She has a newsletter, too. So we're like newsletter friends.
Nice.
But
newsletter friends.
I should actually. I want to ask them for a.
You should.
But it's a long list though. So
Yeah.
And we're going to add to that, folks at
Please.
home listening. Okay, last question. If you could swap suitcases with anyone during Fashion Month, who's it going to be?
Size does not matter.
Jacob said Matthieu.
Oh my god, dude.
No,
You guys are
no.
so
I'm
fucking
just
lame, dude.
No, I'm not. No, I don't think it's either. No. It's not. No, it's not either of these guys.
Dude, they fucking dap up like clowns, dude. Get out of here.
Okay, this sounds like a total cop out, but it's actually true. I would swap with Will Welch.
gonna say.
My boss.
Okay, there you
because he has a Fashion Week uniform.
Similar body type.
that is so down. That it's just so dialed, and I am always jealous of people who. I'm just getting increasingly more jealous of people who have like a really distinct personal style uniform, especially for trips and travel and stuff. Who just because they make it look so easy.
Yeah.
And
Plus, you finally get to touch some chrome.
yeah. And then and then
Ride eternal into
runner
Valhalla.
up. I think runner up would be Osman, who until recently was an editor at ID. And Osman just kills it.
Is their style similar to yours, or is it like completely different?
It's like a little bit more like. It's like Saint Laurent and Casablanca vibe, and like flowy trousers and sandals and really chic blazers and stuff. And every time I see Osman, I'm like,
Chic.
damn,
It's a dirty little world. Word,
he's
Sam.
he looks
Fire.
really cool. So
Well, Sam Hine, we're going to get you out of here so you can continue your Fashion Month travels and travails. Thank you for coming on to the only
thanks,
podcast
guys.
that matters.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bro.
Adam Katz Sinding, thank you for taking some time off from photographing guys who are parading in front of you, trying to get you to photograph them, to sit with Throwing Fits, the only podcast that matters, live from Pitti Uomo.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, thanks for the air conditioning. Mostly, as
Well, you
can-
came in hot as hell, dude. Literally and
was-
figuratively.
dude. It's boiling out there. I can say all kinds of bad words. I assume, right? I know
Please
I'm
do.
American.
Cunt,
we have
fuck,
censorship.
shit, ass.
Oh,
What's up? So, like, you're charging your camera now. What happens if your camera dies? You just go home?
Yeah, it's like my excuse.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. It was like I was actually talking with my buddy Daryl yesterday about how.
Shout out Daryl.
Shout out to Daryl. I was talking about how I went running one time ages ago, and my knee started hurting, and I was like, yes. I was like, I never have to do this again because I hate running. Like, and I was like, that's so cool. Like, now I can be one of those guys who's like, oh, I can't go for a run because I tore my ACL or whatever. Yeah.
I
So while
ran
my
too
battery
hard.
dies,
My
know, it's
camera
like,
towards ACL. I gotta go back to the telly.
Unfortunately, yeah. So I mean, that's my ACL right there.
Speaking of running, we heard a little rumor from our boy. I'm not going to say his name, but Sam Taro. As part of the run club, is it true that you stop at the top of each hill to catch your breath?
Well, to wait for Sam. No,
Oh,
no joke. Sam's actually way faster than me. I mean, we're not saying names. That unnamed person is faster
That
than me.
Instagram historian.
Yeah, we do stop at the top of the hills because, as the reward for waking up at the crack of dawn, we want to take in the beauty that is the valleys of Tuscany.
Yes,
Right.
Under the Tuscan sun.
Yeah,
I was like,
and
oh,
also
we're in Florence, bro.
to create content, I think is what the kids call it.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, why not just pose for a selfie, right? Is that really
Right. There is no selfie. It is okay. Jokes aside, which I know this is boring, but it is really fucking amazing to run up that hill at like 7 a.m. in January, especially when the sun's coming up and you're way higher than the Piazza Michelangelo, and like the view's unbelievable. It's
before the
pretty good.
fucking fat Americans wake up and just take up every inch of the sidewalk, right?
Yeah, or get in their truck and drive up there real quick and shoot some rounds out.
true.
Yeah.
But you are here shooting street style at Pitti Uomo. What goes through your mind, just like instinctually, what goes through your mind when you see a peacock pathetically posted up in full thirst mode trying to get street styled by you?
The God, AKS.
Fuck.
Do you ever like, just kidding. Just kidding.
I should. I
Troll
should.
their
No, I
ass.
think people think I'm a dick enough on my own without doing the overt stuff. I try and keep it like passive aggressive whenever possible.
I was gonna say, do you have the reputation as the world's most dangerous street style photographer?
No, I just like people I was just talking with Mark Richardson about this, and it's like he was telling me he's antisocial. I was like, bro, you're not antisocial. Like
He's
I'm
Canadian,
antisocial.
so
Yeah,
he's just
exactly.
polite by nature.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, I don't know if somehow like I got this like this like brand that I'm like, yeah, anyway, that I'm not nice. But no, I mean, the nice thing about PT and I mean the Fashion Week in general, but specifically PT, is there's so many fucking people walking in at the same time that you just like pick and choose and whatever. Yeah. And if somebody, honestly, I used to kind of have this thing back in the day, back when I cared, where it was like, where I'd just be like, if somebody would look, like I'd have this photo lined up, I was like, this is gonna be so good right when he gets into my frame or whatever. And then they look at you and smile and you're like, oh, fuck. And you put the camera down.
Yeah, you got to look mean. You got to be smoking a cig.
Yeah, you'd be way too cool for me. Right. It's like if you walk up to like a hot chick in a bar and you're like, hey, and she's like, oh my God, hey, I was waiting for you to come talk to me. It's like, no, it's not interesting.
See ya.
Yeah, right.
Oh God,
exactly.
so desperate.
I don't want to be wanted.
Yeah.
So what are some tips you would give people that, would enable them to get street styled by you and your peers?
Be like as much of a nihilist as possible.
Brooding.
Right? Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, just but in reality, like, I mean, I think that the idea that people think that photographers can't see through the like facade of like costuming and peacocking or whatever is very naive. And there are some photographers who actually don't care, or maybe they even like this kind of more like parading thing. But like, I very much like have always sought, I almost said seeked, sought.
It's been a long day.
The Tuscan sun has fried your brain.
His brain is burrata.
I got a pimple. I think that it's like we seek present tense authenticity, and it's more and more difficult to find that. But that is also one of the cool things about PT, because there are some very cool people who come here specifically, and you don't see them elsewhere, and you really have to filter through to find them. And that is one thing that is at Fashion Week, you don't have that as much anymore because it's been so commercialized. Whereas these are mostly real people that are here. Yeah. They're in the industry, but they're real people.
Sure. Well, the new shit that I've seeing, and I haven't been here in like 12 years, and you would see these at Fashion Week as well, but like the cornball that like obviously would love to get the cosign of the AKS shot, they're just bringing their own photographer now because like they don't even want to
they know
not even
not
that,
into
they
it.
just like know that they're like not at that level, and it's like, all right, like I have my following, I'm gonna fucking pay for my guy to come and just make sure that I can be face tuned later perfectly.
But to be fair, like I respect that, because I think that like lot of us, I do I do for the fact that we should all be working. And like that dude who's shooting for him, maybe he's not getting paid that well or whatever. But like these people, if they want to be in the spotlight, whether it's organically or whatever, like eventually most of us are here on our own dime, or we're standing out in the heat or the cold. I'm not making any money coming to PT, like, which is, I'm bad, but whatever. But like, that's insane. But I think that the goal is like, you do this is your investment, and eventually somebody's going to see it, in the same way that these guys turn up to all these things. It's a bit desperate, but like,
it's investing in themselves, right?
Yeah. And so I point the finger, but I'm really doing the same thing, right? Like I'm coming in. Yeah, I mean, legitimately though. And so I do think that it's good when those people get work, because we all deserve it. If we're out here trying, like I think that, you should get a little bit of validation for the work that you put in.
How much would it take to hire you as a personal photographer for some like cornball TikTok wannabe influencer that has like 3,000 followers?
Name your price.
Yeah.
For how long? Just for
3 days at the fair.
3 days?
Yeah.
$15K.
Woo!
And this man's on call for every...
No, I mean, during reasonable hours. I'll probably turn up for you got an hour and a half in the morning, an hour and a half in the evening.
Damn,
bro. That's it? 3 hours a day?
Yeah, I mean, what do you need more than that?
I need it all.
You're not gonna get you eating your sandwich midday as well.
Content.
You're not talking to two cornball influencers with 3,000K. You're talking to two cornball podcasters with 217K, bro.
You get a little discount.
Okay, thanks, bro.
We'll tag you for exposure.
No, but to be fair, that never happens. Like, and a lot of my peers do work like that, and and it's really great for them. But I actually have never really had anybody reach out to me for stuff like that. Really? And I think this goes back to me looking like an asshole.
What other photography do you do besides the street style that we know you for?
I mean, that's the irony is I don't do that really anymore, except here at PT. I've been doing these portrait stories, like what I was saying on the email, and that's kind of just comes out of this like supreme boredom with the the ecosystem. So
if you're so kind of over it, which by the way, totally valid.
Thanks.
Like, why still do it?
Because I got a mortgage, dude. Like what? I mean, no. I mean,
have you seen those Copenhagen taxes? Jesus Christ!
I swear,
the socialists are fucking.
Well, you got to pay for those 5-star prisons, bro.
Exactly, dude. I mean, and if I don't pay my taxes and I end up in one of them, so it's an investment.
Might be nicer than your crib, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, but to be fair, like every once in a while you show up at a show and there's some like old lady who's not you've never seen before, some old cool dude, and you're like, oh fuck, this is why I do this. Or and I do a lot of backstage as well. You go to like a Tom Brown backstage, you're like, oh my God, this is so insane. Or a Rick Owens show.
Yeah.
You know, one of these things where you're just like, oh Jesus, like this is actual
Right.
creativity. Yeah, they're still trying to sell you shit at the end of the day, but it's at least they're pulling the wool over my eyes a little bit, literally in the case of Tom Brown.
Yeah.
Right? But like, I mean, that was a wool joke, not a scam joke or something like that. Like
That was very clear,
Yeah.
dude, by the way. I love this. See, the audience that is paying for video gets to see.
This is they're not paying me that 15 grand we're talking about.
no, that was we get the friends and family
They
rate.
haven't got the invoice yet. I do have their
Yo,
emails.
what are the usage rights?
We're gonna try and
We
send you
can talk- we can
15K
talk
followers. Do you have if the love of the game and if those little moments, those pockets of joy and creativity are what keep you coming back to the fucking slog?
Yeah.
Do you have a single person, a favorite dude in menswear that you love to photograph season after season?
Oh man, Mark! I always have to go to my buddy Mark to remind me of who everybody's name is. I mean, I like because there's so many cool. There's a lot of cool dudes here. Like I think that like the classics are amazing. Like I think Nick Wooster's cool. Like I think
shout
that
Nick.
Alessandro Scorzi's cool. Like these guys are all cool. But there's a million like mid-level guys who I don't know what their names are that are fucking cool. Lou Blois used to work for Browns and then HBX. He's got amazing style and he's the homie. Like, I don't know, man. A favorite is tough because like I need to have like the whole spectrum,
Right.
you know, in order to kind of, with women, it's easier because there's a lot of
Women are notoriously easy. Just kidding. They're incredibly complex creatures.
Are we
and love
talking
them.
about like in general? You're
I
talking
mean,
about like,
I
was gonna say, where are we
I haven't
going
figured
with
them out
this?
yet.
no, I don't know. I mean, I think that I also fucking, there's nothing worse than like a male blogger, man. Like,
but like
Do they exist?
a blogger?
I mean, the
Influencer, right?
euphemism is influencer,
Sure.
but come on,
Yeah.
man. Like, I mean, like if you like pop that one leg, like, you know, you do that. I mean, you know, like the old like lookbooks.nu pose where you like pop the leg, the other one goes behind, and the girl's got her handbag like this, and she's got that floppy hat.
Yeah, sneaker wedge.
You know, and it's all
Sundress.
American Apparel. You're just
Yeah.
that's fine. But I mean, this sounds chauvinistic or whatever, but like dudes don't need to do that shit.
Right.
And like, I mean, if you walk across the street twice, like, give me a break, man. Just do it right the first time. Like, or you know, it's like, I don't know, man. I just didn't know that I couldn't do it. And maybe I'm just jealous because they probably make a ton of money or whatever.
Well,
but-
like you're fitted and cool and you love like great fucking brands. Like, do you ever like see people like photographing you out of the corner of your eye, like when you're working?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not. I don't think it's. I think it's because of the ways that I used to dress. I've definitely, as you can see, given up. Like I'm wearing like $40 shorts and this T-shirt. It probably was worthless now because I've been sweating in it. But I probably got about $250 on right now.
Wow. Big spender.
Yeah,
Big fucking flex alert.
I mean, I think that like. I mean, I also just really don't care about most fashion anymore. Most of the stuff that I do consume is from brands of where I like know people there, and not in like a snob way, but it's like most of my friends are fucking like the guys that I know who like design in the fashion industry are fucking cool, and they're way cooler than me. And it's like, so I want to wear their shit, and so ain't nobody taking a picture of a 41-year-old, you know, like semi-overweight dude.
Okay,
Stop
give
it.
yourself some credit.
I got some
dude.
muffin
You look
top,
good.
bro.
No, but like
Well,
we're talking
again, you should stop stopping at the top of each hill. Maybe that's keep the heart rate up.
Well, the thing is once I start down the other side, gravity takes in and I can't stop. So I got to get
the best thing
that,
about running
you know.
uphill is there's a downhill.
Yeah, there you go.
Nick Wooster told us that he and this
Hates
was
me.
like
Oh.
he hates you. No, he's like obviously he's a fucking legend, but he's like, you know, it's interesting. Like it feels like there's a younger generation of street style stars. Do you think that? Like, do you feel like you have to capture like a rising like next gen or next class?
Absolutely not.
You just shoot who you like.
Yeah. Okay. So I kind of always think about this shit, like same with celebrities and same with anything like that, where it's like, you know, my mom's parents thought that she was ridiculous for listening to the Beatles. Right. So I feel like the next gen for me, it's like the Beatles, but like, you know, it's like, I just don't really, I don't know.
Your old man yells at clout.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I don't have the energy. I'm also not, name value and like hype and all this shit really doesn't mean anything to me.
Sure.
There was a moment for that. Like, yeah, but you know, I mean,
When,
I'm still
when
going
did you transcend? Did you take like some good DMT or like when did you like kind of get past this like again the wool over our eyes?
I should probably do some drugs, man, because I'm way too in my head. No, it's just stimuli overload, man. Like, I mean, I also like you get these old guys who have been around since I started. You know, I remember looking at like Scott's photos of Nick Wooster and Alessandro Squarzi and all these guys in the Florence dinner with Kanye and all this stuff back in the day. And it's like, wow. And so like I came in with these guys in my mind on a pedestal. Like when I arrived, they were already there. So like it's this weird thing to where like a lot of the people, when I lived in New York, like a lot of the people that I like worked with in New York in these like peon hotel jobs, like became something. And I remember I met my buddy Matthieu, who's like got this jewelry brand. He's making millions now. And I'm like, bro, I just need to let you know, I had no faith in you being successful because I was your manager at the Tribeca Grand Hotel. Like, how are you going to have a diamond brand? Yeah. You know? And it's like, and he's like, what do you mean? I worked my ass off. I was like, yeah, I know, but you worked for me. Like, come on.
It's interesting to see how like Pitti has changed. Like you're talking about this idea of putting Pitti on a pedestal, right? And I was like one of those guys too. Right. And then you like finally make it. And then you come a couple more times and you're like, oh, I'm like part of this ecosystem now. Right. Like, do you still see like that place that is here for you as like a street style OG? Because there's an economy around this, right? Like, let's be frank.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't invite me every season if I wasn't a part of it. But I do also like from a like again, like if I like to maintain that I'm on the peripheral at all times. In Men's Week, it's a bit more difficult because I know a lot of these people. In Women's Week, I just really steer clear because I don't feel like I belong in it. I like to watch it, but but I think that it is validating to be, you know, brought here and given a hotel and like whatever. But I think that the moment that I would realize that I'm like part of this, I would probably give up because it's like, okay, because I'm very goal oriented. I'm just like, fuck that, like done. Like what's next?
Check that box.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I don't know. I also think that, and that's why I kind of moved over to this, portraity thing because it's such a challenge because up until like 9 months ago I never talked to anybody like that I photographed. I would see you guys on the street like 5 minutes from now afterwards and you'd be like, what's up? And I'm like,
is that like you personally as like a shy person or the observer?
Yes, but unfortunately I got this face and I look like a dick who I'm like, you know, that is how I'm perceived. And it's like, and that's fine. I don't really care. But now with the portrait thing, I got to hit people up and be like, yo, let's see how many like people I can get to make me coffee in their kitchen. Yeah. And it's like, you know, like go like with Nick Wooster, for example, I'm going to shoot him again after this. But like last September in New York, I was like, when can you meet me? He's like, oh, you know, I got to go to the gym at this time and blah, blah, blah. I was like, I'll just come to the gym and take photos of you working out, like whatever. And it's like, fuck, I never thought I'd be like in Scott Schumann's living room while he like arranges his lilies, or in Alessandro Squarzi's living room while he's like getting ready to go on a trip. And that for me, it's like where I'm just like, fuck. First of all, it's super hard because I really don't do well with rejection, which is why I don't talk to people, you know, because it's like, what if you guys don't say what's up to me? And I'm like, hey guys, what's up? And you're like, the fuck is
fucking
this?
Loser.
Yeah, right.
This guy is only wearing a $250 fit.
Yeah, exactly.
How many step stools are in Scott Schumann's apartment?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on.
It just hit.
No comment. You know? There's a lot of ottomans.
Yes, a lot of poofs. Ottomans.
Yeah.
Ottomans are functional.
But to be fair, I have a very large number of very short stools in my apartment as well. And I'm...
Right. You're a tall fella.
Yeah. I'm not going to make any more comments on this.
I was going to say, short king with the operative word being king. He's a legend. He's the one that fucking kicked down the door for all y'all. He's the Rosa Parks
It's
of street
100% for sure.
And you've been in this game for many, many years now, like over a decade, right?
Yeah.
And it you know, whether it's like the grind, like just the unappreciation for like what you guys do, like should street style photographers unionize? Like, do you guys need better working conditions?
Wait, for real?
We tried. Me and my buddy Nabil, who's passed away, and a big group of us came together. If you look at any of my photos, I have this hashtag no free photos on it. We created an account, and that was a big group of us. And there was probably 50 of us who were fed up with these influencers like using our photos for branded content that they were getting paid for. And that's why I say that I appreciate that guy who hires his own photographer, because we would never get hired by these girls who we created essentially, not to have like a God complex, but we created these people like in a lot of them. So we all unionized in a way where we were like, look, like this is this clause. And I wrote it up and everybody kind of checked it over. And it's like, if somebody uses your photo, you send this text. And then they'll send the next guy's photo, and then that same person sends the same text. And it's like this, like photographer Illuminati.
Hell yeah!
It's like, don't fuck with us,
right?
And it was all good until like 3 or 4 scabs were like, well, they're not gonna like us. They're gonna not let us take their picture anymore. So what do you mean they're not gonna let you take their picture?
They're gonna
anymore?
attack you like a fucking
like come on, like
they're gonna show up intentionally looking like shit, so we don't photograph them.
I mean, and you know, I think that I've always kind of maintained that like these and this sounds fucked, but it's like these brands, like they budget for the influencer because it's a pretty girl or handsome guy or whatever, and then the rest of it is just like included in the rate.
Right.
And it's like, so they think that if they dress up somebody with a lot of followers and throw them to the dogs, which is us, that we're so fucking stupid. We're like, oh my God, sequins and sparkles. Like, oh my God, a fluorescent pink. And it's like, no, don't. And it's like, no, I know better. Like, it's a head to toe.
They really think you guys have dog brain.
I mean, legitimately, and to be fair, like a lot of people, back in the day when Instagram still worked, that shit worked, and you could take a photo of somebody with 1 million followers, and like you got some followers out of it. You didn't get any work, but it made you feel like there was the potential for it.
Right.
So,
Is Instagram broken for the street style economy? Like, because you're not the first person to mention this today.
yeah, I mean, I think it's broken for me in general because I try to like post about conflicts every once in a while.
Right.
And like, so the moment you get off
They suppress your
brand-
ass. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just to not just talk about this superficial shit that doesn't really matter. It's like, it's also kind of cool to like talk about the slave like trade that happens behind a lot of these shitty
Right.
brands or whatever.
Right,
And, or, sweatshops and whatever, or maybe some wars. Every once in a while, just sprinkle it in. But it doesn't work for me. I know that. I got over 500,000 followers. I get like 100 likes on my photos.
You're like legit. You're getting suppressed, like straight up.
For sure. And it's like, that's okay. Like, I don't really care because I still remember when Instagram was like invented and my girlfriend at the time was like, you need to do this. This is a thing, which, bless her for telling me to do that because I got on early-ish. But I was like, why would I want to put my photos in a square format with a Rio de Janeiro fucking filter? Because you didn't post without, a filter back then, right? You had to have the vignetting on the edge and whatever. And I was like, this is dumb. And then I was like, okay, this isn't so dumb. Like, I'm getting like people see my shit. Like,
Okay,
this
now
feels
addicted.
nice. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, like literally a switch flipped, and I just stopped getting any views.
Is there part of you though that is kind of like relieved, so you can like basically like not care about something that is inherently superficial and dumb now?
Yeah, but I feel like I've used this analogy before, where it's like the abusive husband thing, where it's like I keep going back because I'm like, maybe this one's gonna work. Maybe if I keep posting, Eva Chen's gonna see this, and it's gonna like, it's gonna now this is gonna be the one I'm gonna, and I hate that because I almost then feel, and this is the one thing that I try to avoid with this context series is I don't want the subjects nor myself to think that there's any kind of like ladder climbing attempt, because I refuse to do that. Every person that I photograph is for my own personal desire, and if it happens to be beneficial to me as a byproduct of that,
Sure.
fair. But like I try to be.
That's gravy, baby.
Yeah, like I'd rather have it be authentic, and then it is good because of that. So that being said, like, what are we talking about?
You gotta post some pro Shein content.
Yeah,
Think
right.
Shein, right?
I mean,
and then that's just gonna skyrocket.
I also think that it's really stupid and like only furthers the problem if we all just post people that everybody already knows about already.
Yes.
Like I like to post somebody who's like validated as cool, and then like my best friend from growing up. Who's,
Right.
I mean, Carl is also very cool. But
Right.
he's
Shout
just
out
not.
Carl, dude.
He's
Yeah.
not at the shows. You know what I'm saying?
What's your favorite thing about Carl?
Carl has 9 fingers, and when he lost it in a motorcycle accident,
Oh my
he's
God.
tattooed a little skull on the nub.
Fuck
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
So he's a G.
He is a G.
How do you fall in such a way? Was that his only injury from the motorcycle accident? Just the loss
Well,
of
he's
half a
the
finger?
fact that he lost it in a motorcycle accident is crazy because he's a carpenter, and it's like you're supposed to chop at least
yeah.
one finger.
Wait,
off doing
right hand
that.
or left hand?
I don't know.
You know who else was a motorcycle rider? Jesus.
Is he?
No, he's a carpenter.
Oh fuck, good one.
Wait, so did Instagram in kind of macro level, like
Right.
let's talk about like not just like your personal experience, but did Instagram save street style or did it ruin street style?
At what point in the beginning?
Right now.
Today.
I don't think it's Instagram's fault. I think that it's. I don't think it's Instagram's fault. I think that
Society's fault.
I think that it's the fact that there's just too many photographers. So
Well, everyone's a photographer now, right?
I mean, yeah, but it's also like there's too many people who think that this shit's really fun. I don't know why that's not like seen as like sociopathic like behavior, but like
Dog brain.
Yeah, but it's like I mean, and it is really exciting to go to your first fashion week. I remember
course.
being at Lincoln Center. I was like, holy fuck! Like I had no idea that there was this many people who dress like a cupcake. Like but no, it's not Instagram's fault. It's the fact that like everything's a fucking trend, and so like everybody started taking photos, and all of a sudden there wasn't just Tommy and Scott and
Right.
Phil's, and then later mine, and then later 10 other people photo of like Anna De La Russa or whatever. It's like if you eat fucking chocolate every day, it's not that delicious anymore.
Damn, that's real shit, dude.
I mean, I mean, that being said, it's like there's 500 photos of one girl going into Valentino with this look. It's like, then it arguably doesn't matter anymore.
Right.
Whereas you look at photos of fucking Mick Jagger, there's like one photo of him in this, at this show.
Right.
And there's like 10 photos from the tour. And that's why they're like cool photos.
They're no longer a commodity because, like you said, there's 500 instantly being posted from the same angle, right? All you guys are like, or not you guys. So I don't.
No, but it's true. It is the same angle.
Guys.
It is the same angle.
Yeah, it's like a fucking scrum, dude.
Yeah.
Well, your angle's a little higher than Scott's angle, for example.
Fucking hell, man.
Shout out
Jesus
Scott,
Christ. I mean, we're all Americans here. I'm going to plead the fifth, bro. But I mean, that being said, I think that the coolest thing about street style in the beginning is also the thing that destroyed it, and the fact that anybody can go do it. Anybody can stand outside of whatever venue and bring everybody who just happens to have $8,000 for a camera and a flight to Paris and 10 days.
That's why
Airbnb.
the fit is $250 because all the money's
Exactly,
on the table.
dude, exactly. I also have a nice couch for when I do get to go home.
I'll believe it when I sleep.
Is
on
it a Danish brand?
The couch?
Yeah.
It's Hans Vena. So Hans Wegner.
Sounds
he's
German?
like a Danish mid-century. No, he's Danish.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It is the Danish. It's like Anna Jacobsen, Hans Vena. All these. It's okay. I'll teach you guys.
Thank you, Adam.
No, but let me just finish that thought.
We're more IKEA-men ourselves.
I get that. That's Swedish. So yeah, we don't do that in Denmark. But I mean, I think that the thing in the end is as beautiful as that is, and that it allowed myself and all of these other people just to turn up and do whatever they want.
Yeah.
It also destroys it in the same way.
Right.
But I also wouldn't change it because it was supposed to follow this path. And thusly, Instagram is just giving us the tool that we need, and also they're benefiting from it as well, of course. But at a certain point, it's just not that interesting. I mean, the only thing that I want to see a million videos of is pimple popping.
Yeah, I'm into that shit too.
Are you gonna pop his pimple live on camera?
This one here, I don't think it's ready yet, dude.
Yeah, you gotta let it
send you a
marinate.
video.
We'll come back.
It needs a day or two. It might be ingrown hair.
Let's pod again in 2 to 3 days, business days,
Sounds
when that's
good.
ready to go.
Yo, I'm right with you, dude. I love that content.
I love it,
addicted
man.
to
It's
it.
also, but also, how do you let yourself get to that level?
I think
some
some
of
of
them
them
are
inherent grossness, dude. We're
Just like
gross
a
boys.
blackhead the size of your nostril.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
And you're like, come on, you don't see that?
You don't feel 5 pounds of pus in your back shoulder.
Dude, also, I did my buddy. I'm not going to say his name, Nick, but he had a blackhead on his nose for a year. I'm like, he's going to see this at some point. And eventually, we were at my apartment. He was helping me with some photos, and I'm like, bro, let's go to the bathroom real quick. Oh no! And he's like, what? I was like, give me your fucking nose. And I popped this thing, and I was like, don't you feel? You never saw that? And he's
How
like,
bad
no.
was it?
I'm like, how do you not see it? It's right on your fucking nose. It's right in between your two eyes.
Damn, was that the best moment of your friendship, at least from your point of view? Getting to pop that shit?
Oh my god, it was so nice. It was huge. It was
how
great.
satisfying was it?
For me, great.
Yeah.
He didn't, I don't think he felt any
shit.
benefit, which
For
was
me,
a
it's
bummer.
ear cleaning videos. That's what gets me.
Earwax. Yeah,
Earwax.
it's fun
My
to
mom
do.
bought me one of those, the ones with the camera on it.
Yeah.
But I'm too scared. I'll see my
Oh,
brain.
really?
Yeah.
Honestly,
the
I'm too scared. Yeah,
It's like an Amazon thing. It's like $10. I don't.
You
think,
don't want to stick that in your brain.
No, I was saying really you're too scared. I feel
There's
that'd
a
be right up
spider
your
in
alley,
there,
bro.
Oh.
That could open up a whole new world for you.
I want to see other people, not me.
Sure,
that's
fair.
right. Yeah.
It's like porn.
Yeah.
You're out here surviving. You're fucking thriving.
Sure.
You're grinding in the heat. What is the strategy when you're working your fingers to the bone in the Florentine heat? In terms of you're wearing hiking shoes, right? Sportivas.
La Sportiva.
Are you purely doing this for comfort and utility? Fit-wise?
I was wearing Birkenstocks yesterday, but I got real swampy.
Oh, yeah.
and then
they
they
get
got those brown
soggy.
ones, and your feet turn kind of orange.
Yeah.
So this is a necessity. It's also I stubbed my toe on the stairs a couple weeks ago, so I got one of those bloody toenail things. I'm trying to let everybody have a nice day, so I can suffer.
Yo, prayers up for you, Adam. That's tough, dude.
Why don't you
Stop
actually
shit.
get out of running? You're like, oh, sorry, stubbed my toe, bloody toenail.
Yeah, I shouldn't be so clumsy, I guess. But yeah. What was the question? Is why what I wear?
Just what's your strategy when you're all right, I'm going to go spend 10 hours in the heat? Is it just sleeveless? Let me show out the fucking ink.
I did sleeveless because I looked at the forecast and I figured it's going to be partially cloudy tomorrow. And as a Boy Scout, I came prepared with an Eagle Scout, with a number of different
thanks for your service.
sleeve lengths. You're welcome. I spray painted those don't dump pier drains to the river things for my project.
As long as you weren't molested by a scout leader, we're good, bro.
No, he wasn't into me, dude.
Oh.
I'm sure the other
He's
guys.
like, yo, I could see a little muffin top forming there.
It was
buddy.
a Catholic troop, and I was Jewish. I still am. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm not his type. Anyway,
Circumcised.
So I was like, because I'm a cyclist, so I get these lines, and I was like, today's my chance.
Oh,
I was
you
hoping
had-
to fry
yeah.
this pimple off, to be fair. So tomorrow I might do like a little cute cap sleeve or something like that, and slowly work it down to like
Nice.
fade it in.
Let's go,
Nice.
baby.
But yeah, I also kind of wear shit generally until it starts to stink or it rots.
Yeah, utility.
Yeah.
Pure function.
Yeah.
We talked about your portrait series a little bit. If you could take anyone in history's portrait, who would it be? Is this the worst question?
I just wish you would have let me prep for that.
No, we want to put you on the spot. We asked Robert something similar, but more from a fit pick angle. I'm just buying time for you.
What did he say? Like
Lawrence
Ernest
of Arabia.
Hemingway? Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
The correct answer is Frederick Douglass, but like you can pick someone else.
Oh, fuck. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. That would be cool.
You can say like Jesus would be a good. Well, that's a pretty obvious answer actually.
I just feel like it's too polarizing.
Jesus?
Yeah,
Hitler?
yeah. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Like,
Hitler, and then you're going, and actually,
dude, fuck
Yeah.
that. Just to get myself in the room, dude.
Yeah, dude.
That would. That I'm
put
not.
me in a room with that guy and take him down one on one.
It's not my answer, but it's not a bad answer. I have
His fit would go crazy.
dude.
Hugo
hold on,
Boss.
wait. Did Mark tell you guys that you wanted to talk about Hugo Boss? Is that what this was? No, Mark told me he was
No.
going to tell you guys to talk to me about
No,
Hugo
but
Boss.
let's talk Hugo Boss.
Fuck. Well, we're going on the Nazi theme then.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I just always find it so funny how so many Nazi contractors are the brands that we consume all the time.
You're
But
looking at one right here.
but they,
Yo, no free
but they,
clout.
but they, but
That's
Coca-Cola.
that's why Fanta was invented.
Can of
is
soda.
it? Oh, I knew that. Right.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Coke couldn't do
Right.
business as Coke, so they invented Fanta to
Right.
sell soda in
That's
Nazi
right.
Germany.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I forgot about that. No, I mean they look fucking fire, dude.
Dude, they do.
Like
It's
they
tough.
look fucking good, man. Like if you're gonna,
Put together, bro.
Porsche's a great car. Like Leica's a great camera. The Hugo Boss was. I mean, those uniforms were.
Volkswagen.
yeah,
dude.
exactly, man.
The people's car.
A lot of people were signed up just to get the fucking gear, dude. The
Yeah.
garbs.
I mean, it was trending,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, dude.
yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes you take a job for the perks and benefits,
I
like
get- yeah.
good health insurance. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, did we buy you enough time to pick someone
no,
not Hitler?
dude, I'm thinking about Hitler. You got me thinking about Hitler the whole time. It's like I feel like Kanye in here right now. Like, this is all I can think about.
Okay. Pablo Escobar.
Ooh, that could be fun.
That could
But
be
I also
sick.
just like the dude who plays Pablo Escobar in the show.
You wanted to shoot the actor?
Yeah, in the do you see the Civil War movie with him where he's like skinny now? With
which one?
Kirsten Dunst, the
The
movie
A24
called
one.
Civil
Civil
War.
War.
Civil War.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
A24 film.
You're
What
right.
everybody says
It's
when
a
they say it.
film, not
Yeah.
a movie.
Yeah, dude.
He's so
remember the
good.
Antifa massacre? Oh my God. Prayers up.
No spoilers.
I have no. I can't answer.
What's his name, dude? Anyway,
That's fine.
sorry.
Here's
I don't know.
Have you seen anyone at Pitti Uomo that's gotten a fit off that like has really seared into your brain?
No.
Really?
No, but it's not their fault. I just don't have. I have like attention deficit disorder. Like
So you're just spraying and praying. You don't know.
no,
like,
I definitely. It's like as pretentious as it sounds, it's very automatic for me, and like it's very subconscious. And the moment that I start to think about it, I don't take a photo.
Got it.
So it's
That's
I've also just been doing it for so long that it's like I know what I like, and I don't know how to explain what I like. I like all the Japanese and Korean guys here, mostly. Like they're the best dressed, and like they just look so cool.
Yeah.
There was this dude yesterday who rolled up in these like metal frame glass. He looked just like a pervert, basically. But he looked like a very cool pervert. And I'm like, that guy looks like a pervert. Let me take a picture.
honestly,
You know?
very cool pervert is a great personal brand. and
Right,
personal
exactly. And he might actually be a pervert. It might not just be the aesthetic.
Hey man,
But
He might live it, dude.
We're
Yeah.
in the land of perverts.
I mean, to be fair, Robert Spangle is a fucking really well dressed man.
Yes,
Like,
sir.
Sometimes it's ridiculous and the shorts get a little too short and high waisted. But Robert Spangle is a very cool looking guy.
We were trying to get him earlier to like basically like cop to wanting to get his photo taken, but he's
Right.
clearly so humble that like he
Bullshit.
Like no, dude, he fucking sold it well. Then, bro, I don't know.
What'd
to
he
tell you.
say?
He was like, nah. He's just like, I don't think about myself that way because I'm like, yo, bro, you're hot. You dress cool. You got the fucking
you guys
bazooka,
kiss afterwards?
the rocket
did.
launcher, and he was like, no, I don't. How
Yeah,
long
I don't
do-
know. I mean, I think I have a hard. I think that every decision is a subconscious decision, like genetic
Right.
reproduction. So that's maybe he thinks that consciously, but like I don't know. He dresses far fucking too well for that to be true. That's ridiculous.
Dude, he has the press badge on. We didn't even mention this.
I had his press badge on my hat yesterday.
Sick.
Yeah, and I wasn't even on the press lunch.
was that a
list.
pity thing or is that from like
It's
the fucking
his.
war in
It's
Ukraine?
his,
No, dude, that's his.
Yeah, he made it. He basically it's counterfeit,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it's like people in like war zones.
No,
that put on,
yeah,
like, the
I mean,
press-
he had like in
the
Civil
press
War,
vest.
Get
Yeah.
the fucking body
Exactly.
armor with press
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
What street street style photographer do you think would last the longest in a war? Robert aside, because he would win, obviously.
Hunger Games.
I mean, fuck, man. I would like to say myself. No, but I'd shit my pants.
You could run away though.
I mean, dude, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if Robbie could. No. I mean, I wonder.
He
I wonder
has, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, he's okay. Fine. Yes, he has, but not. But the real wars that he's been in as an active role in the war, he has not been there as a photographer. Oh, you're saying as a human being, not as a photographer. Oh.
Yeah, as a soldier.
Oh man.
As a killer.
Shit.
I feel like a lot of people would say you, dude.
Yeah, but
him
I'm
aside.
not. I have weak ankles. I'll roll it. That's the whole thing. I'll be going out. I'm like prepped. I got all the kit, and then I just
stub your toe.
Yeah, like I stub my toe, and then that's it. I just land on a fucking not even a mine. I just hit like a slightly sharp rock, and it like dents my forehead, and I'm out.
So shrapnel. Like, yo, that was a pebble, bro.
Yeah.
North Korean guy walks up and just fucking kills you.
Are we fighting in North Korea this war?
That's a cool hypothetical.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I want to go there. So
To North Korea?
I really would
You might
love
never
to go
come
there.
back, bro.
That's fine.
Would you
Especially
like?
wear your press
Would you?
badge.
It's a way cooler fucking way to die than like the way that I'll probably actually die.
Which
like,
is
give me
what?
I don't know. I'm about to do this ride this summer across Washington, and I'm like thinking about rattlesnakes. I'm like, fuck, if I'm gonna go. Like, I don't want to die from a rattlesnake bite, but
Rattlesnakes
the
actually
story.
terrible way to die. You shit yourself and and you vomit yourself to death.
Doesn't everyone shit
damn
themselves
it.
when they die?
No, but you
you do it
die
before
from,
you die?
You die from like diarrhea.
Oh,
Basically.
weird.
Dysentery.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Oregon Trail.
I mean, none of it sounds. I don't. I would like to think that nothing's gonna take me out, but here we go.
Something's gonna take you out.
Yeah.
Is that a skylight?
Yeah,
Oh,
apparently.
Okay.
That back pinwheel is gonna turn out to be a fucking that ingrown hairs.
Yeah, that's the
touching your
thing.
brain.
It's like it's either like my kidneys stop working, or it's like North Korea.
yeah.
I'll take North
Nothing in
Korea
between.
for sure.
Let's
It's so
end
cool.
on a positive note. You mentioned
I don't know.
a
I
few
don't have
times
those.
that you so you currently live in Copenhagen and you have a lot of cool friends who are designers. Who are the Danish brands that are really moving your fucking dick these days? Because
Besides
you
Hans
do
Vegna.
fucking cop Johns and you get fits off. Let's be clear.
And Denmark is ground zero for a lot of good shit right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that
Always has been.
it is
Copenhagen.
it is moving away from Denmark. I do find myself being less interested in Danish brands than I was when I first moved there. It doesn't mean that I love Copenhagen more than anything in the world, but I do think that like a lot of the brands have seen green and like it's they're making money.
Where's the center of gravity moving towards?
I don't know. I mean,
Stockholm?
The whole no, definitely not Stockholm. I mean, well, our legacy is cool. I heard that you guys suck.
Those
that
are our
dick.
boys, bro.
I like that brand, but like, I don't know. Like, I used to, going back to in the day, like Solent and Woodwood, and I really like Panorama Studios, even though it's not a fashion brand, but it's what I wear because I spend more time on the bike. But like Sunflower, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, dude. Shout out
Denmark.
Sunflower.
Yeah. It's a collective.
And MF Pen.
Ooh, yeah.
Motherfucking pen, baby.
Yeah, I like MF Pen.
Wearing
and
this MF pen right here.
Is it? There you go, man. Like, and that's
Shout
what I
out
like
Sigurd.
about it is that I would never know that.
Right.
Like, that's the
Well,
most
you know
pretentious
how you
shit in
know.
the world.
That's how you know, brother.
That's the
that
new
lacy
Margiela,
little
the
locker
doily.
loop.
You got a fucking doily on your back.
Yeah, some grandma core.
But he's a cool dude. And
Sigurd?
like, and I like that. Like, I like that. Oh, you're not up on this shit. Like, I like
Right,
that.
right.
I remember still when my mom took me to New York. Like, I used to wear fucking like Dolce and Gabbana belt buckles and have like a Louis Vuitton damier like billfold and all this shit. I didn't have any money, but I felt like that was important. And my mom took me to Jeffrey in New York back in the day, and it was early Dior Eddie Slimane days, and there was this pair of jeans that looked like some Levi's.
Right.
And I'm like, what the fuck? $900? This is like 2003. I'm like, $900. What the fuck? And then the guy comes up, he's like, would you like to try them on? I'm like, absolutely not. And then I was like, can you explain to me why? My mom's a designer, but I'm not in this end of the spectrum.
Right.
And I'm like, can you explain to me what's so special about these? And they're like, well, they have a 36-inch inseam, and they have the darted rear pockets, and then they have the sterling silver little thing on the belt loop. And I was like, where? And he's like, here. And I was like, and you see the micro-etched CD in the loop? And I'm like, oh, I have to have these. And I'm like, because they don't scream the shit. So like that for me, it's like, oh, it's MF Pen. It's like, you don't know what MF Pen is. It's the most pretentious shit in the world. I love it.
It's motherfucking pen.
It's motherfucking
Damn,
pen.
what an amazing note, Adam. Thank you so
Sunflower,
much, bro.
Sunflower, great brand.
He's cutting us off.
Oh,
Sorry. No,
We can't talk about
getting
Sunflower.
No, I thought that was a sick moment to end it on, but let's talk about Sunflower.
Let's talk about I mean, I don't know anything. I got like one pair of jeans.
great brand, great collective.
these shits.
Is the restaurant and food scene in Copenhagen still as fucking like gastronomical and snobbish as it was like a few years ago when it first when Noma was the best restaurant in the world?
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's also like, bro, have you been to Copenhagen?
Yes.
You ever been to 7-Eleven? This is not a joke.
In Copenhagen?
Yeah.
No, are they similar like the Japanese 7-Elevens?
No, it's way better, dude. It's not as good as it used to be. 7-Eleven is. I always joke and say 7-Eleven is my favorite restaurant.
They low-key
It's
fell
like
off,
you
though.
go in there, like I don't drink anymore, but you used to come home from the club and you roll in, and they got organic like hot dogs with like, and you can get like a cold pressed juice from like a local place and like salads and it's dope.
Bro, Danish glizzies are fucking bad.
It's very good. It's
Yeah.
very very good.
Scandinavians do glizzies right, bro.
They do. There's but the problem is, and going back to like talking about the Danish fashion scene, kind of, in my opinion, not being maybe as much in the epicenter. I think Danish design is, but maybe not fashion. Is like the whole world's so fucking flat that we just eat avocado toast everywhere we go. So the whole world is just Australia now, which is nothing wrong with that. Australian food is delicious, but like it's becoming bland, and it's like, and that's also one of the reasons why street style became boring, is because you get on a plane, you land anywhere in the world, and they're all wearing the same shit.
We fly in the curve.
Yeah, it's Balenciaga everywhere you go, and it's like, give me a break, man. It's not even good.
Are we still seeing Balenciaga head to toe?
Everywhere, man.
And so you see that across
stupid.
style where everything has just become like accessible, or everyone's just like copying the same shit.
Democratic.
Yeah, but it's like I mean, what I don't understand is like Vetements was cool for like 2 seasons. It was very fucking cool, and I was like, whoa, this is a sea change. And now it's like people are still wearing that aesthetic, and I'm like, give me a break, man. It's like acid washed was never cool, except for ironically. Like, I mean, I don't know.
MFN makes some cool ass wash.
But it's all ironic in a way. Like, I know it's cool now, but like, you know, you look at people wearing Von Dutch hats. I was just talking with Mark about this. You see people wearing Von Dutch hats, and you're like, okay, do they know like when it was the first time that it was ironic, or are they is their irony based on? Do they think we were serious when we wore Von Dutch hats?
It's like post ironic.
Yeah, but it's like, but then it goes back to: is there like anything? Is there any authentic new trend anymore? I don't think
There's no trends anymore.
That's the trend. Is that there are no trends?
Isn't that just the most boring thing in the entire world?
Pros and cons, I think.
Okay.
If the byproduct is that it forces people to finally have their own personal style, then yes, it is a good thing. But that's yet to be seen, in very case by case.
But the avocado toastness of fashion style through social media and instant access to like every single image ever created has definitely had a blanding effect.
Yes. So I think across the board, and same thing with food, because you can get like a cardamom bun in New York now, I assume, right? Like, whereas you used to have to go to Juno in Copenhagen, now you can get it at 7-Eleven as well. And it's like, it's delicious and it's wonderful and everybody should try it. But at a certain point, going back to the chocolate thing, it's like, you can't eat chocolate 3 meals a day. Like, I want to try new things. I'm saying this, and all my friends are like, yeah, right. I make the same fucking dinner every night. But I want the idea that there's something new to try that I should try in order to enrich my life. And I don't think that there's so many. This is fucking close-minded sounding, but it's not. I just think that like it's been a long time since something came along that really made me feel like I want to try something new. I'm just going to end on one note. A brand that I really, really like right now that is doing something that's not new, that I love it for, that is that Rear brand, RIER.
Yeah.
It's so fucking cool, man. That's what I want to wear. Shit like that.
The fucking the $900 quarters at
The
Fleece.
quarter zip around the world, bro.
And I thought that I was on one of these, you're not up on this things. And I was wearing it to this hotel, and this is the worst. We got to end soon after this because I got a million of these stories. I'm sitting there waiting for a friend at this hotel, and this guy comes up to me in like a German accent. He's like, "Is that one of the iconic Rear half zips?" And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Is that one of the iconic Rear half zips?" And I'm like, it is Rear. Is it the iconic Rear? I don't know.
It's been out for 3 months.
He's like, I have 3 of those. I'm like, you
just ruined this.
I was like, you spent $3,000 on the same outfit? And he's like, are they that expensive? And I'm like, oh fuck, I don't want this thing anymore. But I do love the brand.
Bitch, go back to Hugo Boss.
I mean, legitimately, yes. Oh, yeah, seriously.
And that guy was Hitler.
And I took the portrait. Yeah. And, got the shot off. Yeah.
Adam, thank you for taking some time off from shooting street style at Pitti Uomo to come hang with the motherfucking boys on the only podcast that matters.
Definitely.
Again, thank you for coming on, man.
Yeah, you're the best.
Thanks,
dude. Thank you
boys.
so much, man.
Good
What a
hang.
pleasure.
See ya.
Cheers.
Matthieu Morge Zucconi from Le Figaro. Le Figaro, Figaro. Thank you for coming on to the only podcast that
Thank you
matters
for
all the
having
way
me.
from Paris. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You tired?
No, I'm good.
I guess you don't
easy?
really have the jet lag, huh?
Yeah, no, I don't have jet lag.
Are you nervous?
No, it's just like my debut in podcasting, so I'm excited about it.
You've never been on a podcast before?
Never.
Do they have podcasts in France?
We can. It's like starting, but it's not like.
Well, Etiquette has, right? They have a French pod.
Yeah, but it's not as developed as it is.
I'd say
in the
podcast
US.
in French.
It's a podcast.
The podcast.
Podcast. All right, we are here at Pitti Uomo. It's only been 2-ish days, but I can't I mean, again, number one people watching in the world. What's been the favorite fit that you've seen at Pitti?
This is hard. I really liked Lawrence's fit from yesterday.
Don't pander to this man.
Yeah,
No,
dude.
You're
coming back on this
nothing
show.
I've seen before. It's like
You know why? Because in France, clowns are an art form.
Yeah.
That's why.
it was like
Wait, you're being serious? You like to sit?
yeah.
Okay.
No,
Thanks, dude. Those ties are Leonard's of Paris, bro.
Ties are light. Yeah, they're intense, but they're good.
Are you seeing any trends out there that like have just like a commonality or anything that's whether it's going to stick or not, just like here at the fair itself?
At I've been around the fair like maybe a total amount of like 4 hours over the next.
So you've seen 8,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any through lines, connective tissue.
I think it's a lot of like different stuff. Like you see all these guys like kind of post peacock thing where they're still like wearing the crazy purple suits and stuff like this.
Oh, I saw that guy.
And,
Yeah, we all saw that guy.
Yeah, it's like it's nice to see them. Like nature heals. And they're back to
It's like
normal
their
form.
natural habitat.
Yeah,
It's like seeing
definitely.
a rare what are they called? Like a
Snow leopard.
bird, like a fuck. What is it?
I don't know.
Like a bird, like a fancy bird.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Yeah,
Peacock?
No, no, fucking, like a David Attenborough nature doc.
We've done a lot of le podcasting.
My brain is le don.
So, yeah,
Well, you're here live from Paris. What we want to know? What's some shit happening in Paris that's getting you excited? On the menswear side of things.
On the menswear side of things. The street market has just opened. That's quite exciting for us because we lacked like a good store for a long time. Basically the stores in Paris are like only mono brands, big brands, things basically. So it's been a while since there hasn't been like something exciting new.
Like a department store, basically.
Yeah, a department store with like cool stuff, and you could like go for a t-shirt or you could go for like more luxury stuff,
Why did it take so long for a DSM to come to like the capital of fashion?
I don't know. I think for a long time they said that they didn't see like a fit between the city and DSM.
Because the monobrand stores dominating? Okay, that makes sense.
And then they got this space like in 2020 where they did like all these events and stuff, the 35, 37, which is the same building.
Is it in a weird neighborhood the way that they chose weird neighborhoods in like
no, it's
other
like
locations in New York and LA?
Actually, it's weird because it's in the heart of Le Marais, so it's like the most like I guess basic space you could they're surrounded by
It's like Williamsburg.
That I've never been to New York, so I don't
It's
know.
like Williamsburg is the Marais of Brooklyn.
Yeah, but
Inshallah, you will, brother.
like they're next door to Uniqlo, and then there is Morge, and then there's like a Calvin Klein store, so it's a bit like
It feels intentional because
I mean they had an opportunity on that space, so that's what like they're renting it from like the city, so this is why I think that that particular space.
Nice little price break. Yeah.
it's all
and-
coming together.
They also have this like huge new Comme des Garçons store on Rue Saint-Honoré, which is more like where the luxury houses are. So I think they probably found like a good space to not cannibalize the other one, but also like have something.
Is that the best store in Paris right now?
This and a store called The Archivist, which is
Vintage.
Yeah, but they're taxing, bro. Speaking of fucking taxes, that shit is overpriced.
yeah, you're paying a premium, but it's like
Which I like having that shit done for me. I'll be the first to admit it, but they feel like they're going a bit overboard.
Yeah, and I feel like recently, because I've been going for a while now,
You get a
and
discount?
I feel like it's no.
Press discount?
No. Actually, barely talk to press. It's very hard to get like something from them. We tried to do like to talk about them in one of our.
Do you get the Sam
articles
Hine
recently.
treatment where you walk into a store and they treat you like shit?
No, they actually treat me quite good.
But it might be a personal
Because
problem
I'm
for
not
Sam.
American, maybe.
Is that Parisian retail like that's like like huffy attitude, or that's just Paris?
Yeah, I mean the Parisian woodness is famous, so I guess there is like a part of it that is true. But then I feel like depending on the stores, you can get a better treatment. But I think maybe I think the acrylics, they're quite nice.
So besides like terrible customer service for the most part, what are trends that you see happening in Paris that like, despite you guys, I think being the tip of the spear for a lot of people that are fans of either menswear or women's wear or just capital F fashion, what do you see that's happening that you actually are like not a fan of personally on the streets in your hometown?
I think the reality is that we are basically, I'd say maybe 2 years behind what's happening in the US. You know, with the young, or like now with TikTok and stuff. Obviously, we kind of caught up with stuff.
Hey man, in 2026 for about 3 days, you're gonna want some boat shoes.
Yeah, you know.
FYI.
For example, like the boat shoes in Paris, it's like
A flood is coming, brother.
it's not. It's not yet like something, you know. But like all the kids are wearing the huge pants, sambas, and stuff like this. They're still kind of stuck in that like vintage T-shirt, huge pants, and like
small gold chain,
know, and like you know. So
some trainers.
And personally, I don't really like that. I think like it looks kind of bad,
like immature or childish. Look.
Yeah,
okay. We're talking like huge pants.
Yeah, we're
not getting, just like straight leg.
No, yeah. Now we're like getting to the huge pants thing, like not as huge as like the Drake pants.
Do Jenkos exist in Paris?
No, I don't think so.
Le Yenko. Yeah.
So yeah, but you know,
is the Lemaire look, because like I feel like he's so beloved, or that brand is so beloved. Like, do you see a lot of people wearing that in Paris, like the Lemaire kind of like head to toe uniform, like how Americans have embraced like the row or whatever, the quiet luxury?
Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously, my circle is like mostly fashion people and like of people that are interested in fashion, and I see like a lot of people wearing Lemaire or like wearing Uniqlo U. But you know, it's that look is something that exists in France because I think it's easy to wear. But it's like just the right amount of fashion that like us Parisians can
just
go to. You know, yeah, we don't in Paris usually like people don't go too crazy. You know,
right.
It's the archetype of like the cool French girl is such like in every fucking headline. I feel like Vogue writes about it. You know, all the fuck. It's like it's such a aspirational thing for American female consumer. Yeah. Why does the cool French boy not exist?
And are we talking to him right now?
Wow. Yeah.
Well, like, but as like a mainstream, like, you know, cool French girl is like effortless, chic, empowered, sexy. But the cool French boy, like, what is he, just like fucking stinky and like eating cheese? Like, I don't know.
Well, I think
a skunk on Looney Tunes.
Maybe like I think if you look at like the past and the French icons of the past, you're gonna like if you look at men, it's gonna be like people like Serge Gainsbourg, like you know Jacques Dutronc. So it's always like this kind of disheveled thing, you know, like people that like were like you know famously it was like Gainsbourg was wearing the same shit over and over, and like
a uniform guy.
Yeah, smoking.
So much so that a bunch of children dressed up as him and sang a song.
Yeah. So you know,
a bunch of fucking clones, dude.
And you know, the thing is like, if you look, it's a very simple look. So it's you know, I think it's not as inspirational as like what the woman's side has been. You know, and also I think you like the Parisian girl had this Vogue world like Karine Rothfeld, Emmanuel Alt thing. And it got so popular in the press, like in the fashion press, and it was so influential. And we kind of never had that for men. I think, you know, the Vogue was like something, but it was never like the big inspiration.
It feels like on the American side, guys want to dress like cool Italian guys or like kind of like Italian vacation type shit.
Are there
really
like
the French boy?
Yeah, but are there like Le Samurai cosplayers? Like, do those like does that happen?
Yeah, you're one.
I mean, you know, if you look at Le Samurai or if you look at like a few of the French staples, it's a lot of things bought from the US. Or like you're gonna mix like I don't know, a trench coat with like a pair of Levi's jeans and what?
What's the actor's name? Alain from Le Samurai.
Alain Delon.
Yeah.
So
hot.
You know, you're gonna wear like. Yeah, Levi's 501s with like Western loafers, but it's like it's a very classic look. So for it's very easy to wear, but like
so it's more classically American, kind of, right?
Okay. It's taking elements from Ivy, it's taking elements from like military, from like workwear stuff as well, but and mixing all of those together with like this kind of French flavor is like
So what do you see if Paris is a few years behind what's happening in America? What do you see in the American menswear world that you like?
Ooh. I think, well, like Stofa is good. I've never seen the clothes in person because I've never been to the US. Like I've seen some
when your homies wear it.
But from what I see online, it's like quite like it looks like it's quality and it's a good brand.
C'est bon.
Then I don't really know. I mean,
Is there anything happening in American menswear that you fucking hate?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to think if there is something in menswear.
I don't even know what's happening in American menswear anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, you know, I'm like, you know, because we don't really like travel to, you know, like I don't travel to New York for fashion weeks and stuff, so I don't
There's
really
no
get
reason
into
to,
What,
bro.
what New York Fashion Week are you talking about?
Yeah, which
know.
one do you speak of, my friend?
It's spelled W-E-A-K.
But I think, yeah, no, there's nothing that I hate, and also I think the people I know from the US fashion circuit that are sat all around this table are like more maybe European influenced, but
interesting.
You know, I mean,
That's a fair assessment.
You know, I think you guys are all like looking at what's happening in Italy, in France, and everything, and so it makes it like more international thing.
Well, speaking of the homies, what's your favorite thing about Bestie Jacob Gallagher?
He has called you the French me before. I believe those are like that's a direct quote.
Did he say that? Yeah. I think he introduced me to someone on the fair. I think yesterday maybe saying this. I don't, you know, like
He's incredulous right now.
Yeah, dude.
See, this is what happens when you go first. You don't get to defend yourself.
Yeah.
On mic.
No, I think
Where to begin?
Yeah.
where to begin? It's like so influential.
Damn, dude. Okay, what about what's the most annoying thing about him?
Oof. I mean,
Where to begin?
where to begin? The American voice, you know.
Oh, okay. So here's a great question.
He speaks very loud, but like that's an
Oh,
American
so what do you think
thing.
about Lawrence then?
Yeah, it's the same, you know, but it's an American
The
thing.
fuck?
Jesus Christ. What are your pet peeves about Americans? Because like
Loudness aside,
loudness aside,
Loudness aside.
obesity aside.
diabetes aside.
I don't know. It's hard. I think, you know, there is a tendency of the Americans of thinking you are the center of the world, which is true in a way, but you know, there is
destiny,
this,
bro.
you know, so there is this thing, and sometimes we're like, yeah, things happen like somewhere else too, you know. It's like, you know, especially in fashion, it's quite interesting because when you look at all those people writing about fashion or like commentators online and stuff, they're talking about these brands that are showing in New York like it's the best thing in the world. And
Right.
with like a French point of view or like just like kind of like a sincere point of view, I think most of it is like not that good. And I think sometimes, you know, American fashion has been quite self-centered, and now this is why the New York Fashion Week has gone to basically nothing, you know.
Right.
It's because they've been too focused on like their brands that they thought were the
No,
best.
for sure.
Yeah.
If you do come to New York, what is the first thing that you want to do? Like, I'm sure you've been dreaming about this. What is the number one thing?
I'm gonna have to like go somewhere with Jacob. First of all, He's
Times
gonna-
Square would be real
yeah,
fun.
Times Square.
No, Times Square.
Yeah.
Please take him to Clando for one single red stripe, dude. A walking tour of Times Square.
With Sam Hine and Jacob Gallagher.
He'll just be there outside,
Yeah,
just post
yeah.
it, bro. It's cool.
No, you know, one thing that I can't find in Europe is like Belgian loafers. So I would like to see that store.
Ironic.
You know, yeah, you know, but because they said at some point that it was made in Belgium, so I tried to track down the factory to write a piece about it, and I could never find it.
It's proprietary,
I found the
bro.
city, but I couldn't find the actual thing. Yeah. And then I wanted to go, but I was like, what am I going to do in like some random part of Belgium, even if it's very
Fucking
quick ride from
Eat some home free. I don't fucking know. Eat some
Yeah.
waffles.
But if I go there and I never find the shoes, I'm gonna be like disappointed, you know. So you know,
You're in Bruges.
So you're gonna come to New York eventually, right? You're gonna click up with the fucking boys, and you're just
Yeah.
gonna go right up to the fucking Belgian store. That's Mecca. Straight. That's the first trip. Okay. That's
Yeah,
cool.
I
Not a
mean-
bad day. Not a bad
I don't
day.
know.
No, honestly, dude.
what else should I do? You
Could
know?
visit like Jeffrey
Yeah.
Epstein's apartment.
Yeah.
That could be tight.
I don't know. I don't know what there is in New York. What I should see. I know. That
I thought
there
you were
is
gonna be like, I want a hot dog,
yeah, mate, a burger would be good.
a soft
yeah.
pretzel.
Yeah.
If Jeffrey Epstein was French, would he have been convicted? You guys love your pedophiles. You guys,
Damn, dude.
I had to ask.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last
Hell
question.
is hot.
Last question as Fashion Month kicks off. Although I guess like the culmination, the peak is really in your hometown, so you don't have to pack as much of us.
Yeah.
But if you had to swap suitcases with one person for the entirety of Fashion Month, who would it be? And you can't say anyone in this room.
No one in this room.
No one in this room.
Okay. I'm trying. The good thing with like my suitcase is that it can be very small because I just pack for Italy, so it's like more convenient. So I would like, and I don't like to pack too much. But I think Sam was right. I think Will Welsh has probably mastered the system.
Yeah.
And
I want that Evan Kenori tuxedo.
yeah,
Fucking Jedi, dude.
But I'm quite surprised sometimes because I see him around. I feel like he's wearing different things, but like every time I see him with his bag, the bag is like super small. So,
Right.
And
Because there's 8 garment bags that you don't see. They're
yeah,
hanging
but
up.
the French press at some point got quite curious about it. So there was this rumor going around in the French press that he was sending the luggage in advance.
wow, dude.
I never asked him. Maybe I would try.
To be such a fucking efficient fitsman and packer that there is a rumor that you are shipping your wardrobe
that's crazy.
across the world.
But
is
everyone from the
incredible.
French press was talking about it. Like I think it was 1 year ago, and they were like, there's something weird because he only has like a small luggage.
And that's a lot of fabric. That's a tall man.
Yeah.
Right? That's a lot of yardage.
A lot of yardage.
Is Will like seen as like a fashion star in like the Parisian fashion scene? Like what Americans does the fashion world in France look at him and be like, yo, that guy's fucking killing it? Will, clearly.
Yeah.
I'm sure Sam as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sam is,
non-Condé Nast employees.
that's hard. Who else is?
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess who else is there? Besides Sam and Will.
No, I mean Vanessa Friedman obviously is like seen and respected in the.
What's that?
Vanessa Friedman from the New York Times.
Oh,
She's
of course.
She's very respected in the French press as well, and so yeah, I would say that's pretty much.
Anna Wintour?
Yeah, but he said no
Okay,
Condé.
so you're gonna
That's-
swap suitcases with Vanessa Friedman and/or Anna Wintour.
Yeah, I would swap, like with Anna Wintour.
You're
would
gonna
be
go
fun,
fucking crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
I could wear
You
like
went
some
fuck ass Bob mode.
Erdem dresses.
You're about to get promoted, bro.
All right, Matthieu, thank you for coming on to the only podcast that matters.
Thank
We
you so much,
appreciate you
guys.
taking the time out of your busy day.
You always remember your first, dude. Congrats on popping your podcast
First
cherry,
cut
bro.
is the deepest. Thank you,
The
Matthieu.
so
oldest
much,
French
guys.
guy to ever lose his virginity. See ya.